Okay, so for the purpose of quality control, admin will now record the session. Okay, so you will see that currently admin has pinned the presenter. So if you want to look for the presenter view, just look for the pin presenter and you will always be able to find the speaker. You will also have a copy of the slides. So you can either refer to that copy, and if you need, if the copy via the screen is not clear, the Zoom admin will also be sharing another copy of the exact same slide. So you can use that and move it around your view depending on how you want to position it in your screen. Okay, if you have any question regarding technical support, you can either direct PM the print presenter or PM the Zoom admin. So for HRDF purpose, we will request you to on your webcam later before we start officially to take a group photo, and there'll be 4 photo sessions at the start, before lunch, after lunch, and end. So get yourself pretty and handsome and get ready for the photo. So if those of you who are claiming under HRDF, please be aware that you need to be present online for at least 75% of the workshop. Zoom have a function that will keep track of all your recording, and we will send this recording to HRDF. So if you don't meet the minimum 75%, your claim may be rejected or it will not be allowed. So please take note of that if you are under HRDF. Okay, so silence your phone to prevent interruption. Mute yourself at all times. So if you wish to speak, then only you on your audio. A study by Microsoft team that those people with camera on have 20 to 30% more participation. And of course, making it compulsory will also sometimes backfire and demotivate some of you. So leaving your camera on is a get to, not a have to. So we leave that choice to you. So we will put a timer up during each break. For example, if you have a 15 minutes break, there will be a 15-minute running. Joe, you changed the entire screen. I'm out of the screen. Joe, you need to go back to pin me. So now we are seeing the slide instead of you. Okay. So there will be a timer that will show how much time remaining, and by the time the timer ends, we will then resume. So as a participation, we request you to take ownership of your attendance, your compliance, as well as the value creation for the workshop. It will be a big day. You will be given a lot of information, both practical and theory, more of practical. And if you have any question, hold your question and then post it before lunch. So the chat function will be strictly for administration and troubleshooting, and you can look for it under Intune Outsourcing or Intune Admin. So there'll be quizzes along the way. It'll be via Slido. The admin will launch the Slido via the chat function, or you will be getting a notification to join the Slido. So please click on it and join our quizzes along the way. Again, like I said, hold all your questions, because from our experience in the past workshop, 50% of the question will be answered by midday. So you can start posting your question just before lunch so that we can then look and go after them and answer you after lunch. Okay, this is an example from the Slido app. When you go in, when you click, there will be an app function here. If you cannot find in your Zoom at the bottom, you can click on the app. There will be a small number here when Slido is being launched, and then there will be a Slido pulling. So that's where you click and launch your Slido, and the whole list of the quizzes will come up for you to answer. So if you have any urgent need to ask or interrupt or burning question throughout the session, please, we request that you on your webcam and your audio, and admin will then spotlight you so that the speakers will know who they are talking to and answer you accordingly. And at the end, there will be feedback session. The QR in your material has some error. We have updated with a new QR. The presenter will be flashing it out for you, and you will also get the admin to send in the chat group later in terms of the updated link. So at the end of the session, the video recording will be uploaded for within 2 days, and it will be made available for you for 14 days after the workshop ends. So any questions before we move on, you can post to the admin group. The admin will then look at all the technical questions before we move into the actual big thing. Okay, if you have, just post along the way. So again, a disclaimer, So the training session is conducted by licensed tax agent and of course certified accountant of Intune and Finamic Group, and it's actually for general education and information purpose. It may not fit exactly to what you have in your company or your business. So all information that you are getting from us, please verify again with us and make sure that it's relevant to you. And again, all content are exclusive property of Intune, and we are not liable for anything that you take from here. However, you can choose to engage us and then we can do a full consult. So be mindful of the information that we give. It is general as well as specific, but it may not fit exactly to you or your business. Okay, so a bit of the outline. We start from 9 to 10. Then we will have a break at 10:30. So we'll look into the proof of income. And then after tea break, we will look into the proof of expenditure. By then, there will be an 1 hour lunch break. You will have a break. And we come back to continue with the proof of expenditure, a small break at 3:15. And from 3:30 onwards, we will then walk you through transaction and P&L. 5 to about 5:30 is Q&A. So any question that you post before lunch will probably be attended to somewhere around 4 to 5:15. Okay, so a bit about the trainer, Young Lily. She's corporate finance. She's from University of Adelaide of Australia. So she started her time in EY and AA for about 3 years, 3 to 4 years, and then followed by internal audit. She worked with Watercall, another public listed company in Australia, and eventually started the company Intune Outsourcing. So she's a certified CPA Australia since 2004, and she has also completed action coaching in 2008. So MIA since 2014, and also a certified attitude profiling advisor with Top Deck Sweden since 2019, and member of Institute of Leadership since last year. So she has been involved in many experiential trainings with Milestone as well, up to 2020 before continuing with a new company called Hard Knocks. Passionate about growth, experiential trainer and coach, have trained many business, have implemented. Currently in Tune, we have about 90 over clients that we serve to support them to become large. We focus on finance, accounting, business system processes, team growth, financial coaching, HR, and payroll. So she focused on fostering supportive environment and focusing on personal and professional development, and have supported many people as well as SME becoming large. With that, I will hand over to Lily.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me clearly? All right. Okay, good morning. Okay, time for some very heavy and technical stuff today. So thank you, Alex, for the MC and the introduction. Yeah, so one of the participants told me that get ready to be brain fried today. Yeah, so I will do my best. I think you're gonna get some brain fried, but what I can do my best is tak hangus lah, kena fried saja tapi tak hangus. Okay, all right. Okay, so now a bit. Let me get to know you slightly better so that I can cater my delivery to your needs. So the first thing is, I would like to know, yeah, put it in the chat group. Yeah, you're going to respond to my question in the chat group. Yeah, my question is, if you are attending e-invoice training or workshop for the first time, can you type 1 in the chat group? First time attending e-invoice training or workshop, type 1 in the chat group. Come, I want to see how many of you are first timers. Okay, 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 okay. 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 Okay lah. Okay, so I got the numbers. So 18 of you out of 50 are attending for the first time. All right, so I will go really slow, okay, really slow. So if you're attending the workshop for the second time or more, you type the number of times you have attended a e-invoice workshop. If you have attended a workshop, e-invoice workshop or training second time or more, type the number that you have attended. Ada tak? Tak ada orang type. Okay. Nobody type. Okay, then I will go super slow. Super slow. Okay, all right, great. So I would also like you to state, next question, state what industry are you in? Please type in the chat box, what industry are you in? You may find your common industry peer. And by knowing your industry, we will also know where to focus on when we do the delivery. Okay, type in the industry that you are in. If you are in IT, type IT. If you are in logistics, type logistic. If you are in food and beverage, you type F&B. So yeah, please type the industry that you are in. Okay. Right. Right. Okay. All right. Okay, any more? Any more? Any more? Any more? Right. Oh, legal hearing care. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Right, right. What I'm seeing is that there are people from the B2C, B2B, consultation services, all right? Aviation industry, all right, okay? Okay, is that all? Okay, that's all. Right. So today we will cover both B2B, business to business, and B2C, business to consumers, based on whatever industry that you have typed. Okay. Okay, let me begin. Thank you for your response. Right. Okay, so e-invoice is coming already. Yeah, e-invoice is coming. So I just want to give a very layman idea of what e-invoice is. Yeah. So you have been in the business. So before the e-invoice era, when you transact with your customers, so when you sell to your customers, what you do is I just give you an invoice. Yeah. A business gives an invoice to the customers when you transact with your customers. But when the e-invoice era comes, what's happened is that, you see, there is LHDN in the middle. So even before I transact with my customer and give my customer an invoice, a copy of this invoice needs to go to LHDN for validation before it goes to your customers. Yeah. So generally, that's how it works in the e-invoice environment in a B2B or B2G business. So you have LHDN become the middle person or the central data where all the transactions is being passed through. So let's take a look at what is e-invoice and what is not e-invoice. So E means electronic, yeah. So electronic invoice in Malaysia is defined as a file that is created in a format specified by IRB. It means that the file format is XML format and also JSON format. So these are the two acceptable formats in the e-invoice file or transactions. An e-invoice doesn't mean if you have a PDF file which you use to email across to your customer, that is not e-invoice. Whether it's PDF, doc, Microsoft Word or JPEG and all that, it is not an e-invoice. So in the e-invoice environment in Malaysia, the word e-invoice is very specific. The file format is just these two. Okay. Right. Yeah. So this is a sample of an e-invoice, which is a B2B. So throughout the entire day, you will hear me say B2B, business to business, B2C, business to consumers. Why I'm stressing the difference is that there are different e-invoice treatment for both. Okay, so let's take a look at this invoice. This invoice is given by Mewa Max, which is my photocopier supplier to Intune. Yeah, so it looks familiar, right? It looks like any other invoices that your supplier would have given you. Yeah, so it looks familiar. But what is special is that, you see, there is an additional QR code right at the end. Yeah, there's an additional QR code right at the end. Okay, so what is this QR code for? So now I want you to take out your phone. Okay, take out your phone. Yeah, take out your phone. Scan this QR code. Yeah, scan the QR code. And I want you to take a look what information is in there. Have you done that? Okay, take your phone, scan. Okay, I'll give you a bit of time. Scan. Okay, sudah kah? Okay, scan. And then look at the information in there. So, okay, it gets you to a screen. Okay, the screen is actually with LHDN, yeah, with LHDN logo. Yeah, it has an e-invoice number, UUID. That means it's a unique reference number. That means this transaction is already validated by tax office with a unique number and the details of the transaction. Yeah. So this QR code gives you this e-invoice information that is already lodged in the tax office. Yeah. So yeah, this is a sample of e-invoice. Can I? So I move on. See. Okay. So there are 8 types of e-invoice. Or I prefer to call it 4 times 2 lah. 4 times 2 types. So you need to distinguish the e-invoice which is issued in the sales cycle and also the e-invoice that is issued in the expense or expenditure cycle. So sales cycle, you have the invoice, which is your invoice that you give to your customers. One, you have your debit note that you give to your customers. Debit note means you want to top up. Yeah, you want to increase the original invoice amount. Sometimes you also issue credit note to your customers. You want to reduce whatever original amount that you actually given to your customers. And refund note. So refund note is pretty new. Yeah, it's a terminology that appears in the e-invoice era. How refund note is different from credit note is that in the refund note, that means you are going to make a cash refund to your customers. So if you're going to make a cash refund to your customers, you don't issue a credit note, but you issue a refund note and together with the cash payment. So that's for the sales cycle. So 4 types of e-invoice in the sales cycle. Then when it goes to expense, you look at the orange color words. Yeah. So in the expense or expenditure cycle, we call it self-bill invoice, self-bill debit note, self-bill credit note, and self-bill refund note. Then you start to think, self-bill, what does it mean in an expense context or expenditure context? So it means self-bill literally means you bill yourself, self-bill. So it means that if you transact with your supplier, you give your supplier business, you pay your supplier money, and you need to bill yourself. Okay, so literally that's what it is, self-bill. Okay, let's take a look at in an e-invoice, what information should be in there. Yeah, so there are information that is already in your ordinary invoice. Yeah, so e-invoice, there are a total of 55 fields. You may start to think, wow, how to sumbat all the 55 information in one piece of invoice? Yes, there are 55 fields in an e-invoice. 35 are mandatory fields. That means you must have for the e-invoice to be validated or accepted by IRB. And there's 20 optional fields. Yeah, 20 optional fields. So want to EC also can, don't want to EC also can, up to you. And it will still get validated. Yeah. So now let's take a look at what is new. New meaning in the past, when you issue an invoice to your customers, you will already have some of this information. New means because of e-invoice, you kena tambah lah this few fields. So the new key fields of the e-invoice is number 1, your TIN number. Yeah. So this is a very favorite word now, TIN. Yeah. Tax identification number. So tax identification number could be for your company. Company have TIN. Individually, you also have TIN because individual also do tax, you also submit tax. So you also have your personal TIN. Company TIN, personal TIN, TIN numbers. Number 2, business registration number, BRN. Yeah. So BRN, you got to have this information, the new BRN, which is 12 digit. So if you incorporated your company way before, your BRN is shorter number followed by a alphabet, but the new BRN is a 12-digit number. So you need to have those information ready. So these are the new fields. Number 3, Malaysian Standard Industrial Classification Code, MSIC code. Then you start to think, MISC code, mana lah itu? Apalah itu? Is my first time hearing it. Yes, if you do not know what is your MISC code in the past, now you need to go and find out. How do you find out? You go to your SSM, annual returns. So your MISC code will be there. So it's important to have this information with you on hand. So the MIC code is the 5-digit MIC code. So it determines what kind of industry you are in. And if you have added new line of business, you will also need to update SSM on your new MISC code. Yep. So the new field, e-invoice version, e-invoice type, and e-invoice number, the unique identification number. So this is new for e-invoice. Okay. And next, product and services classification codes. So IRB also came out with a catalog of product and services classification code, which is 3-digit. So at the moment, it is up to number 46 lah, 046. So these are the new things that you need to learn. Finance department needs to learn what are the new classification codes for your products and services. Okay, let's take a look at the model of e-invoice. That means on the big picture, how does this e-invoice works? Yeah, so we call it the 6-step model of e-invoice. Yeah, okay. So step 1 is issuance of e-invoice. So when you make a sale to your customer, you issue an e-invoice to them. Yeah, e-invoice, when I say e-invoice, it could be the invoice, the CN, DN, and refund note. So you issue them an e-invoice. Yeah, and then the invoice will actually goes to the tax office, IRB, or specifically the portal is called My Invoice Portal for validation. Step 1. Okay. Step 2. So in the IRB portal, My Invoice Portal, it does the checking, the validation, make sure all the information is there that is required, verification, and then it pass. Okay, pass. Yeah, validated. And then if you were to ask me, ayo, how long would the tax office check my invoice? I need to urgently send to my customers. So the answer is, it is almost real time. It could be split of second for IRB to actually validate your invoice. Yep, split of seconds lah, real time. Yeah. Let me see. Once it's validated, the My Invoice Portal will send me a notification because I issued the invoice, right? That it is validated. And then, so your information, your sales information is already lodged in the IRB portal. So that's step 2. Okay. Step 3, notification of the validated e-invoice. So IRB will send a notification to me and will send a notification to my customer that the e-invoice has been validated. Yeah. And number 4, after validation, supplier, which is me, because I issue the invoice, I am obliged or I must share this e-invoice with my customers. Okay, so I need to give them the invoice, like what I've shown you just now, with a QR code, with the IRB QR code. So I will share it to my customers. And then my customers can scan and make sure that it's a validated e-invoice before you take it into your accounting entry. Okay. So number 5, it talks about rejection or cancellation. What if I issue an e-invoice and my customer checks and there's an error on the e-invoice? Katakanlah, salah quantity ke, salah price. So what the customer needs to do is to reject the e-invoice, request to reject, and I cancel it. Customer reject, I cancel it, and all this needs to happen within 72 hours. 72 hours is not inside here, okay? But later at the next page, we talk about need to do this process within 72 hours. Yes, and you must also put the reason why you reject or cancel. So after the rejection or cancellation, and all the information, step 6 will be stored in the My Invoice Portal. All your buy-sell transactions information is in the My Invoice Portal. So this is the overview of the e-invoice model, the 6 steps. Okay. Next. Okay, so just now we talked a little bit about rejection and the 72 hours, right? So we call it the golden rule or golden 72 hours period. Yeah. So it says that an e-invoice by a company, if there's any error, my customer can request a rejection within 72 hours of validation by IRB. When I issue, IRB already chop, pass, give to you, error, you want to come back to me, 72 hours. So when you want to request for a rejection, you must put the reason, whether the invoice data in any field is incorrect, SST is not correct, business registration number is not correct, or whatever reasons you want to reject it. And then when the customers reject it, me, supplier, okay, a notification will be sent to me, yeah, that my customer rejected. And when I agree to the reason and accept the rejection, what I do is I go and cancel it in the My Invoice portal. I go and cancel the original e-invoice in the My Invoice portal within 72 hours, the golden 72 hours. Yeah. So if I don't accept the request of rejection, yeah, and I don't agree, I don't accept, and I don't cancel within the 72 hours, what happens is that it's deemed accepted. So if 72 hours, I don't do anything, I already given you an e-invoice, past the 72 hours, it will be deemed, everything is good, it's accepted. Yeah. So anything after the 72 hours, you will need to issue a new e-invoice. Example, credit note, debit note, refund note, and subsequently a e-invoice. So with this 72 hours rule, so later we will talk about how it affects your purchasing processes and how it affects your sales admin processes because of this 72-hour rule. Okay, let's take a look. How does e-invoice impact your business? So we talk a lot of things, but yeah, how does it affect your business? What impact does it have on your business? So number one is certainly money and cents, dollars and cents. Yeah. So cost increase because you probably need to upgrade your software. If you weren't using any accounting software in the past, it will be recommended to do so. Then you need to send your people for training. Like today, you are here for training, you need to pay money. So it's increased cost and also compliance costs. Yeah, that's the first one. Yeah, cost increase. So secondly, the people in your office, you need to send them for training, and people also need to learn new knowledge of e-invoice. So it is truly not just a finance department or accounts department punya problem. It is not, because e-invoice affects everybody in the company. So everybody need to learn new things, which is e-invoice. So number three, it affects your processes. So you need to now stop and take a look. What sales or purchasing or whatever processes in the company that needs to be reviewed, that needs to be revamped. And then the next one is, if you have the practice of issuing backdated sales invoice, now is no longer possible. Okay, for example, you perform a service, you are a freelance translator, language translator, you perform a service. After you have done a service, sometimes you get too busy, you forget to invoice your customer. Then suddenly you remember, I haven't invoiced you, I need the payment now. Then you go and invoice. So you can no longer backdate your invoice to last month when you perform the service. The e-invoice that you issue to your customer must be current dated. Okay. And then if you have expenses with e-invoice, that means you incur an expenses, your supplier give you an e-invoice, it is recommended that you enter in the same month. Because when your supplier e-invoice you, a copy of it is already in the IRB portal. And if you don't key in the same accounting month in your accounting software, then whatever info in the My Invoice portal and your accounting software is different, and you need to do recon. Not to say cannot, can, but you cari more kerja for yourself lah. Yeah. Next one, if you incur an expense and your supplier doesn't give you an e-invoice, then you need to start to ask yourself, do you need to do self-bill? Yeah. So that's also required. And the next point is that last time people like to, or some smaller businesses, they only do their accounts once a year. They do business for the whole year. At the end of the year, they tap out all the document, they pass to the accountant to do up the profit and loss and balance sheet so that they can submit the tax. So now with e-invoice, it's, I would say, very difficult or no longer possible, because e-invoice is immediate. Yeah. And also, if you are on consolidated e-invoice, you need to do it within 7 days of the following month. So the once a year backlog accounting is really becoming very tough and no longer possible. Okay. And e-invoice also affects your tax deductibility of expenses, company and personal tax relief. And with e-invoice, you also need to start to look at your suppliers. Who do you buy from? Do you still want to buy from suppliers who don't have e-invoice? And tax planning. So I would say most companies, if not all companies or SMEs, you plan your taxes. You plan how much you want to pay, and then what are the expenses, and etc., and do some adjustments. So tax planning, last time you do once a year at the end of the year when you look at your profit and all that. So that is no longer possible. So my recommendation is that tax planning, you will need to you need to actually look at your books on a more regular basis, monthly or quarterly. Yeah. And with all the information with the IRB portal, the My Invoice portal, what possibly can happen is that with a click of button, the tax office can reconstruct your P&L almost immediately or instantaneously. Yeah. So they can actually gauge how much you're making with all this data that is inputted by yourself and your suppliers. Yeah. Meaning, tak boleh lari loh. Yeah, that is what it means lah. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the news. Okay, if you have the handout with you, I know the words is very small. You may not be able to see my screen. Okay, you look at the screen where the slide is. Okay, you baca, yeah. So, 66,000 e-commerce businesses not complying with tax regulations. So basically, it says that the tax office has identified 66,000 businesses on e-commerce platforms. That means if you are selling, or if you have a shop on Shopee, Lazada, or TikTok e-commerce platform, and IRB says that these people, 66,000 of them, didn't comply with the estimated tax installment payment. Yeah. So how did IRB know that? IRB knew it through submission of e-invoices containing details of individuals and companies operating. That means if you have a shop on Shopee, Lazada, and TikTok, and so on, so your provider, your platform provider, has been issuing self-bill and reporting you to the IRB. It also says that checks also found that no records of these businesses submitting income tax return form. They don't even they don't pay the tax installment. They didn't even submit tax, at the year end. Yeah. So these 66,000 businesses have issued a total of 4 million e-invoices. So how did they know? They knew that. So IRB say, hey, you faster go and update your tax record, lodge your tax return, and pay installments, okay? Otherwise, I'll come after you. So that's what it says. So what happens is that from 1st of August last year, the big boys, the e-invoice platform, the big boys, like Shopee, Lazada, and all that, actually do self-bill, report the shop's owner or the merchant how much they are selling to end users. That's how this information surface. Yeah. So if you have a shop on Shopee, Lazada, TikTok, and all that, jaga, you better go and open your tax file and pay your tax installments and tax submissions. Okay, the next question is when. Yeah. So when should you or your business start to comply with e-invoice? Okay, when? Okay, let's take a look. So number one, it depends on your annual revenue of 2022. So if you are Sendirian Berhad or Berhad, you take your audited account, tengok the sales or the turnover or revenue in 2022. Look at that. And if you don't have an audited account because you are a sole proprietor or an association, you go and take a look at your tax return. How much is your turnover or revenue for 2022? Yeah. So if your revenue or turnover or sales is more than 100 million as at 2022, ayo, you have started 1 year ago, 1st of August, yeah? Not just attending now. I believe none of you in this category, lah, yeah? So the very big boys, sales more than 100,000, 100 million, last year, August, already started, yeah? So phase two, if your sales is 25 million to 100 million, you would have started 1st of January this year. That means a few months ago, 5 months ago. And I believe most of you are in this category, phase 3 or even phase 4, okay? So phase 3 is if your annual sales, annual turnover is between 500,000 to 25 million. It's coming soon in 1 month or so, yeah? In 1 month or so, it's coming soon. You need to be implementing e-invoice. And if you are a small business and your sales is between 150,000 to 500,000, is 1st of January next year. So you have about another 7 months more to go. So now you go and take a look where you are in terms of your sales revenue back in 2022 and determine which phase you are in. I would say for SMEs, most of you actually fall into phase 3. Most SME fall into phase 3, which is in a month time. Yeah. So what if you say 2022, I haven't even started business? How? Okay. So if you start business in 2023 and 2024, last year you start, 2 years ago you started your business, you look at your annual sales for 2023 or 2024, you follow the same timeline. Yeah. But if you start your business in 2025, that means this year, you have just started your business this year, the government give you 2 years to actually prepare yourself to start. Let's say I start now my business. So I will need to be e-invoice compliant by 1st of Jan 2027. Yeah. So if I start my business in November this year, I'm going to start my business in November 2025, then I need to be in e-invoice compliant by 1st of January 2027. So it gives you first, you can have a bit of time to prepare yourself. 1st of January, the second year. Okay, so important to get yourself clear when to start. Okay, jangan takut. Okay, ada relaxation period. Okay, so when we are looking at this timeline, yeah, all of these phases were given 6 months relaxation period. Okay, so it says that yes, you need to comply following the date. There is no delay. Many people say, never mind lah. Government always like that one. You see, they sure delay it one. Okay, so the answer is they didn't delay it in phase 1 and phase 2. So jangan harap lah phase 3 they will delay. Yeah, they didn't delay the implementation. But what they say is that every phase fair, I give you 6 months to relax first. Yeah, don't be too stressed. So let's see what is in the relaxation period. So relaxation period says you must comply, okay? But you can do a more relaxed way or a shortcut way lah. So relaxation period means that you can issue consolidated e-invoice and consolidated self-bill for all industry. What does it mean? It means that you don't have to issue for every sale, you don't have to issue one for every sale. You don't have to do that. What you can do is you can kumpulkan all the sales transactions for the whole month, kumpulkan, and then you just submit one time the following month before the 7th of the following month. So that's what it means. So you don't have to do one for your customers. You can kumpulkan and submit satu kali at the end of the by 7th of the following month. That's what it says, consolidated. So you can do consolidated. So relax sikit lah, yeah. So number 2, the quota where the product and description is, you can put any description. Yeah, they don't. You can put any description in the product and description field. Yeah, so that's the relax rule. Yeah. Number 3, so if a customer come to you and ask for an e-invoice, you can say no to them. That's what it means. Yeah. So in this 6 months relaxation period, let's say assuming you're starting 1st of July. So from now until 31st December of this year, anybody that comes to you to say, hello, I want an e-invoice, you can say, no, sorry, I'm still relaxing. I'm not ready. I won't give you an e-invoice. So you can do that. Yeah. And then the next one is during the relaxation means that they won't prosecute you lah for any offenses under the income tax act. Yeah, so they don't prosecute you, they kasih chance lah. So relaxation period means 6 months from your implementation date, you are allowed to do this. So you still need to comply, but on a more relaxed condition. Okay, so the next question is, who is affected? Yeah, so I also get a lot of responses from the friends and family that I talk to. They say, I think I'm not affected lah. I'm just doing a very small business. I'm not affected lah. I'm just a temple, you know. How can you guys a temple to issue e-invoice? Or I'm just a church. Yeah, so it's not true. Yeah, let's take a look at who is affected. Yeah, or I'm just an NGO, you know, I don't even make I'm not even in business, I'm an NGO, I do charity, you know. Yeah, it won't affect me. So that's not true. Okay, so e-invoice covers B2B, business to business, business to consumers, or business to government. That means if you are transacting with government, you are one of the vendors of government, it will cover the transactions as well, e-invoice. Okay, all individuals and legal entities are required to comply with e-invoice, including. So this is a list of all the individuals and entities that are required to comply with e-invoice. Let's take a look at this association. What falls under the association category? Association of Chinese Chamber and Commerce also must e-invoice. Okay. JMB, if you are staying in a condo or apartment and you have a joint management body, yeah, that actually issues the sinking fund or the maintenance fee, they are also required to be e-invoice. If you stay in a condo, you will realize that actually the people at the condo office, management office, already asking you for your TIN number, for your IC, etc., etc. They are already asking you for that because they are also required to comply. Bodies of persons, branch, trust, society, corporations. Corporations means your sendirian berhad, yeah. LLP, partnership, trust funds, blah, 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 and all this. So generally, temples, churches, and all that, JMBs, not doing business, charity, all will fall into this category. So the easier way to think about it is e-invoice affects everybody. It affects all types of business structure, except, I think that one is easier to do. Everybody is affected except who? Okay. Okay, so everybody needs to do invoice except these 5 category. Yeah, so if you are in this 5 category, then you are exempted. Yeah, so number 1, foreign diplomatic officers, which means all the embassies lah, the US embassies, the UK embassies, and all that. So they are exempted. Yeah, so I believe it doesn't apply to any of you here today. Okay, number 2, individual who is not conducting business. Like you are in employment. If you are in employment, you are not required to comply with e-invoice. That means you no need to issue e-invoice. Yeah, in employment. Number 3, statutory bodies, statutory authority, and local authorities. These are some example, you know, your JPJ, your Majlis Perbandaran Petaling Jaya, DBKL, and all that lah. Yeah, they collect payment, they collect your cukai tanah, cukai takseran, they issue traffic saman, and all that. So they are not required, they are exempted. And then before 1st of July, yeah, before 1st of July, all this, no need, yeah. Number 4, international organization. So there is a list of international organizations that is also exempted. Okay, World Health Organization, UNESCO, UNICEF, UNHCR. So all these international organizations, they are not required to be e-invoice compliant. And number 5 is taxpayers with annual revenue less than 150,000. So if you are doing a very small business, maybe selling nasi lemak also, and your annual sales is less than 150,000, which means your daily sales is like 400 over ringgit, okay, tak payah lah, you can chillax a bit, yeah. So this is only the 5 exempted categories of the people that tak payah buat e-invoice. Easier to remember this way, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So remember just now earlier, there is a category of this one, less than 150,000. So the next page talks about how do you measure the 150,000? How do you measure it? Yeah, 150,000 revenue. Okay, so this is how you measure the 150,000. What we call it the threshold test. How do you test whether you fall into the threshold that needs to be e-invoice compliant? Okay. So in a group of companies, when I say a group of companies means got the father, mother, brother, sister lah, holding company, subsidiary, related company. So this is in a group of company situation. So if in a group of company, okay, you are owned by non-individual shareholders. That means you are owned by corporate, you are owned by another company, a holding company. If your holding company is more than 150,000, everybody below also must follow the father, mother, the holding company. Yeah, so holding company more than 150, the subsidiary also must be e-invoice compliant. Let's say even though this company is less than 150,000. Okay, maybe in another scenario, let's say this is less than 150, this is less than 150, but this is more than 150. Also, you need to comply. This one needs to comply, this one needs to comply. So that means the easier way to remember is in a group of company, if any company is more than 150,000 revenue, satu kena, semua kena. So that's the easier way to remember. Yeah. So yes, that's what it says. If any entity in the group is required to implement e-invoice, all the rest are affected also. That's the easier way to remember on the threshold test. Okay, I hope you are following so far. And this is just the introduction, giving you some context and concept. Okay, let's look at the threshold again to see whether you need to be compliant or not, e-invoice compliant. So what if you are a sole proprietor? Yeah, Lily Cafe Enterprise. Yeah, or Ali Cafe Enterprise. So how do we measure this 150,000? So for a sole proprietor like Ali owns several sole proprietor business. Yeah, Ali owns Ali Cafe, Ali Tailor, Ali Moto, and this is the annual revenue lah. Business kecil saja, 1 tahun baru 55,000. Yeah, he has 3 small businesses. But these 3 small businesses total up more than 150,000. All these small businesses total up more than 150,000. So IRB says, it doesn't matter. I know this one is very small, but because the total is more than 150,000, all also need to be e-invoice compliant. This is for a sole prop scenario. Yeah, because in a sole prop scenario, the concept is you are the business is you are one. Yeah, so all of this is under Ali. So the tax office look at Ali as a whole, 150,000. Yeah. Okay, so we look at all the transactions that are required to be e-invoice, and let's look at what are the transactions that don't need to be e-invoice, or we call it exempted transactions. So we have exempted people. Who are the people exempted? The 5 exempted category. Now we have exempted transactions. Yeah. So the first one is employment income. So in the exempted transaction, you don't need to issue e-invoice and you don't need to issue self-bill. The first one is employment income. So bosses out there, every month when you bayar gaji to your staff, jangan panggil mereka, okay, I bayar gaji you sekarang, you bagi saya e-invoice. Okay, don't do that to your staff, okay? They are not required to comply. You just bayar their gaji and pay that, give them the payslip, yeah? Employment income, no need e-invoice. Number 2, pension. Okay, pension, they retire already. Don't kacau them, okay? Don't ask them for e-invoice. Alimony to spouse, yeah, don't need e-invoice. Certain types of dividend. Zakat is a form of tax, so there is no e-invoice. Buy sell of shares or derivatives, don't need e-invoice. And then number 9, if you are disposing or selling shares of a company incorporated in or outside Malaysia, which is not listed on the stock exchange. If you sell shares or derivatives of a company which is listed in Malaysia or outside Malaysia, incorporated in Malaysia or outside Malaysia, which is not listed on the stock exchange. Okay, this panjang punya lah. Then don't need e-invoice. Those are exempted transactions. So there are 7 types of exempted transactions that do not require e-invoice. Okay. Okay. So just now was just the introductory, giving you some background of what e-invoice is. The next question is, okay, you give me all this info, right? What do I do with it? So how to start? Yeah. So if you're part of a company and you want to ask yourself, okay, where should I start now with all this e-invoice information? Yeah. So my recommendation is where to start is you focus on 3 areas in your business. Number 1 is the people. Yeah, focus on the people. Number 2 is focus on the processes. And number 3, the technology. So where to start? PPT, people, process, and technology. That's how you start your e-invoice implementation in your company. So people, so what do you do? So you got to set up a team of people or a few people to implement, to champion, to project manage this entire implementation. Yeah. So get from a group of people. Yeah. So these people will be championing, managing all the different parties in the e-invoice implementation. Okay, next one is after you implement, when come 1st of July, day-to-day, all the day-to-day e-invoice preparation and submission, you got to have the people to do it. Yeah. Day-to-day e-invoice. So that's the people. So they need to go for training, they need to go for upscaling and so on. Okay, so number 2, what you also need to look at is start looking at all areas of your business, all the departments from sales, sales admin, purchasing, IT, finance, logistics, warehouse. Evaluate all the processes in the company and take a look which process you need to tweak so that you can be e-invoice compliant. Yeah. And number 3, technology. I would say this is the easier bit lah of the 2. Okay, technology is take a look at the software, the accounting software that you're using, the POS software that you're using. Okay, whether the software is e-invoice compliant, look at the infra, whether it can connect with my invoice portal to make it easier. So how to start? PPT, look at all these 3 areas in your life. Yeah. So later I will be going into a little bit more detail, and my partner, Tommy, will also elaborate a lot more details on these 3 areas, how to start. Okay, start with the most important area, which is the people. Yeah, if no people, nothing jalan, right? So if you have a canggih software, e-invoice compliant, but there's no people, tak boleh. So we must always assemble the team first. So you need to assemble your Avengers team for this e-invoice implementation. Yeah, so gather all the people from these different departments. That's the people part. Everybody. So please don't say that, ayah, e-invoice lah, my finance workout team lah. Bukan macam itu. Not your finance workout team. Everybody is part of this entire e-invoice process, especially the boss. So the boss needs to know what is happening, who needs to do what department needs to do what. So very important. If your boss say, ayah, never mind, I just leave it to the finance department, please tell your boss, bukan, I can do the work, but you also must know. Yeah. Okay, so the people, train them to be e-invoice ready. Okay, I just give you some examples, what kind of training for the people that is required. Okay, so if you are running a retail store, that means, for example, if you have a retail store that sells clothing, if you have an F&B, if you are dealing with B2C business, so you need to train your counter people or your floor staff how to respond to customer who request for e-invoice. So they come and makan, they come and buy baju. If they want the e-invoice, they must know how to guide the customers how to get the e-invoice. You cannot say, wait, saya tak tahu, let me tanya my boss. Then the boss will be very busy, okay? So you need to train them how to respond to customers. Finance, of course, very important. Training for finance and sales people, how to issue e-invoice and how to do self-bill and how to do the monthly submission. Finance staff, what are the compliance, rules, regulations, alignment of process, etc. Okay, for your purchasing and logistics, okay, you receive e-invoice from your suppliers, right? So when you get the e-invoice, what must you do? What must you check? You must do that. For all staff, okay, you see, that's why I say everybody is affected. If you're a staff, right, and you actually make staff claims every month, you claim your petrol, toll, parking, etc. Staff claims. So everybody is affected. You must also know what to do, what kind of supporting document to get to put in your staff claim. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So basically, this is the type of training that you need to train all your different departments, the people. They need to know what to do. Okay. Okay. So the first P, Gao Tim the people first. The second P is the processes. Okay. So what I've done here is I listed out some of the things to be reviewed in each of the process in the company. Yeah. Some of the policies that you need to think about, you need to consider, and you need to make a choice whether you want to maintain or change. Okay. For example, for your sales department or your sales administration department, so like I mentioned earlier, you got to current date all your e-invoice. You can no longer backdate. So if you have this backdate practice in the past, so you need to be mindful. You cannot do that anymore. Yep. Number two, okay. Now that every e-invoice that you issue will every e-invoice that you issue will go to IRB, right? A copy to IRB. So now you want to start to think. Last time I want to issue, I just get my stuff to issue to the customer directly. So whether now you want to put another layer of approval, somebody checks it first before it is being issued to the IRB, then eventually your customer. So you may want to think about that. Any internal approval required. Number three, remember the 72 hours golden, the 72 golden hours that I mentioned just now? How do you want to deal with the rejection? And how do you want to deal with the cancellation? Yeah. So does it mean that, you want to follow strictly 72 hours? You fasten all your SOP so that everything is done within 72 hours? Or you want to maintain, never mind lah, business as usual. After 72 hours, then I issue the end law. Okay, that is also okay, but you need to take a look and decide. So if you're doing a B2C business, yeah, you will need to train your people on how to handle the e-invoice request. And if you are in a B2C, you need to set some policy. What policy is that? Yeah, you need to set some policy of customers requesting e-invoice from you. For example, you set a policy that when you buy something from me, yeah, if you want an e-invoice, you must request within 3 working days of your purchase. This is an example. Or you must request from me maximum the 3rd of the following month. Okay, so these are some policies. Later, I have real life examples of how this policy look like. Yeah, real life examples. So you just hold your horses. Yeah, hold your horses. And yes, like Alex said just now, all your questions don't pose first, because as we go along, some of your questions would have been answered by my through the presentation. So you hold your horses, don't ask questions. When I finish this section and you have any question about what I presented that you are not clear, then you ask the question. Okay? Boleh? So for finance people, need to look at the processes of issuing e-invoice and self-bill. So finance people, you are the people who are going to do the self-bill e-invoice, and whether it falls under the 9 scenarios allowed. You cannot simply self-bill. You cannot say, okay lah, I don't have e-invoice. I think for safety purpose, Chinese say, 买个保险, buy insurance. Okay lah, just self-bill lah. So it's not, you're not allowed, only if it's 9 scenarios. Then finance, every month to recon between the information in the My Invoice portal and your accounting software or your e-commerce platform or your POS system. So you got to, make sure the information tally lah. Finance, submission of console e-invoice, what dates you want to submit, how do you want to review first before you submit. And then finance also needs to be clear of what are the general theme to use and all the services classification codes lah. Remember I said there's 46 classification codes. So you need to be aware of that, finance. Okay, in terms of purchasing or procurement process, so you would like to take a look at how fast you want to do your three-way match. Three-way match means the PO you give to your supplier, the delivery order of the goods that comes to you, and the supplier invoice. 3 document, 3-way match. Yeah. So because of the 72 hours rule. So last time you may have reviewed all these 3-way match within 1 week. With this 72 hours rule, would you still want to maintain that, or you want to review it faster? Check the validity of e-invoice. What it means is that got QR code, right? Now every invoice, e-invoice will have QR code. So the purchasing department, while you're doing a 3-way match, probably to scan and make sure that it's a valid QR code. Not you scan and something else pop up. You scan, maybe a Mickey Mouse picture pops up or what. Yeah. So this is about checking the validity of the e-invoice. Then the next question is, how do you know whether the purchasing has done all the verification? How do you know? What can you see? So in the past, it's very common for people to use a chop. You know, one chop got 4 kotak, prepared by who, reviewed by who, approved by who, you know. Then from there, who signs on the document? Then you know that these people have done the necessary check and validation. But now, a lot of things is so paperless. Yeah. So you cannot see the proof of work done. Yeah. So with that, how do you want to know whether the validation has been done or not? In the absence of a physical document and a chop or a sign or signature on those documents. For purchasing, it also affects your who do you want to buy from? Do you still want to continue to buy from people who doesn't give you e-invoice? So that may affect your procurement cycle. Okay, HR department. How is HR department affected is that your employee handbook and your HR policies needs to be reviewed and enhanced to cover employment benefits. What are all the perks that you give to your staff? And what are the payment on behalf of employers? So 2 things, perks or benefit that they can enjoy. Example, gym membership. Example, spa package that you give to your staff. This is employment benefits. An example of payment on behalf of employer is that you buy something, for example, you buy stationery on behalf of your employer and you want to claim back. So these are 2 separate things that will be addressed by Tommy in the afternoon session. Staff claim process, how to do. And then you want all the staff to carry your company TIN number, BRN number, etc. in their handphone. And when they go and make a purchase on behalf of the company, they can give this information to issue e-invoice. So for your IT department, okay, what do you need to look at is review your software, your POS, your accounting software, your CRM software, see whether the software is ready, and you probably need to talk to the software vendors to link up the software to my invoice portal, etc. So these are all the processes that needs to be changed or reviewed and revamped because of the e-invoice implementation. Okay. Okay, so I talk about the products and services classification codes. So this is new for finance people, for anybody. This doesn't exist before e-invoice. So you need to be familiarized yourself with this product classification code. 001, breastfeeding equipment. Some people look at this, hello, why breastfeeding equipment got a specific classification code? So when I analyze, the classification codes, so what I get is that your personal tax relief, there are items which is you can claim for personal tax relief. So these items are part of the classification codes as well. See, childcare center and kindergarten fee. If you have small children, you go to send them to kindergarten. So 002. Computer, smartphone, tablet, the 2,500 personal tax relief that you can claim. So it's this one. So this classification code is actually also cover your personal tax. So 46. 45. Sorry, 45. Maybe they will tambah lah in the future. Okay. So next part. Next part is T. So we cover P, P, T, P, the 2 P's we cover. Now we cover the technology. So how to submit an e-invoice? So generally, there are 2 ways to submit an e-invoice. Number 1, you log into My Invoice portal and you manually submit, through the My Invoice portal. I will highly recommend you not to do it because you're going to be doing double work. Why? All the documents arrive at your place. Your finance department will be entering the information 1 time in the accounting software. If you do this way means you need to enter the same information in the My Invoice portal. So buat 2 kali kerja loh, double work. So that's why I highly recommend Don't do that, especially if you have a lot of transactions. Later, your finance staff will double, double the work. Or you can use software or API. API means you actually connecting your accounting software, your CRM software, or your point of sale software. You connect it to the My Invoice portal. So whatever that you do here, you do an e-invoice from your accounting software, then a copy gets lodged in the My Invoice portal. So this will be the recommended way. Yeah. Recommended way to actually do your e-invoice submission. Jangan buat ni lah, ni 2 kali kerja. Okay, so how do you know whether your POS system, your CRM software, and your accounting software is e-invoice ready? How do you know? So what you can do is that you can go to the MDEC website here, MDEC website, yeah, and then it will give a list of PayPal ready solution providers, and it will give a list of service providers. So it lists down all the software and the company that has been accredited by MDEC. That means already said boleh link. That means you can choose one of these software. It's already accredited. That means you can link already to My Invoice portal. Yeah, so go into this website and check whether your software is e-invoice ready. If you're too lazy to do that, what you do is you take your phone, give your call, cling, ask your supplier, hey, your software e-invoice ready or not? Okay, that's the faster way. So make sure your technology part is ready. Okay. So if you haven't had a chance to go and visit My Invoice portal, okay, this is how it looks like. Yeah, this is how your My Invoice portal look like. This is the home page. Yeah. And if you are doing a manual submission of documents via My Invoice portal, step number 1, you remember I say you got 4 times 2 types of e-invoice, 4 times 2 types. So 1, 2, 3, 4 types. Self-bill, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is for your sales cycle. This is for your expenditure cycle. Yeah, so got 4 types. So you need to choose. You need to put the document version. And there are many different tabs to fill up. Yeah, many different tabs. Your supplier information, buyer information, line items mean every row of your invoice. What product do you sell, quantity, price. So you need to fill up all that. All the additional information, submit. Yeah. So basically, it's rekey in all the information that you would have done in your accounting system into this portal. Tolonglah jangan buat ni. Okay? Yeah. Right. Okay. So let's go to proof of income. Okay, I think I'm running a bit slow here. Okay, so the proof of income, which actually your sales cycle, I think proof of income may not be a familiar word to you. So we just simply say your sales, yeah, your sales cycle or your revenue cycle. Okay, so what you need to start doing is ask yourself this question. Your customers, who are you selling to? Yeah, are you selling to business? That you are a business to business. That means your customer is another business. Or B2G, you are selling to business to government, yeah, B2G. Or B2C, yeah, business to consumers are your customers, end users, and consumers, yeah. So if you look at the amount of information, then you know that, sikit info, wow, this one banyak info. So if you are selling to B2C, which means that there are a lot of more things to take care of, yeah. Okay, let's go one by one. Ask yourself, who is your customer base? If they are B2B, what you are required to do is you need to issue individual e-invoice. B2B, if you sell to 100 people in that month, you will need to issue 100 individual e-invoice to each of them. That's what it says. Okay. Example of a B2B business is that, for example, accounting firm like Intune, accounting firm like Finamix, yeah, B2B. Architect firm, engineering firm, if you are an IT service provider and your customers are corporations, so you will need to be issuing individual e-invoice to each of them. Yeah. Government, B2G, sama macam B2B. You need to issue individual e-invoice for every of the transaction that you make with them. Okay, B2C. So if you are selling clothes, if you are in F&B, if you are selling handphones, you have a retail store, your customers are end users. So what you can do is you can do consolidated e-invoice. Maksudnya, first of the month until 31st of the month, all the sales that you make, you can kumpulkan or consolidated it. Because I use the word console, right? One of my clients asked me, what does console mean? That means it's bujuk, is it? You need to console. Okay, no. It's actually consolidated. It's kumpulkan and do one time at the end of the month. Yeah, consolidated e-invoice. However, if your customer say, I want an e-invoice, yeah, if your customer say, I want an e-invoice, so you must give the person an e-invoice. So generally you give a receipt, right? A receipt or normal invoice. But if the customer insists for e-invoice, you must give them. After the relaxation period, the relaxation period, you can say, no, I don't want to give you, I'm not ready. But after the relaxation period, you must give e-invoice if your customer requests it. Even though, let's say, they come to your shop to makan, you must give and if they request. Okay. Next one. You need to take a look. Do you sell your products via e-commerce platform? Shopee, Lazada, TikTok? Yeah. If you do, then that is another totally different treatment. Because if you're selling on those platforms, Lazada, Shopee, TikTok, they would have self-bill you. That means even before you want to issue e-invoice, they already reported you. That's why just now the news, 66,000 businesses. It comes from where? It comes from these e-commerce platforms. They're selling on e-commerce platform. Yeah, they will actually self-bill you and report you. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's why step one is to take a look at your sales, what kind of business you are in. Okay, so let's talk a bit more about B2C. Yeah, because you see B2C a bit panjang lebar, right? To assist you to comply with e-invoice and to reduce the burden. Yeah, reduce the burden means not so mafan lah, not so mafan. So the tax office allows you to consolidate the transaction with all your customers. So you don't need to give one by one and submit it on a monthly basis. That's what the law says lah. So a supplier, and if requires an e-invoice, you need to, if they don't ask you for an e-invoice, you just issue normal invoice, like how you normally do it, normal receipt. Yeah, same, business as usual, BAU. Yeah, but if they, no. Okay. So if they issue a normal invoice, then you need to do consolidation at the end of the month within 7 days. This is consolidated e-invoice, okay? 7 days. Okay, I give you another more specific scenario. Yeah, this is a case study. What type of e-invoice? Okay, so this ABC operates a restaurant. Yeah, F&B operates a restaurant. When a customer walks in to dine, and at the end of the day after paying, so if the customer needs an e-invoice, yeah, the customer will give her name, her IC, the company TIN, or even her own TIN, etc. And you are required to issue an e-invoice, which is validated with tax office, and the restaurant, which is you are the restaurant, will give the customer a copy of e-invoice if they need. Customer masuk the restaurant makan, didn't request for e-invoice, business as usual lah. Business as usual. And at the end of the month, you do a consolidated e-invoice within 7 calendar days. So it's 7 calendar days, right? So if it hits a weekend, public holiday, and your finance department is off, then you need to plan your work earlier. Yeah. So that's what it means. 7 calendar days, tak kira public holiday ke apa, 7 calendar days. Yeah. So if you're in a B2C, this is the consideration that you need to take a look. Okay. Okay, now you can put your handphone to good use. Okay, take your handphone out. Yeah, mobile phone. So this is a sample of a B2C receipt. Yeah, I went to Bake with Yen to buy some baking things. So Bake with Yen actually sells to end users. I'm one of the end user and customer. So when I buy things, they give me a normal receipt like usual. Yeah, but if you so you take a look, this receipt got an extra QR code. Yeah, so now you scan the QR code. Okay, do some exercise, scan the QR code. Okay, so when you scan the QR code, yeah, and when you require or when I require an e-invoice, I fill up all this information, panjang lebar 2 page, and submit. Yeah, and later I will get an e-invoice via my email. Okay, I want you to go back to just now the receipt here. I want to read the fine print. This is what I mean by the policy. You see, scan QR code above to request for your copy of the e-invoice within 3 days after purchase date. Okay, beli barang dalam 3 hari, you must scan and request for your e-invoice within 3 days after purchase date. Any e-invoice request after the above mentioned will not be accepted. Kalau you mau e-invoice, you cepat-cepat request 3 hari. After that, they don't entertain you. They say, okay lah, you make do with this receipt lah. I'm not going to give you e-invoice. Okay. So B2C, if you are in a B2C business, set this policy. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's take a look at another B2C business. Popular bookshop. Okay. Customer walks into Popular Bookshop to buy something. Popular Bookshop gives a normal receipt with a QR code. Okay. Again, take out your phone and scan the QR code. Okay. Do some exercise. Take out your phone and scan the QR code and see what's inside. Huh? Okay. And also pay attention to this. So there's the policy, request timeline. It says that start date next day after your purchase. That means if today I buy from Popular, I cannot request for e-invoice today. I can only request tomorrow. Yeah. Last date to request for the e-invoice is the first calendar day of the following month. So one day after I buy, only I can request, scan this QR code to request. The last day of my request is the first of the following month. Anything outside this time period, you went to go to Popular to request, they don't entertain you anymore because this is the policy that they set. Okay, so when I scan the QR code, this is what I saw. This is the screenshot that I saw. So this is all the information that to be key in. Okay. So imagine if your staff go and buy all the things on behalf of company and they request the invoice, every receipt dia kena isi ini semua tempat kosong. So which means what? Extra kerja loh. Yeah. So but you need to prep your staff and tell them this is the policy that is required. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Okay. Yeah, so this is a B2C sample of a validated console e-invoice. Just now I talked about console e-invoice, right? Consolidated e-invoice. So when you do a submission of console e-invoice at the end of the month, yeah, at the end of the month, you kumpulkan all your sales for the month, and then you do one time. So on the IRB portal at the back, this is how it looks like. Yeah, this is how it looks like. The 55 quota, the 55 field, this is how it looks like. Very detailed. Supplier TIN, BRN, SST number, MISC code, description of your business activity. Okay, buyer TIN. This is a general public TIN. Buyer TIN, the TIN number is E90000090 followed by 10. That is the TIN number for general public. Okay. And then if you take a look, the classifications code 004 means it's a console e-invoice. Yeah, 004 console e-invoice. And if you take a look, the number that is key in here is the invoice number or the receipt number that you have issued to your B2C customers. If you see there's a missing number here in between, what happens to 1113? Why is it not inside this console e-invoice? Because, answer is, because somebody has already requested an individual e-invoice with the number 1113. Yeah. Yeah. So cannot report again lah. If you report again, then your income sudah double lah. Yeah. So if you look at the second one, yeah, the last number is 2450, then it's missing 2451. So what it means is for 2451, 2451, somebody has requested for a individual e-invoice. So what does it mean? So if you are opening a restaurant and then in that month you have 1,000 sales transactions and 100 people already requested for individual e-invoice, then your consolidated e-invoice will comprise of the balance 900 customers that did not request an individual e-invoice. Okay. I hope you are following me. So that means the balance lah, the balance you kasih semua lambak in the consolidated e-invoice and you buat satu kali, one invoice saja. And the total sales for the month lah, the total sales for the month excluding the individual one that was issued. So this is what console e-invoice means. Okay. So let's talk about industries. Yeah. So if we say that if you are selling to end users, B2C, you can do console, you can just lambakkan and do console. But there are 7 industries where you cannot do console. Yeah. No consolidated e-invoice is allowed. Yeah. These 7 industries. Number 1, automotive. If you sell new car, used car, etc., you cannot issue console. Everybody that comes to buy car from you, you need to issue individual e-invoice, although it could be B2C. Aviation, that means you buy flight ticket lah. Yeah, but this one has been postponed due to security reasons. Yeah, so for the airline, in this, they actually cannot issue console, but it's been postponed lah. Number 3, if you sell luxury goods and jewelry, so you also cannot issue console e-invoice. Construction, if you are wholesaler and retailers of construction materials related to construction, you also cannot issue console e-invoice. Okay, you got to issue individual. Next one, license, betting, and gaming. Yeah, so this one applies. I believe it doesn't apply to any of you here. Okay, so it applies to Toto, 4D, Magnum, and all that. So when somebody win money, Toto, 4D, Magnum, they need to issue e-invoice to the winner. So, sorry, sell bill, yeah? So, yeah, so let me see. Casino and gaming machines exempted until further notice. So what is the implication to you? The implication to you is that if you buy Big Sweep, 4D, Toto and all, and if you win the money, the tax office would have known. This is what it means lah to you. Yeah. Payments to agent, dealers, and distributors. So if you are in a business and you actually make a sale through your agent, dealer, and distributor, and you pay them commission, income, and incentives, you cannot also do consolidated. You need to issue individual e-invoice. Yeah. Okay. All right. So these are the 7 industries. So if you are one of these industries, so please take note. Yeah. Okay. I got only 2 more slides to go before we take a break. Yeah. So again, what is next? Yeah, this is a repeat of what I mentioned earlier. So you need to start to take a look at the PPT, people, process, and technology in your company for implementation of e-invoice. Okay. You see, so whenever they put out a new law, sure got penalty, right? Otherwise, siapa mau ikut, right? If you put traffic rules, you cannot hit the red light and there is no penalty. Less people will follow law, right? Okay, so let's take a look at the penalty for non-compliance. So if you don't comply, if you don't fail to issue e-invoice or fail to issue self-bill, yeah, or fail to issue consolidated e-invoice, the penalty is 200 to 20,000 or masuk penjara 6 months or both. Okay, 200 to 20,000 or masuk penjara 6 months or both. Yeah, but I would say they won't put you in the jail, no place. Yeah, they won't put you in the lockup. So this 200 or 20,000 right, is per transaction or per offense. You know, it is not for, if you satu kali never issue your e-invoice, that is one offense. Yeah. Okay, so for buyer, what is the implication? Potentially. So why I'm saying potentially is that the Income Tax Act is still in effect to determine the deductibility of expenses and whether you can claim personal tax relief or not. But mungkin akan datang, okay? Mungkin akan datang is that potentially the expenses cannot be substantiated for tax purpose. That means you cannot deduct tax law, then you need to pay more tax lah. Yeah, so this is the penalties or for non-compliance or the potential impact of non-compliance. Okay? Okay, so I am done with part 1. Part 1 is the overall, there is the introductory in the background. Okay, I'm done with part 1. Now we are going to take a 15 minutes break. And like Alex said, we are going to put on a timer. So after 15 minutes at 10:45, we will resume. Yeah. Okay, everybody, now what we need you to do is for HRDF purpose, we need to take a group photo. Okay, now it's time to turn on your video. Turn on your video. Turn on your camera, not turn on your video. Turn on your camera. Okay. HRDF. Kalau mau claim HRDF, mesti buat ni. Okay. Okay, everybody turn on your camera. Is everybody the camera on? Yeah. Do we need to unpin my speaker? Unpin so that not so big. I'm not so big. Okay. Oh, now we can see, not everybody. Okay, we request everybody's cooperation to turn on your camera. We need to do this step for HRDF claim purpose. Kalau tak, nanti the claim tak approve. Kena bayar for the training. Okay, you give a bit of time, okay, for everybody to turn on their camera. Okay, please turn on your camera. We want to take a photo. Okay, so we are still waiting for some other people. 60%. Calling for all participants. Please turn on your camera. Okay. Okay. Okay, 70% already turn on camera. If you know any of them, your kawan, please tell them, hey, on camera, need to take photo now. Otherwise, you need to do some Photoshop, man. Okay. Okay. It's not all turn on camera apa macam ya? Okay, okay. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, strike a pose. Okay. Okay, so we have taken the photo. Thank you so much. Please go and take your break and we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Sounds good. Yeah, offer.
Testing, 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 testing. Okay. Okay, I hope you have had a break to decompress before we, give you more technical information. Okay, so what I did was I spent the last 1 hour to give you a brief and a background overview of what e-invoice is. And then I also spent 30 minutes on the sales cycle or the proof of income cycle, the sales cycle. So 30 minutes on the sales cycle. And we are going to spend the next 1 hour and 45 minutes before lunch on proof of expenditure and continue after lunch. Yeah. So looking at the time involved, right? Sales only 30 minutes sudah kau team, and expenses, banyak panjang lebar. So this actually busts a lot of people's misconception about, e-invoice is about just issue e-invoice to your customer, what is so hard about it? That's what I usually get. So then my response is, yeah, betul, the sales one is very easy. Wait till you for the expenses. Then they will get shocked. Oh, expenses also need to issue e-invoice, meh? Then this is where we are going to cover. Okay, so now we are going to cover the expenditure part or the expenses part, which is your cost of sales or your overhead expenses. Yeah, so this is where self-bill comes into the picture and all. Yeah, so proof of expenditure. Okay, so at the moment, currently, so when you incur an expense, what you do is you have a normal invoice. Yeah, you have a normal invoice, or you have normal receipts. Yeah, if you go makan, you go and buy some things, you get normal receipts. Yeah, this is to substantiate that you incur that expense and you pass to your finance department, and you for them to enter into your P&L lah. Something is not right with that one. And CP58, CP58 is once a year, you issue this form, a tax form called CP58 to the people whom you pay to. For example, your agents, your dealers, you actually give them a form at the end of the year called CP58, and you actually summarizes all the income or commission or the incentives that you pay to that agent, dealer or distributor for the whole year. So CP58 or dividend warrant. So this is the current practice. So when e-invoice comes, Look at the red one. So got two extra things. So same thing. This is business as usual, the 4 steps. Then you have e-invoice, and you also have self-bill e-invoice. Yeah. Okay, then we talk about tax deductibility, because everything revolves around whether you can deduct tax or not, or whether you can claim a personal tax relief lah. So it says business expenses are tax deductible when they are incurred wholly and exclusively in the production of gross income. Yeah, this comes from the Income Tax Act. So your tax deductibility is currently governed by Income Tax Act. So today we're going to talking about a few language. We are going to talk about, some of the languaging will be from accounting standards. Some of our languaging will be from e-invoice regulations. Some of our language will be from Income Tax Act. So there are 3 different things that we are talking about. Yeah. So before or currently, and when e-invoice comes about, these are the extra things that you need to do. Okay, proof of expenditure. How do you prove that an expense has been incurred? Yeah. Like I said, so mafan, right? I buy something from my supplier. I give him business. I pay him money. I need to also give him a self-bill. That means I need to do the work of billing myself. And then after that, give him a copy of the self-bill. Yeah. So welcome to e-invoice. That's what it is lah. So self-bill e-invoice is when you need to bill yourself for the expenses that you actually incurred under the 9 prescribed circumstances. So 9 scenarios you can self-bill, you cannot suka-suka self-bill. Yeah. The next one, I think after lunch, we will talk about Tommy, the speaker, will talk about employment perks and benefits. And we will also talk about expenses incurred on behalf of employer. So I will cover 3 of the 9 prescribed circumstances before lunch. Yeah. Okay, next. Self-bill e-invoice, general concept and types of transactions. Okay, self-bill. So what the current practice is that the seller, let's say I'm selling, I issue an invoice to my buyer or customers. Yeah, and the buyer keeps it for the business expense and also tax reporting. So that's what's currently happening. Yeah. So under the e-invoice era, what happens is that the role and responsibility of the invoice issuer is reversed. Brain fried, huh? Okay, brain fried already, huh? Buyer and seller can reverse or not? Yeah. Your role is reversed. So it says that the buyer, which is your customer, assume the role of supplier and issue a self-bill e-invoice as a proof of expense. So if you are confused, you're on track, okay? Just follow me slowly, follow me, yeah. So the seller, I am not required to issue e-invoice to you anymore. Yeah, does not require to issue e-invoice. You buy, you need to self-bill me. Yeah, apply to 9 prescribed circumstances. So these are the wordings that is being used in the IRB guideline lah. But okay, for a layman, like I said, if I buy from my supplier, I pay him money, I incur the expense, and I just bill myself lor. If he doesn't give me an e-invoice and under the 9 prescribed circumstances, you can process this better. Yeah. Okay. Self-bill e-invoice for your expenditure. Okay. Number 1, the type of transaction. Number 1, payment to agents, dealers, and distributors. So in short, we call it payment to ADD. So in here, the role of the supplier is the agent, dealer, and distributor. Agent, dealers, and distributor. Okay, the buyer side far end is the one that assumes the role of the supplier and issues self-bill. Okay, so if I make a payment to agent, dealer, and distributor, I'm the one that make the payment. I'm the one that need to self-bill. Okay, look at the last column. Yeah. Number 2, we call it imported services or imported goods. That means if I'm buying barang, goods from overseas, or I'm buying a service from overseas, yeah, the supplier is the foreign seller, the Malaysian purchaser. That means me, I am the one that's supposed to be issuing self-bill e-invoice to myself. Okay, simple as that. Okay, if I buy something from overseas, The overseas supplier is not mandated to follow the Malaysian e-invoice requirement. It's my pasal, it's not their pasal. They are located overseas. So in this event, the role to issue the self-bill e-invoice is with me. Yeah, so I pay an overseas supplier for the goods and services, then I need to do self-bill, Malaysian purchaser. Number 3, profit distribution, example, dividend distribution. So if you're running a business, you have reserves at the end of the year and you issue dividend to your shareholders. So the recipient, the supplier, in this, the supplier role is the recipient of the distribution. That means your shareholders get the money. Don't need to do anything, but the company or the taxpayers that gives the dividend is the one that needs to do self-bill. I give the dividend to the shareholders. I'm the one that do the self-bill. E-commerce. Yeah, just now we talked a lot about Shopee, Lazada, and TikTok, right? So this one, e-commerce. So for e-commerce, the supplier role is the merchant, those that operate the little shops in those e-commerce, or the driver or rider that actually delivers your barang. So they don't need to issue e-invoice. Okay, siapa issue e-invoice? The e-commerce or intermediary platform, they are the one that issue self-bill. Meaning, if you have a store on Shopee, you don't need to issue e-invoice to your customers that buy your barang. Shopee will issue for you on behalf, self-bill. That's how the news came about, the 66,000 businesses. Number 5, pay out to all betting and gaming winners. Okay. Let's say I buy a big sweep, I win 1 million ringgit. Yeah, so Big Sweep will issue a self-bill e-invoice to me and report that I win the 1 million ringgit. So that's what it means. Yeah, so self-bill is macam lah tok pui check. Tok pui check means in English means report you lah, or whistle blow you. Yeah, report you or whistle blow you. Okay, this is the amount I paid that fella. So you make sure that, you know, now there's a record already that he has earned the income lah, or gotten the income. Yep. So your licensed betting and gaming provider, when they give you the winning monies, the lotteries and all, they will self-bill me. Yeah. Number 6, transactions with individuals who are not conducting business. Yeah, so if I transact with the individuals who are not conducting business, example, a good example is maybe your landlord. Yeah, so if I own a property, it's in my name, Yong Lily, I rent it out, then I'm not doing business. So this is also called under self-bill. So the supplier is the individual who's not conducting business. The buyer, that means the person who needs to issue the e-invoice, is the tenant. We are not conducting business. I'm the landlord. I mainly just own this property. I don't need to do anything. But my tenant, for example, okay, my tenant, let's say in Tune, I rent this place, this office from an individual. So I'm the one that self-bill myself for the rent expense that I pay to my landlord. 6 scenarios already, okay? 6 scenarios. Okay, 7 scenario, interest payment. Businesses or individuals other than financial institution. So the supplier in this case is the person or the recipient of the interest. Yeah. The buyer in this situation is the taxpayer that makes the interest payment. So what it means is that, okay, if I'm pay interest, let's say I get a funding from my mom, you know, to fund my Intune business, and I agree to pay my mom interest. So I will need to be self-billing the interest that I pay to her. Yeah. Interest payment. Okay. Number 8, claims, compensation, or benefit payments from the insurance, from the business of an insurer. So let's say if I buy a policy, something happens to me, the insurance company pays me the compensation. Yeah. So the insurance company the insurance company will self-bill me to report that this is the amount of compensation that they pay to me, which is the policy holder or the beneficiary. Okay, so number 9. Yeah. Number 9, payment in relation to capital reduction, share, redemption, buyback, return of capital, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So the supplier in this situation is the investor. The buyer in this situation is the investee. Yeah. So is the buyer on the far column. These are the people that need to issue self-bill. Okay. So remember, for expenses, whether it's cost of goods sold or whether it's overhead expenses, and these are the 9 prescribed circumstances that you can self-bill. Okay. Tak boleh suka-suka, only if it falls under one of the 9 prescribed circumstances. So myself and the speaker after lunch, Tommy, we will take you through each of the 9 circumstances slowly. We'll hold your hands. Okay. Okay, let's start with the first one. Payments to agents, dealers, and distributors. ADD lah, yeah, payments to ADD. Okay, right. So the general overview is this. Okay, if you are a business, you are a seller, and you sell to the customers, this is the purchaser or the buyer, and there is somebody in the middle, which is called an agent or a dealer or distributor, that actually facilitate the sale. Yeah, seller, then this fella in the middle, he gets a commission. Yeah, he gets a commission. So whenever you sell a goods to the end user or the purchaser or the buyer, you are paying the commission to the agents, dealers, or distributors. So this is very common. So what are some of the examples of ADD? Number one, real estate agents. You have a house to actually let or to sell, then you appoint an agent to do it for you. What else? Insurance agents. Yeah. Number two, or number three, if you actually have to mediate or be a middleman to actually match, businesses buy and sell, you get a commission. So you are the role of agent, dealers, and distributors. Okay. So this e-invoice actually don't only cover monetary term. It doesn't cover the commission money that you pay. It also cover other form of compensation or other form of non-monetary lah. We call it non-monetary. Okay. So let's take a look. Yeah. Okay. The seller sells goods to the buyer or the customers. So the seller issue an e-invoice. Normal lah, like what we discussed just now. Okay. So if you make a sale, the seller issue a e-invoice to the buyer. Okay. Because this person in the middle facilitated the sale, he gets a commission. Yeah, he gets a commission. So the seller also pays commission to this ADD. So he receives the commission because he facilitates the sale. So this seller needs to do 2 things. One, issue the invoice to the buyer. Number two, self-bill the commission that she pays to this ADD. So she needs to pay him and then probably give him a payment voucher. Okay, we used to give payment voucher, but now she needs to give him a self-bill e-invoice. Yeah. Okay. So this happens except for commission charged by e-commerce platform. It doesn't happen that way. So in your business, take a look. Do you pay commissions to people? Do you pay a referral fee? Do you pay incentives? If you do, when you make the payment, you need to do self-bill. Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah. So let me see. Okay, like it says, payment can be in monetary form or in kind. In kind means goods. In kind can be holiday package. Yeah. So types of ADD, if the middleman or the agent is an individual and non-individual. So if the middleman is an individual, you need to take a look at whether that person is your staff or employee on payroll, or they are not employee, not your staff. Because your sales staff, you also pay them commission, right? So if they are your staff, they are your employee on payroll, the treatment is different. So currently, what do? You pay your staff a commission. You every in the monthly payment or payroll, you deduct the PCB. Okay. And then at the end of the year, for your sales staff, you actually report the commission you pay to your sales staff via the EA form and the form E. Okay, so you lodge a copy of how much total commission that you pay to your staff to the tax office via this. Yeah. So if you pay a commission to a non-employee, the non-employee, that means the person is not on your payroll. Could be somebody that you actually engage, on a freelance basis, etc. So at the end of the year, you're going to summarize all the commission that you have paid to this person, which is a non-employee, and you report that to the tax office via a form called CP58. Yeah. So this one, you would have already been doing it now in your business. Yeah, you would have already been doing it now. If you don't, that means you're actually not in compliance with the income tax act. So with the e-invoice, business as usual, tambah the red color one. So if they are if the employee, nothing changed, same. If they are not your employee, not your staff, in addition to giving them the CP58 at the end of the year, every time you make the commission payment, you need to self-bill issue a self-bill e-invoice to that person. Yeah. So CP58 again, once a year. But when you make the commission payment, let's say monthly or every 6 months or every quarter, you issue the self-bill e-invoice. Yeah. So that's for individual. Okay. So for non-individuals, so if you have agents, dealer or distributors, there are a company, yeah, or they are a sole prop, partnership or LLP. The treatment is slightly different, yeah. So at the moment, what you have been doing is that, so if you are a company, a LLP, a business are non-individual, we use non-individual. If you are a non-individual, so I want to pay you com, right? So what I ask from you is that, hey, give me an invoice so that I'm going to give you your commission. So that's what's happening currently. So you give an invoice. But in the e-invoice environment, what needs to happen is when I want to pay a company, a non-individual, the commission or incentive, I pay him the money, and I also need to self-bill the e-invoice. I raise the e-invoice, self-bill, and I give the other person a copy. Yeah, I give the other person a copy. So it's my job. When I make the payment, it's my job to issue the self-bill, regardless whether the other person give me invoice or not. So the burden is on the person who makes the payment to issue the self-bill. Okay, let's go through some examples. Okay, Mark is an individual. Yeah, Mark worked as a sales agent for VB Trading Sendirian Berhad. Yeah, so Mark sells 1 million worth of sales. So he sell 1 million worth of sales, and he get a commission income of 100,000. Yeah. So Mark earns 100,000 of commission income. So when VB Sendirian Berhad wants to pay the commission to Mark, yeah, so pay the money, and VB will issue the self-bill e-invoice, and give it to Mark. Yeah. So for VB, I'm VB, that's my proof of expense. And for Mark, it will be his proof of income. Yeah. So this is what it means. Company and individual. Okay. Let's take a look at another example. Yeah. Okay. Another example, Ali. Ali works as a sales agent for Cherry Automotive. Sell car lah. Okay, this fellow sells car. Yeah. Ali sold a car, 600,000. Wow, very expensive car, 600,000. Okay. So he sells a car, 600,000. He get a commission 20%. Wow, very good commo, 20%. Okay. So when Sherry pays the commission to Ali, Sherry will issue a self-bill e-invoice as a proof of expense for the company, and for Ali is a proof of income for him, regardless whether Ali will bill me or not. It doesn't matter, because I'm the one paying to the ADD. I have the burden of issuing the self-bill. That's what it means. Okay, let's take the example of Ali and Sherry. Okay, the Sherry Automotive. I hope I pronounce this correctly. This is a French word, I think. Okay, so this is how it looks like when I, as Sherry Automotive, issue the self-bill. This is what it looks like. It has all the supplier team, supplier name. Supplier name is Ali. Okay, supplier name is Ali. Ali's IC number is there. Ali doesn't have SST. Ali's house address is there. Ali's mobile phone, Ali's email, don't have MIC code, okay? Blah, 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 blah. And then buyer, okay? So in this case, the Sherry Automotive assumes the role of the buyer. Buyer's TIN, which is Sherry Automotive punya detail, the TIN detail, Sherry Automotive's BRN, SST number, etc. Okay, so if you look at the other kotak, the red kotak on your far right, okay, so it says that it's an e-invoice, type 1.1, version 1.1, and it's a self-bill invoice. Yeah, so in this scenario, it's a self-bill invoice, and all the UIN, a lot of info lah. This is the 55 kotak info. Yeah, okay. Next one, classification code. So 06037 is the self-bill classification code. So whoever in the finance department or sales admin that issues this self-bill need to choose the correct classification code, 037 for self-bill. The description, agent commission on Schnell car, 20% of 600,000. Wow, commission 120,000. Wow, very big comma by selling car. So this is how the self-bill e-invoice looks like in the My Invoice portal. Yeah, this is how it looks like, all the information that, and how it looks like a visual, we call it a visual representation. That means we take all the 55 fields, we put them all on this invoice. This is how it looks like. Yeah. And importantly, there's a QR code. So you can scan the QR code. It takes you to the My Invoice portal and shows a green tick validated. Yeah. So Sherry needs to do this step to issue self-bill e-invoice to Ali, who's the agent. Yeah. When Sherry pays the commission. Okay. Okay. So now we take another example. Just now we talk about cash, commission, the agent gets the cash. How about he get cash and something else, which is in kind, a free gift. Okay, for example, in this scenario, Jeff is an independent agent. Okay, so we need to make clear distinction whether it's staff or non-staff, employee or non-employee, because the e-invoice treatment is different. So this Jeff is an independent agent, non-staff, non-employee to media agency. So he earns a commission income in cash, yeah, monetary, 100,000. So he received cash, commission, 100,000. And he also get an iPhone, which is worth 8,000 ringgit. Wow, this one is iPhone Pro Max. Okay, very expensive one. Okay, 8,000 ringgit. And then, yeah, for hitting certain sales target. So when the media agency pays the commission and gives the iPhone to Jeff, the media agency needs to issue a self-bill e-invoice. Okay, 100,000 using this classification code 037. And then for the iPhone, which is worth 8,000 ringgit, the classification code is 045. That means the self-bill e-invoice got two rows. Commission income 037, 100,000 ringgit. iPhone classification code 045, 8,000 ringgit. So one self-bill e-invoice with these details. Yeah. So that's for e-invoice. Belum habis cerita, okay? Year end, media agency need to issue CP58 form to Jeff to sum up the whole year's commission and the gifts and whatever non-monetary items that media agency has paid or given to Jeff. Yeah. So this one CP58 is already an existing law and practice. You would have been doing that already. So it means it's the tambahan on. Yep. Okay. So I hope you are following me. Yep. So let's take another example. Yeah. So it's very common, right? For agents, example, insurance agent, when they hit a certain sales target, they get holiday package. Yeah, holiday package is so common. You hear your friends who are agents say, "Oh, I'm gonna go Korea for holiday. Oh, I'm gonna go Europe for holiday." Yep. So this one also must report, no, go holiday. Yeah, if you get a holiday package. So this person gets a holiday package to Europe worth 30,000. This one can go Scandinavia already, 30,000, okay? Yeah, get a holiday package worth 30,000, and the media agency will issue a self-bill e-invoice to Jeff. Yeah, so for the media agency, it's a proof of expense for me because I bear the cost of the holiday package. As for Jeff, it's a proof of income for him because he received a holiday package worth 30,000. So the self-bill e-invoice will use the classification code 045, holiday package for sitting sales target, 30,000 ringgit. Okay, so that's how the self-bill would look like. Plus, again, at the end of the year, the media agency needs to issue the tax form CP58 that sums up, the whole year's monetary and non-monetary payments to Jeff. Okay. Following? Okay. Next. Okay. So the next question is, what if the agent is not an individual? Just now we talk about Jeff. We talk about Ali that sells car, right? And then we also talk about Mark that sells the heavy machinery. So they are individual. Yeah, they are individual. So that was the treatment. What if the ADD, agent, dealer, and distributor, is a company, is a sole proprietor, partnership, LLP, or a Sendirian Berhad or Berhad? Okay, does it change the scenario? So now we are talking about payment to ADD, which is non-individual. Yeah. So for corporate ADD, corporate means they are in business lah. Yeah. Of which its principal business activity is to act as ADD and earn commission income. Can they issue e-invoice to buyer? Same scenario. I have this A Sendirian Berhad, who is the ADD because it's a Sendirian Berhad. So does the Sendirian Berhad issue me e-invoice? So the answer is no need. I'm going to pay you commission. You no need to give me e-invoice because the burden is on me who is paying you the commission to do self-bill. Yeah. So buyer is obligated to share validated self-bill e-invoice with ADD upon validation. So it's my responsibility as a buyer to actually self-bill you and give you a copy. So you don't need to issue the e-invoice. Okay, so what I am interpreting is, I don't trust you lah. So if I don't trust you that you will do it properly, so I need to self-bill you. Okay, so this is my language. This is my own language. Put some disclaimer first. Okay, so the question is periodic statement. What if the commission is paid monthly or every 2 months or every quarter, every half a year or every year? How do you deal with it? Yeah, if it is a periodic statements. Okay, so question, for monetary incentive payments, can self-bill e-invoice be done based on the periodic statements provided to the agent? So can I follow the frequency that I pay? So the answer is yes. I can issue self-bill e-invoice based on the periodic statements provided to the agent. Follow the business practice. That means business as usual lah. So if I pay that person every month or every quarter, so each time when I make the payment, it's that time lah, I issue the self-bill. Yeah. So the law only requires that if you have a certain SOP, you just follow it consistently. Yeah, that's the required standardize the SOP, apply consistently. Don't suka-suka, you follow the periodic statement. Don't suka-suka, you every month, suka-suka, you every quarter. So if you adopt a policy, follow it consistently. Okay. Okay. We are adding complexity. Okay. I hope you are following. So we're going to add on. Yeah. Add complexity to this. Okay. So scenario. What if I already pay the commission? Then there's a cancellation of sales and there needs to be a refund of the commission. So how does that work? I already pay the commission, but my customer cancel. So I need to refund to the customer. So I need to get back the commission from you, right? Right? From the ADD. So this is what happens. Yeah. Okay, follow me. So again, Ali is an agent. Ali earns commission. So in the month of January, Ali's commission is 5,000 ringgit. So we pay commission to Ali 5,000 ringgit. So the company that pays actually self-bill the 5,000 ringgit and give a copy of the self-bill to Ali. Okay. Comes to February. Ali earns a commission of 3,000. Yeah, earns a commission of 3,000 for the sales that he made in February. But at the same time, somebody who bought in January actually canceled the sale and request for refund. So I must also reverse Ali punya commission, right? Yeah. So reversal 2,000 ringgit. Yeah. So then the net payment that I pay to Ali is 1,000. Yeah, 1,000. So I issue a self-bill e-invoice of 1,000. Yeah. So the self-bill e-invoice must have line details of the reversal. So the self-bill invoice got 2 lines. First line for February, commission 3,000 ringgit. The line number 2, reversal of commission for previous months, 2,000 ringgit, 3,2. Then next, you pay him 1,000 ringgit. Yeah. So that's how you do it. So include the necessary adjustment in the self-bill e-invoice. So you need to have 2 rows. And then you show the net commission basis. The gross amount, 3K minus 2K. Okay. So this is a scenario where you have a reversal of commission because a sale was cancelled. Okay. Following me, you can net it off in your self-bill e-invoice. Okay, next one. Okay, next one. Scenario 2. What if the reversal is more than the commission that Ali earns? A bit jialat, right? Yeah. So the reversal, that means my commission reversal is more than the commission that I earned for that month. Okay, we take the same scenario. January, Ali makes a commission of 5,000. This one nothing changed. But in February, the commission that he earned is 3,000. But there was a cancellation of sales, and his commission for the previous month that he has received need to reverse 4,000 ringgit commission. Very chalat. Okay, so that month the company doesn't pay anything to Ali, right? In fact, actually Ali still owes the company 1,000 ringgit. So the company just don't do anything. The company just don't give there's no money to be paid lah. And also didn't ask Ali, hey, come on, you pay me back. So that doesn't happen. So what happens in that? Although you didn't make any payment to Ali because Ali still owes me money, the 1,000, but the company needs to still issue a self-bill e-invoice because technically it's negative 1,000. Okay, so you need to issue a self-bill credit note of 4,000 for the reversal. Yep. Yes, correct. So there will be 2 transactions here. Self-bill commission of 3,000, a self-bill credit note of 4,000. So in the IRB punya data, so it's a net off of negative 1,000. Yep. So in the next month, yeah, Ali earns a commission for the month of 2,000. And remember, he owed the company 1,000 from last month. Yeah. So there was a reversal of 4,000. So he owes the company 1,000 from last month. So what needs to happen is that the company will pay net, will pay Ali net 1,000. And then the self-bill e-invoice is 2,000. Yeah. Self-bill e-invoice is 2,000. So March issue. Okay. So at the end of the day, what is important is that because the cash flow, which is the payment amount, and the e-invoice billing or self-bill billing has a different treatment. What the company needs to make sure is that over the months, whatever that has been paid out as commission and whatever that has been lodged in my invoice portal via self-bill must tally lah. Masa saja tak sama, but the total amount over the months must tally 6,000, 6,000. Following? Yeah. So there are different rules that govern e-invoice, so we need to follow that way. In the end, both also 6,000, tapi different months sahaja. Yep. Okay. Right. Okay, so we look at the scenario number 3 for payment to ADD. Scenario number 3. So again, we talk about Ali. So Ali still earn commission income. Okay, but for this scenario, we added on that he also actually rent a space from his media agency. He rent a space, and he needs to pay rental. Yeah, he needs to pay rental. So he get commission income, and he has a rental expense that he needs to pay his principal lah. I call it principal. So this is very common in insurance, in the insurance industry. So if you park yourself, you rent an office or a space in the principal's office, you pay rental, and at the same time you get com. Okay, we call it set off lah. Rental set off with commission. They are two different things. Yeah, set off. So you need to account it separately. Commission account separately, rental expense separately. Commission income earned by Ali as follows. January earn 5,000. Okay, in January, Ali also needs to pay rental of 6,000 because he rented a space from the principal. Yeah, and this 6,000 is offset against his commission income. Yeah, here commission he's supposed to receive 5,000, then he need to pay rental 6,000. So in terms of cash flow, the company is very good. The company doesn't ask Ali to pay the 1,000. Say okay lah, never mind. Hutang dulu. Okay, this 1,000 we kira next month. So in terms of the self-bill e-invoice, 5,000 for the, need to submit a 5,000 self-bill for the commission income that the company is actually supposed to pay Ali. And then the company, because the company also makes rental income, so the company issue a e-invoice for the rental income. Yeah, slowly. Commission is self-bill because from the company point of view, is an expense. Commission that I pay Ali is self-bill. The rental that I'm supposed to collect from Ali is my income, so I issue e-invoice. Tak sama. Okay, tak sama. Okay, so comes February. Yeah, so comes February. Commission income is 3,000. Yeah, company needs to pay Ali commission income 3,000. And then because last month Ali still hutang me. Yeah, still hutang me the 1,000. So in terms of cash flow or the payment, the company would be paying Ali 2,000 and then self-bill the commission of 3,000. Yeah. Okay. So if you look at the net effect, cash outflow for the company is 2,000, payment 2,000. In terms of self-bill e-invoice for the commission expense is 8,000. And then because I'm collecting rental from Ali, 6,000. So 8 and 6 net of 2,000. Yeah. So if you are a little bit confused, you are on track. Don't worry. Yeah. Later during the Q&A, you can ask your questions. So if you're confused, doesn't matter. We keep on adding complexity to it. Okay. Yeah. So what it says is that account separately based on the e-invoice requirement. Commission, line cerita. Rental, line cerita. Ini self-bill, ini e-invoice. You need to account separately. Tak boleh campur roja. Okay? Right. Okay. So these are some of the common questions that you probably be asking Yeah, the question is, should self-bill e-invoice for payment to ADD done based on accrual or paid basis? Alamak, walao yeah, one more level of complexity, right? So just now I said there's accounting standards that you need to take into consideration. There is the Income Tax Act and there's the e-invoice. So now this is an accounting question, yeah? So you pay the ADD, should you account it on accrual or paid basis? Yeah. So what the guideline says is, dua pun boleh. If you want to follow accrual pun boleh, paid pun boleh. Yeah. As long as you are consistent. Yeah. Consistent with the documentation provided to agent. Because when you want to pay the agent, you need to give some sort of document, right? So what you do is the basis that you adopt, whether accrual or paid, follow the document that you give to your agent. Okay. So But our personal recommendation is, you follow the accrual concept lah. The accounting concept, the accrual basis. This is our recommendation. But the law say you suka, accrual pun boleh, paid pun boleh. Yeah. Yeah. Wah, ini ADD very panjang oh. Wah, sampai sini pun belum habis. Okay. Yeah. So it shows that there's a lot of things that needs to be, a lot of technicalities lah when you have a payment to ADD. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Adding complexity. Ini income tax. Okay. Ini income tax punya cerita ya. So if you make payment to agent, dealers, and distributors, other than all the e-invoice requirements that I talked about just now, these are some of the other things in terms of income tax that you need to take note and you need to comply. Okay. In addition to all the e-invoice things that I talk about. So this is tax. Okay. Tukar channel from e-invoice, tukar channel to income tax. Okay. So principle to observe section 107D, which is the withholding tax requirement, but not the ADDs. So that means it says that in accordance to this withholding tax, this section of the law regarding withholding tax, the burden is on the principal or the person who pays the commission. Yeah, not the ADD. The person who receives the burden is not on the ADD. Okay, now it says that withholding tax of 2% will only be applicable if the total sum received by ADD in cash and in kind exceed 100,000 in the immediate preceding year. Okay, want to pingsan already. Okay lah. So simply what it means is that, if last year, you pay that ADD agent more than 100,000. Whole of last year, January to December, you pay the ADD more than 100,000 in cash and in goods or in kind, more than 100,000. Then this year, 2025, before you make any payout to the same ADD, you need to toll out 2% from the payment. Yeah. So you need to toll out 2% from every payment that you're going to pay to the ADD. Because last year, the ADD actually get paid 100,000 or more. Okay. So the burden is on who? The burden is on the principal who makes the payment. Yeah. So it says deduct withholding tax from the monetary payment and remit the withholding tax deducted to the IRB within the stipulated time. So let's say in May 2025, if I were to pay 1,000 ringgit or 100 ringgit commission to Ali, yeah, because last year he earned more than 100,000 from me, I only give him 98 ringgit. The 2 ringgit I withhold, and the principal will bayar to IRB. So I tolong, I'm the collection agent for the tax office. So I pay Ali 98. I ambil the 2 ringgit, I bayar to IRB within, got time one, cannot suka-suka bila, no later than the last day of the following month after paying or crediting. So after I pay Ali in May, I must pay the 2 ringgit or the 2% to income tax office no later than end of next month. Yes, end of next month. Yeah. Okay, so assess on yearly basis means what? So that means every year, you need to take a look at the commissions that you pay to all your agents. Every year, let's say to 2025, January 2025, you go to your accounts, you look at all the commission you pay to all the ADDs, you sum it up. Each person, you pay them how much? If each of the person, you pay them more than 100,000, then this year, 2025, you need to do this step of withholding the 2% when you make payment this year. So you need to assess every year. So if you don't comply, what happens? So if you don't do this step, that means you don't do the 2% withholding tax, no tax deduction for the ADD payment. That means if I don't tolong IRB to collect the 2% or the 2 ringgit and tolong bayar to IRB, and I pay full 100 ringgit to Ali, then whatever that I pay to Ali, the 100 ringgit, tak boleh tolak tax, which is very, very painful. Okay? Yeah. So if you don't comply, what happens is that if you make good means sometime in the future, you actually bayar the withholding tax to IRB. So you make good lah. You make good this, and you pay the penalty of 10% because you didn't follow the time to, deduct within the 1 month. Then your entire expense, which is 100% or the 100 ringgit, is eligible for tax deduction. Okay. Sorry, this across now. Okay. So in terms of e-invoice, the self-bill, you should self-bill how much? Yeah. So the self-bill amount is based on the 100%. Based on gross amount of commission payable. Yeah. So it's based on the gross amount of commission payable, the self-bill amount. Yep. Okay. All right. So this one is additional information on withholding tax in addition to the self-bill. Okay. Wow, very panjang this ADD. Okay, let's go to the second prescribed circumstances. So we have 9 prescribed circumstances where you can, or you ought to, or you must self-bill. So we go to the second one. Yeah, the second one is cross-border transaction. Yeah, cross-border transaction. And when we talk about cross-border, we need to distinguish very clearly whether it's goods or service. Cross-border, you must first distinguish whether it's goods or service. This distinction is very important because the treatment is different. 1. Number 2, you also need to distinguish whether you are actually selling overseas or you are buying from overseas. So if you are selling overseas, that means you are exporting goods and services. If you are buying from overseas, they are importing goods and services. So these 2 distinctions, you need to really get clear. Otherwise, as we go along, you campur aduk already, because these 4 scenarios, the treatment are different. Okay, so what it says, types of cross-border transactions, goods sold, goods or services rendered by a foreign seller to a Malaysian buyer. So Malaysian buyer to issue self-bill e-invoice as proof of expense. Okay. And the next point is goods sold or services rendered by the Malaysian seller to foreign purchaser or buyer, Malaysian seller to issue e-invoice as proof of income. Okay, so simply means that they're all Malaysian companies, right? So if your customer is an overseas customer, you will need to issue e-invoice to them. If your customer, you're a Malaysian company, if you are selling to an overseas customer, you issue e-invoice to them the same way that you issue e-invoice to all your other customers. So that's what it says. So the sales part is the easier one lah. That's what I said lah. Sales part, business as usual. All your sales transactions. But if you are buying services and goods, you are importing services and goods, then I'm buying, my supplier is overseas, that fella is not subjected or mandated with the Malaysian e-invoice. Nothing to do with them. It's my problem, it's not their problem, okay? So if I buy from overseas, goods or services, then I'm the one that need to self-bill, Okay. So this is the foreign practice. This is the current practice. A foreign seller issue an invoice, bill, or receipt to the Malaysian purchaser to record the transaction. Based on the foreign seller's local invoicing requirement as part of their business practice. So this one is explained earlier lah. So currently, I buy from overseas, then they will give me an invoice, they will give me a bill or receipt lah. From my foreign suppliers. Okay. So under the e-invoice, foreign supplier is not mandated to implement e-invoice. They are based in, let's say they are based in China. You import from China. Your e-invoice in Malaysia has nothing to do with them. You import from Europe. Our e-invoice in Malaysia has nothing to do with them. So they are not required to comply. So Malaysian purchaser, because I'm a Malaysian, I'm buying, I need to comply. So I need to issue self-bill to document that expense and also to support it for tax purpose. Yeah, to document it as an expense and that the self-bill is a proof. Yeah, it's a proof of expense for me to for tax purposes. Yeah, but I don't need to give the self-bill to my overseas supplier. I don't need. I self-bill myself. I just keep it lah. I don't need to give them because they has got nothing to do with it. They don't even want my self-bill. Yeah, this for record purpose. Okay, right. So that is the cross-border transactions. Okay, so in terms of cross-border transaction, it's important to determine when do we need to self-bill. Next slide. When we need to do self-bill. Okay, so when need to do self-bill depends on whether it's barang, goods, or services. Remember at the beginning, I said that it's important to distinguish between goods and services because the treatment is different. Yeah, time of supply. So this word that we use is called time of supply or biller. You need to issue the e-invoice. Okay, let's take a look at the goods first. Okay, the goods first. It's a bit more complicated. Yeah, goods. Okay, if it is a barang and you buy from overseas or you import from overseas, the barang will melalui custom, right? Yeah. So that's how the barang come to Malaysia, melalui custom. Hopefully lah, all melalui custom. Okay. So what you need to do is you need to self-bill the e-invoice as a proof of your purchase, as a proof of your expense. Me as a Malaysian buyer, I need to do the self-bill. Yeah. And when do I need to do the self-bill? Is by the end of the second month following the custom clearance. Like I said, barang from China, ship, melalui custom. Okay. After pass the custom, then it comes to me, right? So when do I need to self-bill? Is 2 months from the custom clearance date. 2 months, the end of 2 months from the custom clearance date. 2 months from custom clearance. Okay. Okay, so this is the example. This is the barang one. 2 months. The next one is when I buy a services from overseas, there is no physical barang. So it cannot pass through custom, right? There's no barang. It probably is just through email or the advice is through a Zoom meet, etc. So what happens is that when I buy the overseas services, when I consume it, I will also need to issue self-bill e-invoice. Me as a Malaysian buyer, I need to issue it. And then when do I need to issue the self-bill e-invoice? Is the end of the month following the month upon whichever earlier. So either when you make the payment or the invoice date from the supplier. So you need to choose the earlier of the two. Okay. Within 1 month. Okay, later I will give example. So what it says is that if I buy overseas services, I will need to do self-bill. When is the earlier of either payment date or the supplier invoice date, the earlier of, and it's within 1 month. That means if this month, May, I pay for a foreign service, by 30th June, I need to do self-bill already. Yeah, 30th June, within 1 month. So example, professional and consultancy services, legal services. If you engage maybe a barrister from UK, yeah, from your counsel from UK, yeah, finance, advisory. If you import digital services, what is that? Okay, so what it means is that imported services also include whatever subscription that you pay to overseas for your Google, for your Facebook, for your TikTok, all the ads. That one also kena e-invoice, you know. Now it's very common. If you look at your sales and marketing expenses, you have all these Facebook lah, Google payment lah, Spotify, Netflix subscription, which if you use it as part of the business, you need to issue self-bill e-invoice. Yeah. Wah, banyak kerja, right? Now you start to think, oh yo, how come so much kerja? Yeah. Okay, let's look at the time of supply. The next slide. Yeah. Time of supply. Okay, let's talk about goods first. Barang. Okay, goods. So clearly this is goods. Okay. So whenever you import barang or goods from overseas, melalui custom, and custom will give you a K1 form. Yeah, K1 form. So this scenario is like this. So in January, you make a booking fee, you give an advance payment, or you pay already lah for a pro forma invoice. Okay, then the barang melalui custom on 31st January. The barang comes through custom clearance on 31st January. Remember, he said you have 2 months to do the self-bill. So meaning the time to issue the self-bill B invoice is before 31st March. Custom barang masuk in January. You have 2 months, February, March. Before the end of March, you need to issue your self-bill e-invoice. You need to put in your custom K1 form reference number into the self-bill e-invoice. Barang 2 months, services 1 month. Okay. Okay, scenario. Okay, this one services. Yeah, tadi is barang, sekarang is services. Yeah, importation of services. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, so the time of supply. Time of supply. So in this scenario, we talk about you actually pay first, you get the invoice later. So in January, you already paid the booking fee, advance payment, or full payment. January already bayar payment. Yeah. So it says that you have 1 month to issue the self-bill. So that means by February end, you must issue the self-bill. Yeah, you pay first, but your invoice comes in February. Payment happened in January. Invoice comes with February. The regulation says that you need to self-bill the earlier of payment or invoice. So in this case, the earlier one is payment. No? So you need to e-invoice, self-bill e-invoice by 28 February. Okay, follow? This is a scenario when you pay first, get the invoice later. Yeah. What if you buy an overseas service where you get the invoice first and payment later? Yeah, invoice first and or payment later. So in this scenario, January, you already get the invoice from Google. You already get the invoice from your legal counsel in UK. January sudah dapat invoice. Then February, you process the payment based on the invoice. Yeah. So based on the regulation, you are required to issue self-bill e-invoice before end of February lah. Because the earlier one is invoice, follow invoice date. So 1 month later, which is February, before end of February. Okay, follow? Yeah, so meaning imported services, you have lesser time. Imported goods, you have more time. More is 2 months, services is 1 month. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, time to add complexity to this. If your brain is not fried enough, now is to further fry your brain. Okay. Okay, so this one we talk about importation of goods. Yeah, importation of goods. What if it got a few shipment? Yeah, what if I buy goods from overseas and every time it pass through custom, it has a custom K1 form, but I ship in 3 shipments. 1 invoice, 1 purchase order to my supplier, but the barang datang in 3 different shipments. Okay, so how do we treat it? Okay. Okay, so let's look at the table. Okay, let's look at the table. So 1st of January 2025, okay, the China supplier already give me an invoice 1st of January 2025. Okay, then the first shipment arrived on 10th of January 2025. Okay. Because you already have the supplier invoice, you already know the total amount that you need to pay the supplier. You already know based on the supplier invoice. So what needs to happen is that you will input the K1 form reference number in the self-bill e-invoice. So in this scenario, you only do self-bill satu kali sahaja based on the first shipment. Invoice datang 1st of January. First shipment sampai 10th of January. Because you already have the supplier invoice, you already know the total amount you need to pay the supplier. So when you do the K1 form, you actually self-bill the entire amount based on the supplier invoice. Satu kali saja. Okay, to input K1 and the K1 reference number, you need to put in the e-invoice. Shipment, the second shipment comes on 8th of April. You don't need to do anything already. Third shipment comes on 16th June. You also don't need to do anything because in your first e-invoice submission, self-bill, you should report the whole purchase. So that's what it means. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So then the question is, what is the last day to issue a self-bill e-invoice? Yeah. The last day to issue a self-bill e-invoice is 31st March. Why? The first shipment comes in January. So 2 months later, February, March, the end of March. So you issue the self-bill e-invoice for the entire amount. Yeah. Okay. So satu saja, satu e-invoice saja. Okay, get me? Okay. So we are going to up the level a bit more. Okay, so if you are in the business of importing goods, then you pay attention lah. So if you think your brain is too fried and this one doesn't apply to you, you just chillax a while, okay? Yeah, okay. So scenario 2 is that, yeah, the scenario 2 is first shipment already masuk, 10th of January, yeah? And then you have a K1 form, 10th of January. So what you do is, because you have a K1 form, you need to self-bill. Yeah. So you only self-bill the first shipment. Self-bill the first shipment. So what figure should you put into the self-bill? You should put the value of the goods that is stated in the K1 form. Okay. You put the value of the goods that is stated in the K1 form on the 10th of January. So you follow that. Let's say maybe the first shipment is 1,000 ringgit out of 5,000 ringgit. You only put 1,000 ringgit, the value in the K1 form in the self-bill. After that, then supplier haven't given you invoice, That means you don't know the actual final amount yet. Okay. Then the supplier make the second shipment on 8th of April. 8th of April, you have a K1 form from the custom for clearing of the goods. On the K1 form, there is also a declared amount, the amount of the goods that declared. So what you do is, you also do a self-bill based on the second K1 form, based on the value declared. After the 2 shipments, supplier baru sahaja give you the invoice. Then you know the total final amount that you need to give the supplier. Yeah. So what you do is, yeah. So the first K1 form, you submit it to by 31st March. Yeah. The second K1 form, you submit by 30th June. Yeah. Because 15th April, you already received the invoice. So you also submit the balance of the whatever that you belum self-bill, you submit it in one K1 in one submission by 30th June. Okay. Can follow? Okay. So second K1 form comes in, there's a declared value. 1 week later, the invoice arrives. So what you do is, in that self-bill number 2, you put in the K1 form punya reference number, and you put the balance of the total invoice. The balance of total invoice yang you belum self-bill, which means you tolak the first one that you have already self-bill by 30th June. So when the third shipment comes in June, no need to self-bill already because you already self-bill the entire thing. Yeah. Okay? Right. Voila, got scenario 3. Same scenario, add more complexity. Got scenario 3, okay? It's the same thing. You buy from China, same supplier. But ini supplier very lambat. After send you all the barang, baru kasih you invoice. Yeah. Very good supplier. Send you all the barang, but haven't give you the invoice. So, first shipment, 10th of January. Second shipment, 8th of April. Third shipment, 16 June. Barang semua sudah hantar to you. But invoice only datang on 1 month later, yeah, which is 10th of July. So what you do is, so remember, each time you get an K1 form, that's when you issue your self-bill. So issue your first self-bill, issue the second self-bill, and then you issue the final self-bill, yeah? And then if the total self-bill that you issue on the shipment 1, 2, 3, different from the final bill that your supplier give you, if it's different, then only you make the adjustments in another self-bill. Yeah? Only if the total amount in the foreign supplier's invoice is different from the total self-bill e-invoices in the 1, 2, 3, then only you self-bill. Kalau sama, tak payah. Because you already self-bill the whole amount and it's in the IRB record already. Only if it's different, then you only make the adjustments. That means in this scenario, if there's no difference, whatever you have self-bill based on the shipment versus the invoice, you buat 3 kali self-bill sahaja. Kalau ada difference, then you need to buat 4 kali lah. 3 kali based on the shipment, K1 form. The last one is to adjust the difference based on the supplier invoice. So those who are importing goods, so please take note of the invoice versus shipment versus K1 form timing and also figure. Hey, I'm glad there is no scenario 4. We already cover all the most complex scenario for importation of goods already. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. So when you import goods, yeah, you do self-bill. So we covered that one. So what you do is you input the actual transaction value incurred as stated in the supplier invoice for e-invoice purpose. So what is the figure that you self-bill based on the supplier invoice? So you do not need to tambah the duties and the taxes that the custom charges. Don't need to, because they already know how much tax they charge you. So let's say you import the barang is 100 ringgit. Your self-bill is 100 ringgit. As say custom charge you 20 ringgit for duty and taxes, that 20 ringgit tak payah include in your self-bill. Yep. Okay. So if 1 month you have multiple purchases from the same supplier, okay, katalah this month, in the month of May, I buy 3 times from the China supplier. Buy 3 times, 3 different invoices. So I need to issue self-bill 3 separate one. I cannot console. Okay, I cannot console or kumpulkan and issue 1 self-bill. Tak boleh. I need to issue 3. Yeah. So that's what it means by the 3rd bullet point. Multiple purchases, same foreign supplier. You need to issue individual self-bill for each of the purchase. Follow? Yeah. So if you buy from different supplier, of course, you need to issue differently. Yeah. So consolidated doesn't apply in this scenario. Okay. If you have drop shipment, okay, I'm not sure if, because I see that some of you are from the trading business, right? So if you have drop shipment, this applies to you. Okay. So maybe I give a background what a drop shipment is. Let's say I have a business in Malaysia. I sell goods. Then I have these people who buy from me, the end user who buy from me. But I don't keep stocks. Yeah. Whenever my customer order from me, then only I order from my China supplier. It's very common, right? I open a shop, I sell goods. I sell to my customers. When they place an order with me, I don't have the stock. I don't keep stock. At the same time, I place an order to my China supplier. And my China supplier will send the goods directly to my customers. send directly to my customers, but my China supplier will bill me. Okay, so this is called dropship. Yeah, this is what you call by dropship. So how does a dropship work in an e-invoice environment? Okay, so it says that as there is no importation of goods into Malaysia, the timing of issuance of self-bill e-invoice will be upon the foreign invoice being recorded in the Malaysian taxpayers accounting system. Okay, so what it means is that I place an order, the supplier sent, supplier didn't send to me, so I tak ada K1 form. I don't have because it sends directly to the seller. So for me, the Malaysian seller, so when do I self-bill? Yeah, I self-bill when I record the costs or expense in my accounting system. I self-bill when I record the cost in the accounting system because I tak ada K1 form. The K1 form goes to the end buyers directly. Okay, so general rule, first party Malaysian buyer who receives foreign invoice from foreign supplier will issue the self-bill. So I explained this part lah. Yeah, so I'm called the first party. I'm the one that do business. Yeah, first party. I will receive the foreign invoice. I will self-bill. Yeah. Malaysian buyer who receive goods directly from foreign supplier. You remember my customers? The barang hantar directly from China supplier to them. So a copy of the K1 form will be with them. So what do? Okay. They don't do anything. Yeah. Okay. 30 minutes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, so this is Malaysia buyer one or the first party. Yeah, so in this example, I say it's me lah, me. Just now I give example, this me. Yeah, my customers place an order with me. Yeah, so I'm selling to them. So I issue invoice to this. I issue e-invoice to this. Yeah, I issue e-invoice. I buy from China. Okay, but the barang goes straight to my buyer. So it is my duty to issue e-invoice, my sales cycle to this buyer. It is my duty to issue self-bill for the foreign purchase. So I kena buat both of the kerja lah. Yeah. So my sales, I issue e-invoice. My cost, which is based on the suppliers, the foreign suppliers e-invoice, I will issue self-bill. Get me? That is the conclusion. Yeah, so that's the conclusion. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah, drop shipping. Yeah. So you can read this, and if you still don't understand, then only you ask in the Q&A. So, but the conclusion is, if I'm doing business drop shipping, kerja is with me, not with them. Sales pun saya kena buat. The purchase or cost punya self bill pun saya kena buat. Dia nothing. They don't have to do anything. Okay. So. Okay. So we are done with the barang part. Okay, we are done with the importation of goods where it comes through the custom. Okay, now we talk about services. Yeah, services. There is no custom. Yeah, everything happens through email, phone call, Zoom call, whatever. Yeah. So give you an example. It's Food Eatery Sendirian Berhad. So clearly this is a Malaysian, no? Sendirian Berhad. Obtain professional legal services from ABC in UK or in whatever country, yeah, based in UK, yeah. I engage a legal counsel in UK, right? So the UK law firm issue me an invoice of 200,000 ringgit for my legal advice, for the legal advice they provided. Very expensive, pound is 5 point something, okay? There's a 200,000 ringgit. So the legal advice that is provided, it relates to the relates to the matters in Malaysia. That means maybe I have some issues here in Malaysia. I got into some legal problem or legal trouble. I engage a UK lawyer to help me resolve this. Yeah. So this is called imported services. Yeah. And Food Eatery, which is me, I'm Food Eatery. I already paid for the services on 31st July 2025. So this is a scenario. Yeah, I am Food Eatery. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the scenario is, or the solution is, food eatery need to issue self-bill e-invoice. Yeah, I pay the lawyer in UK. I need to issue self-bill because the lawyer in UK has nothing to do with the Malaysian e-invoice requirements. Yep. And then when I issue self-bill, what is the TIN number that I need to put in? Yeah, so I need to put in a foreign supplier TIN. So there are four general TIN. I call it four general TIN. That means if the person that I'm buying from is not Malaysian and doesn't have a Malaysian TIN, I have four general TIN. Yeah. So if I'm buying from overseas, the general TIN ends with 30. So it's E invoice followed by 9 zeros and end with 30. Yeah. So general TIN for foreign supplier is 30, ends with 30. And when food eatery issue the self bill, or me, I'm food eatery, I issue the self bill, at the back, in my invoice portal, this is how it looks like. Or this is, we call it the visual representation lah. Yeah, visual representation of all the information that is captured in the self bill. Yeah. So if you look at the sample, so what happens is that buyer TIN is food eatery, the Malaysian company info. The supplier TIN ends with 30 with the UK company punya name, blah, 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 their address, the UK address and all lah. Yeah. And the classification code 035 and the description provision of legal services. Yeah. Okay. Follow? How does a self-bill looks like? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think I'm a bit behind time. Yeah, so I'm going to go a bit laju. Okay, so this one is not e-invoice related, but it is important for you because a lot of people miss this out, and as a result, they go and get tax deduction for their business expense. Okay, importation of digital services, meaning if you pay subscription to Google OneDrive, Google Drive, Xero, QuickBooks, Google Ads, FBX, Microsoft, Zoom, and etc. That means you charge your credit card lah with all these subscriptions, and the recipient is overseas. Then you need to think of all this. Number one, withholding tax. So let's say you pay Google 100 ringgit, yeah, for the Google Ads services. So what you need to do is for this 100 ringgit, you need to pay withholding tax on it. Yeah, generally it's 10%. Yeah, Malaysian buyer to absorb the withholding tax. So withholding tax is actually you are helping the government to tolak the tax and tolong buyer to IRB. But because in this case they are big boys, if you don't pay the full amount of say 100 ringgit, they won't give you the service. So what you need to do is you need to pay them the 100 ringgit, the full amount, and then you sendiri come up from your own pocket another 10 ringgit withholding tax and pay the Malaysian tax office. Yeah. So what happens is that this becomes an additional cost to you. So actually my Google Ads is only 100 ringgit, but now my cost become 110 because I need to pay the withholding tax. If you don't pay the 10 ringgit withholding tax, apa jadi is your entire 100 ringgit that you pay Google is not deductible. It's not tax allowable lah. You cannot deduct tax lah. Yeah. So the question is, should you self-bill the e-invoice to include the withholding tax? Yeah. So that's the question. Tax expense. So withholding tax is one of the tax expense. So you don't, government already know. So you don't need to self-bill also, they know. You pay the withholding tax. Yep. Okay. So additional information for you to consider. Okay, habis with the second prescribed circumstances. Okay, how much time do I have? Let me see. Okay, so I am covering one more, the third prescribed circumstances of the 9. Then when I finish this one, we can go for a break of 1 hour. Okay, stay with me. Okay, so this one in your business, most of the time you will encounter this. Yeah, so if you are a business, you may be transacting with somebody. Okay, that somebody is an individual. So here is very specific. Individual, Yong Li, not Intune Business Services, who are not conducting business. Okay, so what you do is you take a look at your P&L all your expenses, whether it's cost of sales or your overhead expenses, are you paying anybody in their personal name? So then it gets covered in this category. Yeah, it gets covered. Okay, so what it says is that if I'm a business and I'm transacting with an individual who's not conducting business, then the burden is on me to issue self-bill. Okay, I need to pay this individual, Young Lily, for the freelance accounting service that she gave me. And after I pay, I need to issue self-bill. Okay, and I give a copy of self-bill to Young Lily. Yeah. So if Young Lily is doing a business, Lily should be giving me an e-invoice, so I no need to self-bill if you meet the criteria. But if Lily is just doing this, like, okay lah, I just help you because you are my friend. I got a full-time job in Intune and, freelance on a non-routine basis, then the company who engaged Lily's service need to issue the self-bill. Okay. So when you apply self-bill in this situation, extremely important that these services is provided under personal capacity and non-routine. That means Lily is doing it in her personal capacity, and then it's non-routine. That means I'm not doing it on a monthly basis or a regular basis, or I have 5 to 10 freelance clients in addition to my full-time job in Intune. That one is no longer not conducting business. That one is I'm doing a bookkeeping service. Yeah, it's conducting business. Yeah. So if I make the payment, the burden is on me to do the test. Yeah, on me to do the test. Then the person who do the payment, the company need to super kepo lah and see whether this person that you are paying is actually pass the test of individual who are not conducting business, or memang lah that fella is doing business of freelance bookkeeping. Yeah. So remember, if you are transacting with somebody in their personal capacity, you need to be applying this test. You need to kepo, and you need to find out if that person is doing a business or not. Okay, later we teach you how to do the test. Yeah. Okay, yeah, something I forgot. So we will have quiz. Yeah. So once we cover the session before lunch, then before you go for lunch, we give you some quiz questions. So yeah, but easy one lah. Yeah, you won't be assessed in any way. Yeah, it's just a quiz for you to see how much you understand. Yeah, right. So it's not applicable. So this self-bill is not applicable if you are actually transacting with another business. So if the person is having a sole proprietor, partnership, LLP, Sendirian Berhad or Berhad, yeah. So this self-bill thingy doesn't apply. It only applies if it's transacting in the individual name. Okay, individual. Okay, so we are going to do some distinctions between staff, because your staff also receive their pay in their individual name, right? So they are employee and non-staff. Yeah. So the treatment is different. Yeah. So staff is you offer them a full-time job, employment contract. For staff, is a employer-employee relationship. You pay your staff salary, wages, bonus. And when you pay your staff, you would actually tolak the PCB from their salary and you pay them the balance, right? Subject to PCB. And there's EPF, SOCSO, EIS, and HRDF. In all these criteria, and it is covered under Employment Act or Labor Law, or your contract. Yeah, your offer letter is a contract. And in terms of control, employer has significant control over your work arrangement. So remember we said, the exempted one. Yeah, the exempted transactions is employment income. So in this scenario, as a staff, there is no e-invoice required. That's the conclusion. No e-invoice, because employment income falls under the exempted transactions, one of the 7 exempted transactions. Okay, if you are transacting with a non-staff in their individual name, so they could be your contractor, they could be your vendor or freelance. Just now I used the freelance bookkeeper, right? So This person providing me services, not my staff, yeah, not the employment staff. Lily could be providing a B2B or B2C services, it doesn't matter. Yeah, and Lily charges a bookkeeping fee. It can be a fee, commission, consultancy cost, or whatever, consultancy fee. And there is SST impact, possibly withholding tax impact, and possibly personal income tax impact. Yeah, no EPFs also, etc. Because freelance only mah, I just charge you a fixed lump sum, not covered under Employment Act or labor law. And as for the contractor, he will perform his work. He has more control when he want to do the work. As long as he's finished his work, where he do it, what time he do it, doesn't matter as long as he deliver. Okay, so in this category of individual, freelancer, contractor, vendor, what a company needs to do is they need to do self-bill or e-invoice. Yeah, so either the person needs to e-invoice me if this individual has already more than 100 and more than the threshold lah, more than 150,000, you need to e-invoice me. If it's less than 150,000, I will need to self-bill the freelancer or the contractor. Okay, so very clearly, this is only for transactions with individuals in their personal capacity. Okay, let's give an example. Yeah, so it's very common that your landlord may be an individual. Example, I pay rent to Lim Ah Sing. Okay, I pay rent to Lim Ah Sing. So this is a transaction with Lim Ah Sing, which is individual, right? Okay, it says that the tenant rents a property owned by two individuals, Tommy and Ben, or Lim Ah Sing, and they are two brothers. So this property is given by their parents. Yeah. And then Tommy and Ben, they are retired. They are not carrying business. So which means Tommy and Ben will not be issuing e-invoice because they retire and not doing business. Okay, don't ask them to issue e-invoice. But the tenancy agreement for that property, okay, is signed between company A. Let's say I'm company A, I'm doing business, and Jeff. Alamak, this Jeff is a third person pula. He doesn't own the property, but he is signing the tenancy agreement and he's receiving the rental income. So as per IRB specific guidelines, company A, which is myself, okay, I'm the tenant. I'm the tenant, yeah. I will need to issue self-bill e-invoice to each individual property owner based on their agreed proportion. Okay, so which means technically what needs to happen is I need to ask Jeff, he's super kepo. Jeff, this property owned by you or not? Jeff say, no, it's not owned by me. It's owned by Tommy and Ben. Then I need to be lagi kepo. So Tommy and Ben, they own how many percent each? Yeah, because I need to issue individual e-invoice to Tommy and Ben. If it's 60-40, then my self-bill e-invoice need to be 60-40. Yeah. Okay, the burden of proof is on the tenant, company A, to confirm the actual ownership of the real property. Wow, ini very pingsan, right? Yeah. So company A required to issue two separate self-bill invoice based on their agreed proportion as proof of expense. Yeah, so this is what the law says lah. You need to be super kepo, find out who is the rightful owner, find out what is their proportion of ownership, and I need to self-bill the owner. Yeah, so sometimes the tenancy agreement, the person that you sign with, they are not the rightful owner. But practical issue is sometimes you really don't know who is the actual owner. You actually based on whoever you sign the tenancy agreement with, right? Yeah, you are not so capable to go and find out, hey, are you the actual owner? Show me your title. Yeah, show me your property title. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so this is the practical issue lah. That means to the extent possible, you find out who is the real owner and then do the self-bill accordingly lah. Which to the extent possible. Because this assignment of rental sometimes happen because the two persons is in a very high income tax bracket. So they actually park it with Jeff. Maybe Jeff is one of their son, okay? Or yeah, one of their son lah, example. Okay. So just now you have rental, right? We have tenant and landlord. Okay. So with that also comes with utility bills. So your water bill, electric bill is under whose name? Yeah. So if the tenant is unable to, okay. So this is what is happening. For example, yeah. So now e-invoice is coming. I think to keep things simple, what you can do is go and change name. Yeah, go and change the your electric bill, water bill, and everything in your own company name. That's one option you can do. Yeah, so that you avoid all these self bill or issuing e-invoice things. You just change name. Yeah, that's what I do as well. Okay lah, just change to Intune's name. Then habis cerita. If you cannot, what you do is that if the landlord is conducting a business, your landlord, then your landlord will be issuing you e-invoice, right? So the landlord will need to issue the e-invoice, one line, rental berapa, then water bill berapa, electric bill berapa. So based on the actual bill amount, and then give you an e-invoice, the landlord give you, if your landlord is conducting business. In personal capacity, not conducting business, you will need to self-bill yourself for the rental amount, water bill, utility bills, whatever bill, you need to self-bill. So your invoice got a few lines. So you have two choices. You either go and change the names, these utility bills into your own name, or you e-invoice or self-bill based on the situation. Only if you do this, then this expense is properly substantiated for tax purposes. Some things. Okay. Let me see. Okay, we're gonna add complexity to this amount. Okay. Rental income, business income versus non-business income. Okay. So this is from the point of view of landlord. Landlord. So if you own asset, you are 包租公 or 包租婆 landlord. Okay, this applies to you. Yeah. So if your rental income is under section 4 of the under section 4D of the Income Tax Act, then this is a non-business income. It's a rental income, but non-business. The tax treatment is different. Okay. So how do you distinguish between or distinction between business income and non-business income? So if it will be a business income if you actively provide maintenance and support services. So if I'm a 包租婆, I actively provide support and maintenance services, then the rental income that I receive as a landlord or 包租婆 is considered a business income. Okay. Okay. So if it's section 4A, landlord then issues e-invoice. If it's section 4D, non-business income, and I'm the landlord, so if section 4D, non-business income, the landlord is to issue the e-invoice. And then if it's the company B, the tenant, not required to issue self-bill. You following? So it really depends on the landlord, the 包租婆, whether it's business income or non-business income. Business income, landlord will issue e-invoice. Non-business income, tenant will issue self-bill. Okay. So it says, the last one, it says, landlord, okay, either sole proprietor, partnership, LLC, or company who is carrying on business, regardless of rental income, need to issue e-invoice. So if you are carrying on a business, if you are a landlord, it doesn't matter whether it's business income or non-business income. From an income tax perspective, you need to issue e-invoice. Okay, all right, follow. So this one applies to 包租公, 包租婆, landlord, and if you are a tenant, okay, it applies to you. Basically, it applies to almost everybody lah, because we need a premise to operate if you're conducting a business. Okay. Next. Okay, so let's take a look at the scenario. Next slide. Okay. So here we're going to talk about business income versus non-business income. Tommy is a full-time lecturer at top college. Yeah. So what does it indicate? That means Tommy is in employment. It means Tommy is not conducting business because he's a full-time lecturer at college. Yeah. So Tommy inherited a piece of land from his parents and he actually rents it out to a planter to do some planting lah. So Tommy receives rental income as passive income. Because he's a lecturer, he receives a salary. Then he got this piece of land, Pao Choko, that he receives rental income. And he doesn't provide active maintenance and support. That means it indicates that he's not doing business lah. So the tenant, the planter, who is operating it as a plantation business, is required to issue self-bill. Yeah. So this is a scenario. Okay, follow. Okay, next one. Wah, ini rental punya banyak cerita dan banyak scenario ah. Rental income and rental expense. Okay. Okay, 5 minutes. Let me see I can finish in 5 minutes. Okay. I think I can finish in maybe 10 minutes ah. You just bear with me for a while. Okay, I cepat sikit. Yeah. Rental with company. Yeah. If company A owns an office property landlord and rents it out to company B as a tenant on a monthly rental of 5,000, and then company A's annual revenue is less than 150,000. That means that this company owns an office. That is his only revenue source, which is 5,000 rental income a month. So 5,000 times 12 is only 60,000, less than the threshold for this company to register or to be e-invoice compliant. So this landlord is exempted from issuing e-invoice. So the question is, should the tenant issue self-bill for the rental purpose? Okay, so the answer is, the tenant no need to issue self-bill, no need to issue self-bill or e-invoice because the landlord is under the threshold and the landlord is not an individual. Yeah. So only if it is individual, you do self-bill. The landlord is a company conducting business, but below the 150,000 threshold, business as usual, nothing happens. Yeah. So just normal receipt or tenancy agreement would be insufficient. Yeah. No e-invoice required, no self-bill required by the landlord and the tenant. Okay. All right. Okay, so we go to another example. Individual taxpayers who are not conducting business. Remember, individual, Yong Li Li, not conducting business. So ABC Sendirian Berhad buy or get freelance graphic design services for its product marketing campaign. Yeah, and ABC Sendirian Berhad hires Tommy. Okay, Tommy in his personal capacity. He doesn't register a business entity and he do the graphic design work as personal capacity lah. Then Tommy completes the project and hand in the deliverable. So since Tommy is not conducting business, ABC Sendirian Berhad must issue self-bill e-invoice as a proof of expense for himself and then give a copy of this self-bill to Tommy so that Tommy can use it as a proof of income. So the thing to note is this self-bill must be strictly with individual who is not conducting business. So there is a whole lot of tests that needs to be done for you to determine whether you can self-bill or not. Yeah. Okay, so who are these individuals who are not conducting business? Freelancer, individual contractor, gig economy, retiree, employees. You know, sometimes you have a full-time job. Let's say I have a full-time job in field. Maybe I also help one of my friends to do bookkeeping. Yeah. So this is employee, also can be individuals not under this category, students, housewives, etc. So it is not necessarily under the category of individual taxpayers who are not conducting business for the purpose of self-bill. So what it means is that you need to go through, really evaluate who do you do business with, and determine the e-invoice treatment. Okay, then the next question is, how do you determine whether an individual is conducting business? Because if I actually deal with you, I pay you a sum of fee, then the burden is on me to check with you whether you are conducting business. Yeah. So every transaction can be both business or non-business. You need to do direct inquiry. That means you need to be super capable, or you need to ask, are you doing business? Are you more than 150,000 that you need to do self-bill, or sorry, you need to comply with e-invoice? You need to ask all these questions to your vendors or freelancers. Substance over form. Substance over form means that even if you are individual, you say that you are not doing business, that is not good enough. It needs to be based on actually what it is. Further test is required. So this e-invoice actually places all the burden on ourselves who is doing the payment to do the test. Yeah. And you need to be capable. Example, the rental one, and also example, this one. Okay. Okay. Okay, just now we say doing business, right? I think this is the second last slide already. Okay. So doing business. So how do you capable to determine whether that person is doing business or not? So doing business means badges of trade. Whether the individual actually display badges of trade or not. So these are some of the factors to consider whether that individual is doing business or not. Yeah. So number one, whether that person is doing out of profit, yeah, profit seeking motive, frequency and number of transactions. If the individual does it every month, every week, business law, or yeah, substance over form. The nature of the asset, interval time between buy and sell. If my motive is I buy, I straight away sell. I buy, I sell. People order, I buy and sell. Then this is business. Or you buy something, you add value to it, and you sell. This is a business. So you need to actually check and confirm and be capable to find out. Okay. So summary. Yeah, summary. Next slide. Okay. Transactions with individuals. So if the individual is carrying on business, you need to ask that person, give me an e-invoice. Yeah. If the individual is not carrying out a business or is exempted from e-invoice, or they are foreigners, so I am the one who's making the payment, I will need to be issuing self-bill e-invoice. So this self-bill criteria or circumstance does not apply to other business structure. So if you are dealing with a so-called LLP partnership sendirian berhad, this whole thing doesn't apply at all. Yeah. If that business is exempted, meaning their business is below 150,000 per year, then business as usual, invoice as usual, receipt as usual. Okay, then it places the onus on me, who's doing the business, to actually capo and confirm your status as individual and confirm your status whether you are doing business or not. So that is the summary of transaction with individual. So, okay, so up to now what I've done is I have covered, after the break, the 3 prescribed circumstances for your expenses or expenditure where you can self-bill 3. So after lunch, Tommy will cover the 6 more, and from there. So if your brain is okay, photo time again. Photo time. So I would like to get your cooperation. Turn on your camera. This is to facilitate people who actually claim HRDF to attend this training. We need to submit our homework. Yeah. Oh yeah, we also have a quiz. So even you eat lunch also, cannot eat in peace. No, just joking. We just wanted to make sure that you get some, you really get what it is. Yeah. Okay, 30% already turn on camera. Come on, turn on camera. The quiz will go on after this. Very simple questions. 40%. Okay, so the quiz is just to give you an indication how much you are getting. Yeah. How much are you getting from this session? Okay, 50%. Okay. Please cooperate, turn on your camera for the HRDF claims purposes. Okay, doesn't matter. I think all of you want to go for lunch already. Tak boleh tahan. Okay, let's take a picture now. Smile. Okay, strike a pose. Okay.
Launch the quiz.
Okay, now you launch the quiz. So you can mark down and then do the quiz at the same time. Okay. Yeah. So we will see you back here in an hour's time for the second half. All right. Based on the timer. Thank you so much. Have a good break.
Currently involved when we talk about profit distribution or dividend distribution. So when a companies declare dividend, normally that what they will do, they will issue dividend warrant, or they will issue dividend voucher, or probably they will get their company secretary to document it down in a director circular resolution. Okay, so these are some of the documentations that we currently have in place before e-invoice era. So now with e-invoice era, whenever come to profit distributions, by default, the taxpayer who pays the profit out of the company, they are required to issue self-billed e-invoice. However, there are some exception rules applies to it. So let's jump straight into what are the rules. Okay, so let's talk about for companies first. For company, when we talk about profit distribution, we are referring to dividend distribution, dividend declaration. So company, we have Sendirian Berhad and we have Berhad. So for Berhad, you can see the extreme right column. What are the e-invoice requirement? Now RRB, they've issued a guideline saying that if you are a public listed company listed on Bursa Malaysia, basically you are exempted from issuing self-billed e-invoice. For you, it's like business as usual. I just continue with my current documentation will do. I need not do extra step to issue self-bill if I am a public listed company listed on Bursa Malaysia. Clear? That's the first exception rules applicable to listed company. Second, company under single tier tax system. What does it mean by single tier tax system? Before 2008, Malaysia actually have this imputation system, what they call as Section 108. Okay, so any dividend or profit that you have distributed or declared to your shareholder, you can utilize your Section 108 credit balance to offset so that the shareholders need not pay for the income tax. But subsequent to 2008, RRB basically they have abolished that imputation system. I would say 99 or even up to 100% of the company, they're already under single tier tax system. Single tier tax system means that whenever a company declares dividend, the dividend is tax-free or tax exempted in the hands of the shareholders. Okay, so why? Because the company already pays for the tax. If I tax again in the hands of the shareholder, which means it will have this double taxation effect. So basically that is what it means by single tier tax system. So the second exceptions will be for the company who are under single tier tax system and they are not required to issue self-bill as and when they declare dividend to the shareholders. All right. Moving on, LLP. LLP referring to limited liability partnerships. So if among the partners, they distribute profit to the partners, the LLP is required to comply with this self-bill requirement, which means whenever the LLP declare to each and every one of the partner, they have to issue self-bill for partner 1, partner 2, 3, 4, depending on how many partners that you have in your LLP. Individually, the company will have to issue self-bill based on your partnership profit sharing proportion. All right. So moving on next, for cooperative societies, foundations, associations, there's no escape for you as well. If you distribute profit back to the members, you are required to issue self-bill to each and every one of the members. So if let's say, imagine you have 100 members, sorry, you got no choice. You have to issue 100 self-bill to the member because they have the right to know how much profit that they are getting from your corporation, from your associations, right? Same goes to trust and unit trust. When they distribute to the beneficiary, same thing, they will have to issue self-bill e-invoice and to report to RRB how much profit distribution that they are getting. Last one, for sole proprietorship and partnership, this is a bit unique. I'm sure you'll be asking, why for profit distribution under sole proprietorship or even conventional partnership, they are not required to comply with this self-bill requirement? You have to ask yourself, if you are a sole proprietorship business owner, how many TIN number do you have? It's only one, right? One for your business, one for yourself, because Form B is the tax form that you'll be submitting, all right? So Form B means that I have income, I have business income. So I can have business income, I can have employment income, I can have rental income, I can have various sources of income. But the form that I'll be submitting is Form B, and I only have one TIN number, tax identification number. So imagine if sole proprietorship enterprise A, I declare profit to me as individual A. It's like the money going out from my sole proprietorship and flowing back to me. It's like same person, right? It's from right hand to left hand. So that's the reason why we come back to the logic of self-bill. This is not required because end of the day, they are referring to the same person. They are referring to the same individual. So for partnership, same thing. As for a conventional partnership, the partnership will be issuing CP30 to each and every of the partners, all right? So inside there, they will tell you how much profit distribution, how much income that you are getting from the partnership business. So end of the day, you as an individual partner, you'll be submitting Form B as well, all right? So everything will be reported under your Form B and you only have one TIN number. So in the eyes of RRB, there's no difference. Therefore, you need not require to issue self-bill when come to profit distribution under sole proprietorship as well as conventional partnership. Okay, so let us go through this. This is something that very common for most of you here. We talk about companies' profit distribution, companies' dividend distribution. All right. So this will be you, the private company, and the right side. Let's go through the right side first. When you are declaring dividend to your shareholders can be a corporate shareholders, it can be an individual shareholder, doesn't matter. So what should you do? By default, you should issue self-bill, okay? But remember the exception list that I mentioned, we have two exceptions applied to company, corporate. First one, if you are a public listed company, you are exempted. If you are Sdn Bhd under single tier tax system, you are exempted. So that's why I say 99.9% of the company in Malaysia today, they are under single tier tax system. So in short, essentially, when you declare dividend out of the company profit, you do nothing. You do nothing until RRB changes its laws, the rules and regulation. We don't know, right? But at this juncture, they are exempted. So we're done with the dividend payment. What if I receive dividend income overseas, local, foreign? Okay. Again, just like I mentioned, if I receive income from foreigner, from overseas, by default, I have to issue e-invoice to record my income, my revenue. Again, if I receive dividend income from a local company, probably I invested into this subsidiary. So when they make profit, they declare dividend back to me. So what should I do? Again, same rules apply. By default, you have to issue self-bill. Again, you have to check whether are they under exception list or not. As what I mentioned, 99.9% of them are under single tier tax system. Therefore, no impact to you if you are the recipient of dividend income from a local company. Clear? All right. Okay, so just now I touched a bit on drawings, advances. In case any one of you will be wondering, what's the difference between drawing advances versus profit distribution? I would say drawings or advances is not something very structured, and profit are not properly calculated before it's distributed out. So probably today my business, I have excess cash flow, right? I have excess money and I need it for personal use due to some emergency matter. I can anytime withdraw, I can anytime take the drawings out, but that doesn't mean it's a profit distribution because you have not taken into account all the business expenses that you have incurred in that business, okay? So this will be applicable to sole proprietorship and also partnership. What I try to say will be, end of the day, it's no impact. It's no impact to you if you are running an enterprise business. Okay, so this is an illustration of a snapshot that we gotten in the My Invoice portal when someone self-bill you for your dividend income or your profit. So in this case, this is a unit trust company. Okay, remember just now, one of the entity that require to comply with this self-bill rule is a unit trust company. You can see the type of invoice, self-bill invoice. Then this will be the amount that you are received from that unit trust company. This is a local Malaysian taxpayer. And you can see everything has been properly validated. So if let's say you have a lot of investment in a mutual fund, in insurance company, do remember to log in into your My Invoice portal, check the details, whether they are actually properly self-billed you or not. Because we wouldn't want they self-bill us on certain amount that might not be correct, might be wrong, because eventually this will be serious if let's say this have tax implication to me. I wouldn't want to declare or pay wrong tax to the government. All right. So what I want you to do will be go back, check your My Invoice portal under the self-bill column, check on the informations, the accuracy of the amount, because eventually you need to pay for it if this is not a tax exempt income for you. All right. So we have covered for profit distribution, the 5th prescribed circumstances under self-bill. And before I move to the 6th, e-commerce, maybe any one of you can tell me, do you conduct business or do you have sales carried out through e-commerce platform? It can be a local e-commerce platform. It can be foreign e-commerce platform. If you have the experience, please type 1 in the chat box. Okay, so I believe it's quite common, especially in today's world, in the era of digitalizations. I can do business anywhere I like, anywhere I want. Compared to in the past, the conventional method, I need to have a retail shop, brick and mortar kind of business model before I can actually sell my product. I can actually connect with customers. With this advancement of technology, I can have my sales done all over the world with all the customers around the world, anytime, anywhere that I like, right? So I can see there's a trend upward where more and more business owners embark on this e-commerce sales, e-commerce transaction already. So if you are one of them, please pay attention because this involves changes to your existing system, SOP, and you also have to check on your front end and back end. There are a lot of considerations to take note. So let's jump straight into it. Before that, remember in the morning, Lily mentioned about there were 66,000 of so-called taxpayer who have not declared their income tax, they have not paid for their tax deal, and all coming from e-commerce merchant or seller. You know why RB able to pick up? Because of this self-bill mechanism. Now you can see how powerful self-bill can be, right? Now, instead of I asking the seller to voluntarily declare how much income profit that I'm making, now I force the e-commerce platform operator to report on the seller behalf, right? Whether you like it or not, everything will be reported to RB, will be stored in the My Invoice portal, and RB will have all these informations with them, right? So if you are one of them, then please pay attention. So just like I mentioned, there are two types of e-commerce platform operator that we can find in our today business world. In Malaysia, local, we have Shopee, we have Lazada, we have TikTok, we have Grab, we have Foodpanda, okay? Local here means they have a legal business presence here in Malaysia. They have a legal Sendirian Berhad registered, incorporated here in Malaysia, all right? So for the overseas, what are the type of overseas e-commerce platform operator? You have Tmall, you have Taobao, you have Amazon, you have eBay. These are some of the examples of overseas or foreign e-commerce platform. Both will give rise to different treatment under e-invoice framework. Okay, so now we'll talk about e-commerce platform for local first. After that, only we move to foreign, okay? So when we talk about purchase of goods via local e-commerce platform, what should we do under the e-invoice framework? If let's say you are the purchaser, you places order via Shopee, you purchase goods from your supplier, all right? So when you click place order, you make payment, all the informations will be transmitted to Shopee. And Shopee will send notifications to the seller, the merchant. The merchant will know that, oh, customer A already placed order on this particular product. What should I do now? Probably I start to pack the goods, the product, everything, and prepare for delivery, all right? So once I deliver the goods, the buyer, they have the options to either request for a normal invoice. If they need it for tax supporting purpose, they can always go back to the Shopee e-commerce platform to request for e-invoice. Provided that you have submitted all your details. If you are claiming under the company, make sure you type in the company's details, PIN number, and the mandatory information, etc. All right. So upon request, Shopee will be issuing you with e-invoice to the end purchaser, the end buyer. Then what happened to the seller? What happened to the merchant? Refer to number 4. So for merchant, you'll be asking, I sell the goods already, right? Should I issue e-invoice for my sale of product, for my sale of goods? The answer is, under e-invoice framework, the e-commerce platform operator, i.e. Shopee, they will do everything for you, including your sales to your end customer, as well as their platform charges, commission, advertising fee, and etc. Everything will be done by e-commerce platform, all right? So there are 2 types of document that you'll be receiving from them if you are the merchant, if you are the seller. First one, for your merchant sales, you will receive self-billed e-invoice from Shopee. Remember, RRB wants Shopee to flag up, to report all your sales. So how should they do that? They do that by way of issuing self-bill, right? So once they've done that, they can share a copy to you as the merchant as your proof of income. Secondly, if you have experience in setting up a store in Shopee or selling your product via Shopee, in the settlement segment, you can see they will charge you for platform, commission, advertising, transaction fee. There are a lot of charges actually will impose on you. So that's why you know it's very profitable for all these e-commerce platform operator. So those are considered as their revenue, the e-commerce platform operator revenue. So again, when we talk about revenue, we talk about income. By default, they have to issue you e-invoice. From the merchant standpoint, your sales, you receive self-bill from them. For their charges, they will issue you e-invoice. Then you'll be wondering, me as a seller, me as a merchant, anything that needed from my side, anything that I need to do? Yes, there are things that you need to do, which we will go through that in a while. Okay, this is the summary. You can see for the merchant sales, Shopee will issue you their self-bill e-invoice. All right. So when we talk about refund note, it's quite common, right? When I place order in Shopee, if I don't like, there's a change of mind or whatever reason, I can always go and click cancel sales. Or when I receive the product, it's a wrong product or defect product. It can be many reasons. As long as it involves return or refund of money, it can be to buyer, it can be to seller, Shopee will have to issue refund note e-invoice. All right? Nothing concerning you if you are not Shopee, okay? Most of you here, business owner, will be the merchant. You just wait for the refund note, you just wait for the money to be refunded back to you. That's it. Okay, so next, e-invoice. Again, those e-commerce platforms, they will charge you with all their internal charges, right? So how should they do it? They just issue you with e-invoice for the platform fee. So if I am the buyer, then I can always request e-invoice from e-commerce platform, Shopee, instead of I go straight to the merchant. Because all the transactions are controlled by the e-commerce platform operator. Money received, payment, everything is through me. I'm the intermediary platform. The end customer, they don't deal directly with the supplier one. If they deal separately outside of this ecosystem, then it's not my problem. If you are inside this Shopee ecosystem, everything will be going through me. All right. So that's why you as a merchant, what you should know is yourself, you receive self-bill. For your cost, platform fee, they will issue you with Shopee e-invoice. Clear? So this is an example of Shopee self-bill. Shopee self-bill here, we are referring to you, merchant income, supplier income. Shopee under the buyer, because I have to issue self-bill, Shopee Malaysia, Shopee Mobile Malaysia Sdn Bhd, tax identification number, everything. You can see here, the product, e-commerce sales, everything. This is the amount that they basically reported to RRB. All this information stored in my invoice portal. RRB will have the information and they know how much are you making out of the e-commerce platform. Merchant expenses referring to the platform fee, commission fee, advertising fee, etc. These are all Shopee income. Therefore, Shopee is required to issue e-invoice to you. So you can record all this as your proof of expenditure. All right. So we have covered the e-invoice self-bill mechanism under e-commerce setting. Now, what's the frequency? When should we do self-bill? When should we do e-invoice? As per RRB guideline, that actually allows you to follow your current SOP or business practice. It can be on a daily, weekly, monthly, bi-monthly basis. But from what I know, Shopee, Lazada, every month, they'll be issuing you with statement. Okay. So what should you do is just basically get the monthly statement and compare with the sales that you have conducted through the e-commerce platform, so that whatever amounts that reported by them to RRB, you can always match it back with your internal records. So this is very important. Okay, remember just now, I was telling you, what should you do as a merchant, as a supplier, if everything has been done by Shopee, Lazada already, right? There are things that you need to take note, okay? Number one, make sure in your chart of account setting, you always create a separate line for your sales, e-commerce. You can bracket any platform. It can be Lazada, Shopee, TikTok, Grab, Foodpanda, so that when you receive the statement or self-bill from them, you can easily match it back and reconcile if there's any differences. All right. Number two, sales. We talk about sales. The corresponding entry will be receivable. Make sure you have a separate debtors code. All right. You don't lump all your sales only under one debtors code. You should create a separate debtors code under Shopee, Lazada, so that you can always refer back and reconcile if there's any differences. Another thing, since all your sales will be done by Shopee via self-bill mechanism, then you have to ask yourself, how do I record my sales internally? Because I have to prepare my monthly account, I have to prepare my yearly account, right? So what should I do before even I receive the self-bill? Should I rely 100% on the information furnished by Shopee to me? Or internally, what are some of the processes should be made in place so that there's always check and balance between how much is being declared or reported on my behalf? And second thing, if you are doing retail trading, sales normally involve stock out, stock movement. If your sales are tagged with your inventory system, how is your inventory quantity balances being monitored? So therefore, you might need to go back to check with your internal system. You can always issue a normal invoice. You can still carry out the normal stock out process so that at all times you have a correct inventory balance in your system. Okay, the only thing that you need to take note will be, make sure the normal invoice that you issue for your internal recording purposes, you don't submit for e-invoice validation. Because if you do so, meaning your sales might be duplicated. Remember, Shopee, they are responsible to report your profit, your revenue via self-bill. If they've done that, then when you issue your invoice again, you send for validation, which means your sales from Shopee has already double taken out in the My Invoice portal. So it's something that you have to take note when it comes to your internal process review. You still need to keep all your accounting record in place, just that you need to understand what are the things already transmitted to My Invoice portal and what are the information not, so that I can always compare my record versus the one in My Invoice portal. Should there be any differences, immediately I can investigate, immediately I can check with Shopee representative and make any necessary correction, amendment if necessary. Okay, so this is an example. Internally, we will suggest you to issue normal invoice because you still need to record your sales, right? The only thing will be, don't send for e-invoice validation. Why? Because Shopee already done self-bill, already reported on your behalf. Next, to create a separate debtors code, create a separate revenue code to monitor the amount reported by Shopee, Lazada. Okay, so this is a snapshot of where you can find the self-bill, right? So if Shopee, they self-bill you, you should be able to find under this document, and all the self-bill document will be appearing here. So what should you do? Take the total sales from Shopee, compare against your internal record, your internal sales. Does it match or not? If the difference are too significant, too huge, I would suggest you do a timely reconciliation so that you need not drag until long period of time. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be very difficult or challenging for you to backtrack, find back all the information, or even reconcile it properly. Okay? My advice, do this on regular monthly basis so that any differences arises, we can always go back and check with the e-commerce platform operator. So clear on the local e-commerce platform operator. Good. Next, I will cover for foreign e-commerce platform operator. For foreign e-commerce platform operator, it's pretty straightforward. Remember, just like I mentioned, if it's your income when you're dealing with foreigner, when you're dealing with overseas counterpart, if this is an income to you, always remember, I need to issue e-invoice. If this is expense to me, they won't bother to give me proper e-invoice because they are not required to do so. Therefore, I have to issue self-bill. That is something that you have to ingrain in your mind so that these are the things that you can apply correctly in your day-to-day business. All right. So let's say this is Amazon, foreign e-commerce platform. I am the seller. I sell through foreign e-commerce platform Amazon to US customer. All right. So when I sell to this platform operator, I have to issue e-invoice to Amazon. All right. So, or if the end customer require e-invoice from me, then probably I need to fulfill that as well. If you are the buyer, if you are the purchaser, I don't think Amazon will give you any e-invoice, right? So in this case, what should you do? You have no choice but to issue self-bill to record your own proof of expense. Because when we talk about proof of expense, it's very sensitive because this affects tax deductibility. Of course, right now, RRB, they didn't set a rules to say that if it's without e-invoice or even self-bill, I will disallow all your business expense. I will disallow all your claims until and unless they enforce the rule to say that if it's without e-invoice or self-bill, all the expenses will be non-deductible. Right now, that is not the case, but I'm not sure when, probably sometime in the future, until they changes the regulation and the law. But since we have to comply with e-invoice requirement, we have to make sure we comply to avoid on the penalty on non-compliance. Okay, so whoever that is in F&B, retail, or trading business, maybe you can type 1 in the chat box. Okay, so why it's important for me to gauge, because this is quite common. If you are running F&B business, we are referring to B2C, right? I'm selling to individual customer. Imagine today I operate a restaurant and most of my customer, the patrons coming in will be the individual customer. And you need to ask, do they need any e-invoice or not? Will they claim for any business expenses, business deduction, whether at company level or even at their personal level? If they are not, I would say they do not require e-invoice from you. So what can you do? You just can consolidate all these B2C transaction and submit within 7 days in the following month. That is the rules. That is the rules that you have to comply. All right. And you need to check back to your system. Because we talk about retail, we talk about F&B, there are people walking in on a daily basis, right? So I presume you have 2 systems. One will be the front end system, the POS system. One will be the back end system, which you will record all your sales, your monthly accounting, your company transactions, everything will be under the internal back end system. So you need to see whether my front end POS system is capable of issuing e-invoice or not. All right. because I have to ready with this infrastructure. Who knows, one day, one customer A tell me, hey, Tommy, restaurant, I need e-invoice. If they need, you have to provide. If you are you already implement or you have to comply with the e-invoice requirement, you have to provide to them. So you'll be asking yourself, should the front end system issuing you the e-invoice, or I need to go back and call my accountant, my finance team to issue you e-invoice from there? So probably in terms of time-wise is very troublesome. So if you run retail F&B business, go back, check your front-end system. Are they capable of issuing e-invoice? You can do it via various methods. You can have a QR embedded in the receipts. Like this morning, what Lily have shown, when you purchase things, you can see under the total amount, there's this QR code being embedded inside the receipts. Anytime you can just scan, fill up your personal or company details, and within how many days or hours, you should receive e-invoice from that company or from that restaurant. So of course, you also have to comply with any policy set in requesting e-invoice. From what I can see, normally they will set the latest you can request will be 3 days after your purchase or spending date. All right, why they do so? Remember, if you don't request for e-invoice, automatically this will fall under B2C transaction, and therefore I can do consolidated e-invoice. And there's a timeline for me to comply, which is within 7 days in the subsequent month. So if I allow you, I didn't set any timeline, then I might not able to submit correct consolidated e-invoice to RRB already. So it's important, if you are running F&B retail business, always set the policy, the duration of how long can they request the e-invoice. If after the expiry or after the duration, sorry, we cannot entertain because you don't comply with our company policy. This is something that you can set to make your life much more easier. Instead of 3 months back, 6 months back, someone calling you, hey, I need e-invoice, can you provide me or not, right? So this can help you to reduce some of the administrative work when you are running F&B retail business. All right, like what I mentioned, for those who do not require e-invoice, technically you can do consolidated e-invoice and submit within 7 days in the subsequent month. What if I sell my goods, I sell my food via Foodpanda? Let's say F&B, I sell through Foodpanda. What should I do? Same thing, apply back what you have just learned. E-invoice, self-bill e-invoice. If I am the F&B outlet, if I'm the seller, right? All my sales will be reported via self-bill from Foodpanda. They will do the work on my behalf. They will report all my income to RRB already. Next thing, remember, Foodpanda, they will charge you commission, platform fee, any other charges. Those considered as their revenue, their income. Therefore, they have to issue you with e-invoice. This will be your proof of income. This will be your proof of expense. Clear? Just apply back what we have just learned under the e-commerce setting. Apply back if you are running retail or F&B business. I hope everyone are clear enough when it comes to prescribed circumstances under self-bill for e-commerce transaction. Any questions? I think feel free just to type it out in the Slido. We'll try to address it towards the end. All right, we have done the 6 prescribed circumstances under self-bill. Again, the 3 we will not deep dive into detail because we feel that this is not something that is relevant to most of the SME business owner. All right, we will spend more time in going through certain things that will be relating closely to your business. So the next thing that I'll be covering will be what are the type of information that you are required to request from your supplier, right? Because self-bill here always related to expenses, all right? Because if I am the buyer, the supplier unable to provide me with e-invoice, I need to see whether it falls in any of the 9 prescribed circumstances. If it does, self-bill will come into play. Without self-bill e-invoice, I might have issue improving my expenses, right? In the event RRB change the rules, all these expenses might not get deductible. So it's something that everyone have to be clear of. Okay, so what are the type of informations that you should be getting from your supplier? I have grouped them into external and also internal. External will be referring to those things that probably you should inquire, you should ask your supplier. These are the names, the company informations, the supplier team. If this is a general team, if it's a foreigner, you can just put EI 9030. If it's Malaysian, it's mandatory for the company business registration number. If it's a foreigner, if you have the passport number, everything, you can put it in. If not, you can always put not applicable, NA. Address, contact name, email, SST. If they are SST registrant, please put the SST number. So what are the internal informations that we can dig, we can find ourselves? This one Lily mentioned, MSIC code, I can match. Once I know what's their business activity, I can always go back to the MSIC code and select the correct category. If you don't know, you can't find the suitable code, you can put 50 and RRB will still allow the e-invoice to get through. It will still get validated. All right. This will be the last resort if you're really unable to find a suitable code to it. Okay, remember we talked about the classification code. For self-bill, there are 6 classification codes that you should know, and we'll go through right now. So which are the 6? 033, 034, 35, 36, 37, 45. For 33, I don't think this is applicable to all of us. This is only applicable to Genting, Casino, Sports Toto, Magnum. 34, if you have a lot of importation of goods, remember this code 034. If you have importation of services from foreign country, 035. Anything that is not fall under this category, go to others. When we talk about renter, right? Individual who are not conducting business, all under 036. 37 and 45 will be referring to payment to ADD. 37 is monetary payment. 45 is non-monetary payment. All right, I think we have covered self-bill. By now, you would have a very good understanding of when or how should you do self-bill. Because a lot of people will be asking me, to be safe, I buy extra insurance. If I don't get e-invoice from my supplier, can I just suka hati issue self-bill? The answer is no. Always go back to RRB guideline. In the guideline, they specifically mentioned there are only 9 prescribed circumstances where you are allowed to do self-bill e-invoice. Okay, so make sure you remember the rules. Moving on, we will go through foreign income. Maybe some of you can tell me what the types of foreign income that you receive. If you have invested in overseas, probably you'll receive foreign dividend income. If you invested in maybe Apple shares, Amazon shares, you buy a lot of stocks, overseas stocks. When they declare dividend to you, those are considered as foreign dividend income. All right. So if you have property in London and you are currently renting out to a tenant and they pay you rental, those are considered foreign rental income. Okay. If you are providing loan to foreigner, they pay you interest, those will be foreign interest income. All these are grouped under foreign income. There's only one thing that I want you to remember. When it comes to foreign income, we have this timeline to comply with. In terms of what to do, I think no issue. I mentioned already, when you deal with foreigner, if it's an income to you, automatically you issue e-invoice. I think that part is pretty clear, no issue. Next is on the timing. When should you issue e-invoice then? Answer will be upon the receipts of the foreign income, you have 1 month. You have 1 month from the date of receipts, end of the following month, to issue e-invoice. Let's say today is 28th of May. I receive interest income from foreigner. So when is the last date of me issuing e-invoice? The answer will be 30th June 2025. 1 month, end of the following month. Okay? So if you have a lot of money, you invested overseas or what, please be mindful of this requirement, because in general, IRB, they don't set when should you issue e-invoice, when should you issue self-bill, except there are certain circumstances that we have covered, importation of goods, services, and etc. But when it comes to income, foreign income especially, you have 1 month from the date of receipts where you are required to issue e-invoice. And for foreign income, if you do not have their TIN number, you can always put the general TIN, which is EI 9020. And the classification code is 032. 032. All right, moving on, disbursement versus reimbursement. I receive a lot of feedback from my customers or even friends and family. They're actually asking, hey, Tommy, what's the difference between disbursement and reimbursement? For them, it seems like the same thing, right? This will be especially obvious for service-based industry. If you're operating a law firm, legal firm, accounting firm, audit firm, you will commonly see this disbursement and reimbursement. Then what's the difference between these two? And is there any similarity between disbursement and reimbursement? I won't say similarity, but something quite close, which is both also involve payment on behalf of their customer, of their clients, something that I have to incur on their behalf in order to deliver my work, deliver my services. The issue here now is that there's no proper distinguishment. I lump everything together and all I included in my invoice, all I included in my bill. If this is a taxable services, if I'm operating law firm, probably I will charge service tax of 8% on the whole thing. But is that correct or not under e-invoice requirement? The answer is no, because you have to clearly segregate out, you have to clearly identify out what constitute disbursement, what constitute reimbursement, both having different definitions and they are having different e-invoice treatment. All right, so let's touch on disbursement first. Again, I mentioned this is a payment made on behalf of my client, my customer. This is a pass-through cost to me, right? Why do I say pass-through cost? Because number one, when I make this payment, I make this payment to this supplier, the invoice that issued is not under me. It's not under me as the service provider. Instead, it is under the customer, the client name. All right. For me, what's my role? I'm just merely paying on behalf of my client, my customer. So it's a pass-through cost to me and it's not a business cost to me. For reimbursement, same thing. It's a cost that I incur in order for me to perform the service. For example, I'm running audit firm, right? So when a client appointed me as auditor, what is my deliverables? I have to furnish them with audit report, audited financial statements. So they will be asking, who will be the one doing the printing of the audited financial statement? Audit firm will be the one doing everything lah. All right. So for me, all this cost is essential for me to incur in order to deliver my work, which is to provide them a final set of audited financial statement. If without me incurring all this printing and stationery costs, how will I able to churn out the final copy of physical AFS to them? All right. So when I incur this cost, who are the one that billing me? It's the printing company. The printing company is the one that billing me as a service provider, but not billing straight to my client, not my customer. So for you, how do you distinguish whether the invoice that you have incurred is billed to who? Is billed to which party? If it's billed to you as a service provider and you got no choice but to incur that in order to deliver your work, that is a reimbursement to you. Okay? So if the third-party invoice is addressed to your customer, your client, it's not through you, then for you, that is a disbursement. All right? So if it's a reimbursement, you can record that as your business expense. Again, back to my example, I'll record all this printing and stationery as my audit firm business expense. Okay, like what I mentioned, currently there's no distinguishment. I have a client that running legal firm. Right now, when I share these thoughts with them, what's the difference between disbursement, reimbursement for them? They told me currently they only have one code, which is disbursement, and they lump everything together, and they don't really segregate out. But you have to be mindful when it comes to e-invoice requirement, there are proper definition and there are different treatment on it. All right. So what's the treatment? The company, you have two options under disbursement. Some company will say that since this is not my company business cost, it's just a pass-through cost, might as well I just pass the receipts to my client, my customer. I won't record that as my company business expense. Accordingly, I won't include this disbursement cost in my audit bill. All right, because it's not revenue or business in nature to me, it's just a payment on behalf. So you can choose not to include that in your e-invoice. You can monitor it separately, how much disbursement that you have paid on behalf of your client, of your customer, separately in a balance sheet account, need not go through e-invoice. That will be option one. Option two, you can choose to include in the e-invoice, but make sure you present it under a separate line and you select the classification code of 006 disbursement. What does it mean? When you select this code, this basically means there's no revenue bearing in there. It's not revenue in nature. It's just merely pass-through cost. And I include e-invoice because I want to recover back from you. I've paid on your behalf, but this won't record as my company's revenue. It has no revenue bearing as far as disbursement is concerned. All right. So there are two options for you to choose. And again, my advice will be always create a separate account code in your balance sheet to monitor how much disbursement that you have paid on behalf of your client, your customer, because eventually you will want to include that in your statement of account. You might want to integrate this disbursement account with your debtors ledger so that when you select client A, when I generate statement of account, I can see all the outstanding invoices as well as the disbursement that they have not paid to me, right? I wouldn't want to miss out anything that they're still owing to me. So this will be some of the process changes that you need to make in your accounting system so that when you generate SOA, everything will be pulled out 100%, completeness is there. All right. Reimbursement, like I mentioned, these are some of the business costs that you have no choice but to incur in order for you to fulfill your obligation to deliver your services, right? So in that respect, all these expenses will be considered as a reimbursement business cost. Therefore, you can include in e-invoice and you can charge your client, and that full amount will subject to SST if let's say you are SST registered company. All right, clear? Let's take a look at this example. This will be disbursement. I've quoted this example because I have one client that operating employment agency company, and they are sourcing mat on behalf of their local Malaysian client. So in this case, Agency Pekerjaan MVC is the company who provide the agency services, employment services. Client employer, let's say Tommy, I'm the one hiring the mat, and I engage this service provider, help me to source mat from Indonesia. So during that process, they've incurred immigration fee, levy fee of 3,000. So is this a reimbursement or disbursement for you? So again, go back. Is this just a payment on behalf? And the invoice receipts is addressed to who? Is to you, the service provider, or to your end customer? If I am the one that hiring the mat, I am the permit holder. right? All the records under immigration system will be appearing my name as the employer. Therefore, all the government agency charges, it will be automatically issued under the employer's name, which is me. So do you think this is a reimbursement to the employment agency? The answer is no. They are just merely helping me as the employer to pay on behalf immigration fee, levy charges, so that they can process the whole recruitment thing. All right. So therefore, this is a pass-through cost, not a revenue. Subsequently, they can collect this 3,000 from me by way of presenting me the receipts from immigration office, or they can choose to include in e-invoice by selecting disbursement code. It's up to them. They have this option. Scenario 2, extension from the first scenario. This will be not a disbursement scenario. By doing all these things, they are charging me 10,000 of agency fee. So this will be considered as what? The employment agency revenue, their income, because they are providing services to me as their client, as their customer. So automatically, this 10,000, the employment agency company is required to issue e-invoice. Okay? So if they are SST registered, okay, that 10,000 will subject to SST. Come back, remember just now? We're talking about disbursement cost of 3,000. How should they treat it? They have the options, right? Whether they choose to just issue e-invoice of 10,800, including SST, or they can issue e-invoice of 13,800. But for the disbursement, they present it under a separate line, under classification code 006 disbursement. And bear in mind, this is not a revenue nature account, right? This is the way you record all this disbursement, you present to your client, your customer, and recover back all these costs from them together with your service fee. And you can see SST is only applied on the 10,000, only on here. This disbursement, you shouldn't include SST charges. So if in the past, you have been grouping everything together, disbursement, reimbursement, probably where you have overcharged your client already, right? Because by right, you shouldn't charge SST on disbursement costs. It's just a pass-through payment on behalf. Okay, scenario 3, reimbursement. Now the agency company, they need to spend this cost, airline cost, everything to bring the mat from Indonesia to Malaysia. So accordingly, they've incurred flight ticket cost of 1,500 and they charge me 200 to arrange for all this flight transportation. So again, the airlines, everything they will issue. The agency will request from, let's say, AirAsia. Hey, AirAsia, I need e-invoice from you. I furnish you my company details. Please issue e-invoice under Agency Pekerjaan ABC Sdn Berhad. So for the company's point of view perspective, I have no choice but to incur these expenses. If not, how do I earn this 10,000? Right? Who's going to bring the people from Indonesia here to Malaysia? And the customer will tell me, if I don't get the maid, I don't get to bring her home, you don't earn the 10,000, right? So 10,000 is already part of the arrangement cost that you have to incur. Sorry, no choice. So again, these are some of the costs that you have no choice but to incur in order to deliver your work, in order to complete your services. Therefore, these are the costs considered as your business expense, and you can actually recover it back from your client, from your customer. So reimbursement, you can always include together with your professional fee and apply at percent SST if you are a SST tax registration company. Okay, I think I've answered this. How do we recover the expenses paid on behalf of customer? It's either you just present them with the normal receipts that you have received, which addressed to them and recover back the payment, or you can choose to include in the e-invoice, but select the disbursement classification code. And one more thing, make sure your account you keep a separate account code for disbursement, and you have configured your generation of statement of account to pull the information from disbursement, so that when you present the SOA to your client, your customer, you have all the outstanding or overdue payment inside the statement of account. Okay, so I think this is just a summary. I think I've covered quite clearly already. If you have any more questions, please rest in the Slido. We'll try to address it towards the end of the session. All right. Okay, I think we have done with disbursement and reimbursement. Let's take a 15-minute short break before we reconvene and start the next session. So thank you very much. Please go to have some stretching, deductions by RRB. All right. So I've covered this part. Again, get your employee to carry all this information with them so that first choice, always able to issue under the company's name. What if the employee didn't comply with all these things? If the company already set this policy, then you as the employer, you actually have the right to reject their claims, provided you spell out clearly in your handbook, in your policy. It is the employee duty and obligation to follow the company SOP. Why? Because if they don't do that, company eventually might have difficulty or challenges in claiming or getting tax deduction. All right. So as employer, I think you have to make it clear to your employee, because just now in the morning also we did mention, it's not just about issuing e-invoice or self-bill. This also involves revamping, changes to your internal processes, HR processes. This will be one of the examples already. You have to update all these things in your company, employee policy, handbook, and this has to be clearly communicated to the employee so that whenever they're incurring all these expenses, they have all these things in mind with them, right? If the employee failed to comply or follow all these instructions or rules, you as employer, you have the rights to reject, but this will be up to the employer to decide. You as a business owner to decide. All right, I mentioned already the step. First one, if can, always get the e-invoice to be issued under the company's name. If you can't do that, okay, provide your personal name, issued under your personal name, and ensure you're the employee of the company so that you can submit for your staff claim, everything. Then make payment, get a copy of the validated e-invoice, right? Because if your company already made the policy very clear that in order for me to approve, I need a validated e-invoice from you as the employer before I approve. So these are the things that you have to make it clear to them. All right, so we talk about employee benefit. Next, also expenses incurred on behalf of employer. So they are quite closely related to each other, and the steps and the processes involved are the same. So what are the types of expenses that normally incur on behalf of employer? The most commonly seen will be accommodation, toll, mileage, parking. If you provide telco expenses, they can claim telco. If you are traveling abroad for business meeting, let's say you're traveling to UK for business meeting and you pay for accommodation, living expenses, those considered as expenses that you incur on behalf, and you can claim it back from your employer, right? These, one of the key things that you have to meet will be, it must be used, incurred for business purposes, all right? Because again, for the company, how do I claim for all these expenses? As long as I can prove that these are all the expenses that I incur wholly and exclusively in the production of my gross income, I'm eligible to claim for tax deduction. Okay, so you have to make sure, okay, today my boss sent me to, let's say, claim for audit. So my staff, they can claim for traveling, mileage claim to their place. So by claiming that, because they are traveling there to conduct audit, it's business expenses, business in nature. But again, what are the processes? Same process as employee benefit. First choice, always issued under the company's name if can. All right. If you can't meet the first one, ensure it's issued under the staff name, followed by normal receipts. All these things must be clearly documented in your handbook and the policy. These are the things that you have to make it clear to your employee, right? I mean, I've been stressing that for over and over again. These are one of the examples that you have to make in terms of changes to your internal processes. This will be the HR processes that you have to take note. You have to make changes to accommodate, cater for all this e-invoice requirement. Okay, same step. I won't go into detail. All right, so these are type of the staff claims that we commonly seen in all the companies. You have toll, parking, claim for food, entertainment, upkeep, petrol, telco, and etc. So now, before implementation of e-invoice, what is our normal claim process? We just incur, we get the normal receipts, we submit to our HR, process the claim, company reimburse the payment to me, company claim for tax deduction, right? That is our current process, our current practice. What happened under e-invoice era? So right now, we are under relaxation period, right? For any phases, you have 6 months of relaxation period. So let's say we talk about the third phase, which is 1st July 2025. The relaxation will be from 1st July up to 31st December 2025. During this period, with relaxation period, the invoice can be B2C, meaning to the individual name. B2B will be, again, first choice under the company name, or B2E, which is if you're unable to get it under the company name, you can go with the second options, which is issued under the staff name, your personal name. Okay. So without relaxation, it will be under after implementation. All right. So it can only allow if it's B2B issued to your company name or to your staff name, no longer under the normal receipts. Okay. Because if you still keep with that practice of keeping normal receipts, you might risk the company of not getting any tax deduction in the future. If they want to strict with you, they say, okay, you can have your policy, everything, but we no longer accept normal invoice if everything already fully on board with e-invoice implementation. So something that business owner will need to be mindful of, and they have to constantly educate, tell their people, tell their employee, if you want to claim some of the expenses, which the company allows you to claim, but you must follow the specific protocols, instruction, steps. Because if not, company always have the right to tell you, I will reject your claim, I will disapprove because you are not following the company policy. All right. So if you are buying from company who are exempted from implementing e-invoice, in this case, you are okay to just get normal invoice or receipts from them as your proof of expenditure and submit for your staff claim. Government expenses, same thing. You can still base on the normal invoice and receipts. This one I mentioned. If you're traveling abroad for business meeting, you go to UK, right? You will spend for hotel, taxi, makan. So all these things you can base on normal invoice. There's no self-bill required in this respect when we talk about staff claim. It's not automatically when I incur something, I buy from overseas, I import certain things, I need to do self-bill. Not in this case for staff claim, because the staff actually traveled abroad, then incur all these expenses overseas. Therefore, you can actually keep all these normal invoice and receipts, bring it back, submit for your staff claim, and the company should be able to get tax deduction. All right. Again, go back to the wholly and exclusively test. It's not to say any expenses that you incur, you can claim. That's not the case. Okay. Some people will be asking me this question. Is there anything that we need to do in order to prove to RRB that my employee is actually acting on my employer or me as an employer behalf, right? Anything that I need to prove to them or not? Or as long as I say this is a staff claim and they have proper e-invoice, everything in place, then automatically I can get the tax deduction. Anything that I should do extra? Let's go through. All right. So my suggestion, recommendation will be always have this thing in mind. If you're approving certain expenses for your staff to claim, make sure there are proper authorization. Okay? Authorization, it can be formal, it can be informal. It's about getting the things right in the first place, setting proper policy, having proper handbook so that there's no ambiguity. Everyone will be followed exactly what's been stated in the rule book. All right. That is the idea that you should tell your employee. Okay. So any expenses that they intend to claim, try if can have proper authorization and say this will be for business purposes. Purpose of expenses, make sure it's for business purpose. All right. And expense report, this will be tied back with your current claim process. I believe there are certain protocols or instruction steps that you need to comply before the company will pay you. Same thing, they have to submit for the claim report, expense report, all these things, make sure it's still in place, okay? Travel itinerary. Again, if I'm traveling to UK for business trip, meeting supplier, meeting customer, try to get all this travel itinerary from them. It can be through email, or it can be anything from the supplier to prove that I'm go there for factory visit, for business visit, so that the entire expenses that the staff claim, the company can claim for tax deduction. All right. Credit card usage. I think this is one of the common method a lot of director or even employee use when pay certain expenses on behalf of the company. The most obvious or glaring one will be digital services, right? If I am blasting A&P activity in social media, in Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or any social media to boost my sales. So before I able to subscribe or get those services from Facebook, first thing they'll want you to do is link your credit card, make payment before you can enjoy all these A&P services from Meta, Facebook, for example. Okay, so again, when it comes to claim, when it involves digital service tax, remember, this involves withholding tax as well. When is the timeline that we should be remitting withholding tax? It's 1 month from the date of payment. If nowadays the directors just take their own sweet time submitting claims, you might be risking yourself in not complying with the 1 month deadline. So what's the implication? You have to pay the penalty, you have to make good in order for you to claim the whole expenses to become tax deductible. Okay? So credit card usage, same thing. Make sure you have proper statement and director or whoever employee that use credit card to pay, submit their claims on a timely basis. When it involves payment to overseas, foreign party, that is utmost important because you have additional withholding tax requirement to meet to comply with. All right. I know a lot of business owners out there, probably they are busy in pushing their sales, getting more customer, all the claims, probably they do it few months once or 6 months once, those practice. So you as a person, you as a finance people or any person who in charge of e-invoice, it's time to go back to tell your bosses that, hey, with e-invoice coming in, we should do this on a more regular basis, at least do it monthly, so that we avoid being caught on all this non-compliance, penalty, fines, and etc. All right. So another method that you can use, employee declaration. So a lot of time when a new employee join your company, you will get them sign letter of employment, right? So another step that you can do, an extension from signing the letter of employment, they can sign a declaration, maybe sign on a yearly basis to declare that I'm the employee of this company. Similarly, the employer can tell them, I'm the employer of you. Training and communication, this is important, all right? You can have all the SOP, you can have all the processes properly crafted out. If none of them actually following, do you think this thing will work? Probably for that is status quo, business as usual. Based on my current process, because I don't know. I don't know what to do. No one briefed me. Probably the old timers, the old people, they will tell me that, hey, this is what we have currently. They are not aware on the changes, right? So that's when training and communication will be key to them. For all the employees across the organization, right? You should make an announcement, send out memo telling them, with the implementation of e-invoice now, we have to make changes in terms of our claim process. There are changes in our employee benefit handbook, our claims handbook, and etc. So these are the instructions that you have to clearly communicate it to them and ensure they properly follow it. Failure to meet, the rights is you to refuse, reject, or disapprove anything that you like to do. I think is your prerogative. Okay, receipts, invoice, same thing. For claim purposes, make sure you have all these things in place. Documentation retention, again, I suggest to keep for 7 years because based on Income Tax Act, we should keep all these transaction documentation paperwork for at least 7 years for any tax audit in the future. So internal control will be linked closely to training and communication. So what are the control that you want to make or enhance or enforce in place so that everyone are well aware on the latest changes? All right. So with all the theory, the concept, let's jump straight into this example. Okay. So I've taken this example for fuel expenses. I think all of us here will see traveling, fuel claims in your company expenses, especially if you are salesperson. This will be one of the things that you will claim from your company. So I break it down into 3 scenarios. First one, if your company pays you fixed petrol allowance, how should you treat it? Scenario 2, if this is a mileage claim, meaning in carrying out, executing your work, you travel to client place, me as an employer, I allow you to claim 90 cents per kilometer, but the distance must be from office to your client premise. So these are the things that you can state upfront. Number 3, actual petrol claims. If today I travel, then I go Petronas and I pump 100 ringgit. I get 100 ringgit receipts from Petronas. How should I treat it when it comes to e-invoice? Okay, so let us go through in detail so that you can know under different scenario, under different circumstances, what's the treatment under e-invoice. First one, fixed monthly petrol allowance. This in a way referring to the fixed remuneration. Okay, so this will be considered as employment benefit. So this also should be included in your Form E when you declare, and also EA form when you are submitting for your employee. When we talk about employee benefit, employment income, remember, is exempted from e-invoice. It's exempted, all right? Because all these things would have already captured in your salary payroll, would have already captured in the Form EA that you are providing to your employee. Therefore, under e-invoice for you, do nothing is exempted. All right. Second, you are travel to client place. And again, this is also one of the example of employee benefits claims. You will state in your handbook, you say that if you happen to travel from office to client place to carry out your duty, to carry out your work, you are allowed to claim 90 cents per kilometer distance, office to client. So again, you must be specified in your policy, right? Because if currently your company do not have that policy in place, everything's just verbalized, there's no black and white, RB will come back and ask you, hey, is this really stated in your policy that you allows them to claim for every kilometer 90 cents when they travel to client place? And how do you prove that this is your client, these locations that that person is going? Prove to me. You have sales transaction with them, right? So these are the things that we as employer, we as the company business owner, we have to get ready, make the changes. Okay, so under this, the point I try to highlight would be to specify in the policy that your staff is entitled to claim mileage when they travel from office to client to carry out their duty for business purpose. All right, actual petrol claims. Again, you'll be asking, when I pay for the petrol, full tank, 100 ringgit, Petronas give me, should I get e-invoice from Petronas? Or I just get the normal invoice receipts from them? So if you are claiming, I believe now Petronas, they have this mechanism for you to request e-invoice. Again, go back to the three-prong approach. First step, if I can get the e-invoice from Petronas issued under my company name, very good. Okay, if you can't, at least you put under your personal name, submit staff claims. All right. And all these things, make sure it's properly documented in the policy as well. Okay, important call to actions, right? After we have covered all the theory, things that you need to do, this is a real work that you should get your act now. Whether you have all these things in place or not. Perquisite and benefit policy, right? Expense reimbursement policy. If you happen to travel abroad, do you have a foreign expense policy? So these are the things will help you to ease you when you want to claim tax deduction from RRB as your valid proof of expense, right? So if you don't, again, you might face difficulties or challenges in the future should you want to claim for tax deduction. They'll be asking all these things from you, right? Because they already issued the guideline, they tell you that I allow you to claim provided you stated clearly in the policy. I might want to request a copy from you to check, to verify. Okay, let's go through this one just for reference purpose. What are the content or things that you can cover in the policy? Maybe just now we mentioned, let's talk about foreign expense. Type of expenses. Maybe air ticket. You want to scope in air ticket or accommodation, taxi, or you want to limit makan, minum, how much that you can spend, and what are the type of expenses. Okay, what are the claiming process? Again, if can, get e-invoice. If cannot, normal invoice. But we are talking about foreign expense, normal invoice is suffice. Okay, depend on what type of expenses. Is it you incur locally or you incur overseas? Again, if can, obtain e-invoice under the company name. If you can't, next step, at least under the employee's name. And what are the type of foreign transactions that I mentioned? Documentation, record keeping, 7 years. There's no changes. It's all the time there. Under our Income Tax Act, you are required to keep 7 years of all the document. Anytime they can come and do tax audit. Policy review. Should there be any changes in the government policy, e-invoice rules? Always have the flexibility to go back to review, do the necessary changes and amendments. Compliance and consequences. This one is important. You have to educate your employee, right? What if they don't comply with the rules, the SOP that you have set? What's the consequences? Worst case, I just disapprove their claims, right? They shouldn't come back and blame the employer to say that, hey, why my bosses disapprove my claim? Why are they reject my claim? You can always take all this and tell them, hey, we are not following the company protocols. We are not following the company's rules and regulations. Therefore, I have the rights to disapprove. Okay. So now I think we are quite clear when it comes to employee benefits, staff claim, what should you do? Let's do a quick recap. Always, any expenses that you would like to claim, first step, issue under the company's name. First choice. Cannot, under your personal name. Worst case, normal invoice. Most importantly, all these things stated in your company policies. All right. So what are the things that you can do right now is to send the company details, company business registration number, PIN number, designate to all your employees so that as and when they incur all these approved expenses, they can always remember to issue, put the company name so that the supplier can issue under the company's name. All right, the next topic that I'll be covering, deposits. So deposits here, we are referring to, it can have two types of deposit. refundable or non-refundable deposit. So this deposit will be quite pertinent to business or industry like service-based industry, or maybe you are selling to any customer for any goods. So what should you do, or what would you do in the normal circumstances? Maybe you will collect 50% advance deposit or payment from them before I will deliver the goods, or even I'll provide the services to you. Okay? I know nowadays cash is king. Sometimes collection can be very difficult from business point of view. If the project is big, is large, a lot of companies, they might want to issue advance billing, collect advance payment or deposit from their clients, from their customers. Okay? So come back here under e-invoice. What's the treatment? Remember just how I mentioned, there are two categories. You have to identify, you have to distinguish whether is this a refundable or non-refundable deposit. What are the type of refundable deposits that we commonly see? If you rent office from someone, landlord, you will sign tenancy agreement and you have to pay security deposit, right? And that security deposit is refundable upon expiry of the tenancy agreement. So that is one of the example of refundable deposit. So what should you do? If this is a refundable deposit, for you, you can either issue normal receipts or invoice, or you do nothing, because this has no impact as far as e-invoice is concerned. But if this is a non-refundable deposit, non-refundable means eventually this deposit that you have collected, it will be converted or translated into your revenue, your income. So it's important for you to determine what are the criteria, terms and conditions, and at what point will it converted from non-refundable, from refundable to non-refundable. That's the point where it turns into revenue in nature. That's the point where you have to issue e-invoice, because it's an income to you. Let's take a look at this. Imagine on 1st April 2025, you have collected a refundable deposit from your customer. So what you will do, maybe you issue normal receipts or invoice, then your double entry, you just debit bank if you receive the money, then credit deposit received. Okay? Asset, bank, liability, advance deposit receipts under liability. So at the end of the month, suddenly, maybe when you sell the product, you tell them, if you don't fulfill certain T and C, I will forfeit your deposit. So by the end of the month, they didn't comply with the T and C. Therefore, the company have the rights to forfeit the initial refundable deposit. So let's say the triggering point is on 30th April, all right? It turned from refundable into non-refundable. So that's the point you have to issue e-invoice. So what's your double entry? I just debit my receivable, I just debit the sales. Sorry, I credit the sales because it's an income to me. If I have not received the money, I'll debit the receivable. All right. If converted already, I'll be debiting the deposit, meaning reverse out the original entry that I've recorded under the liability. And well, here we have credited the deposit. The advance deposit that I received is a liability to me. But when it turns into income to me, that's when I will have to reverse out this deposit. Corresponding entry will be my sales or revenue account. Okay, so when should we issue e-invoice for non-refundable deposit? Again, keywords here is timing of supply. When we're talking about timing of supply, is the triggering the conversion point. At what point you fail to meet that T and C, at what point it will automatically translate it into non-refundable, that is the time you have to issue e-invoice. So for those that, if they do not request for any e-invoice, same thing, follow back the consolidated e-invoice rules, which is within 7 days in the following month. Of course, there are certain exceptions, right? These exceptions we are referring to refund, not refund money. So what are the things that fall under these exceptions where it involves refund, but you do not need to issue refund note? First one is, of course, refund of security deposit. Just now, the example that I given to you, tenancy agreement, upon expiry, you can get back all the security deposit that you have paid. Same goes for payment wrongly made, payment overmade. You do not need to issue refund note for this 3 category of refund. Because in general, when there's refund that involve money, you have to issue refund note, but not for these 3 cases. All right, very good. I think in terms of theory, real life practical examples, we have covered most of the things, okay? So towards the last sections, I think this is the most important part of the day where we will pull everything together and we will go through the P&L with you and we'll go through for each line of item. What should you do? How should you do in the context of e-invoice? Okay, because when you talk about balance sheet, I think hardly there's things that probably impacted by e-invoice, except I talk about the disbursement note, the disbursement account. Other than that, sales, expenses, all is inside my P&L. Okay, so getting ready? All right, good. Okay, I want your 110% energy, attention, focus. Let me go through this mind map with you. Should you encounter any difficulty, challenges in understanding the requirement of e-invoice, always refer back to this mind map, right? I believe this should solve at least 80-90% of any questions or doubts that you may have. All right, we talk about sales and other income in my P&L. I break down into seller perspective and also buyer perspective. Under the seller perspective, if I am the seller, I'm selling goods or services to my client, my customer. By default, I'll be issuing e-invoice. Okay, that's the first step. Then I need to determine who are my customer? Who am I selling to? Is it to a local customer or to a foreign customer? Okay, and remember when it involves sales, who am I selling to? Is it B2B, business to business, B2C, business to consumer, individual customer, B2G, business to government, or I call it B2E, is relating to the staff claims. All right, so you need to clearly identify who are you selling to, because each and every one of these category, they will have a different treatment under e-invoice. Let's go through for B2C. Okay, imagine if I'm a patron, I'm visiting a restaurant today. All right. So when I pay the money, the restaurant will issue me with normal invoice. I can always go back and tell them, hey, restaurant A, I need e-invoice because I need to claim for certain things. So the restaurant must be able to comply with your request and provide you with e-invoice. If you are buying, let's say for sports equipment, remember sports equipment, badminton racket, you can claim for personal relief, right? So when you submit your personal tax return, probably you want to claim for sports equipment, badminton racket. Again, when RB do tax audit, they'll ask you, hey, where is your e-invoice? How to prove that you buy it from whoever? I want your proof of expenses. So that's when, if you need e-invoice, you can always go back and request from the supplier, the seller. So if you don't need it, all these expenses is for personal consumption and you don't use it for any tax deduction purpose, B2C, and what the seller can do? They can always aggregate everything, do a consolidated e-invoice and submit by 7 of the following month, right? So they have these options, especially for B2C. So if you are transacting with B2B, business to business, by default, they will need e-invoice because e-invoice is their valid proof of expenses. Without that, I might face difficulties in claiming tax expenses. I need that. So by default, for company expenses, you will have to issue e-invoice. What if staff? Just now we covered in great length, in detail, what should you do under staff claim? Go through that 3 steps model. All right. B2G, same thing. I also issue e-invoice to them. How about for myself? What are the circumstances where for myself, I do not require to issue e-invoice? Remember, this morning, Lily showed the 9 prescribed transaction under self-bill, right? If you are fall under the column of the seller, the supplier, technically you are not required to issue e-invoice. Why? Because the duty lies on the payer, the buyer. They are the one need to issue you self-bill, and they are required to share a copy to you as your proof of income. So again, if you need to go back, you have to ask, go back to the table, the summarized table. Are you under the middle quadrant? Are you the supplier under the self-bill circumstances? If yes, you should just request a copy of self-bill from your payer. Of course, internally, you can issue your own internal sales, but again, don't submit for validation, because if you do so, you'll be duplicating your sales. Okay? Third one, what type of sales where I'm not required to issue e-invoice? Remember where I covered the disbursement? You have the options to put in. You also have the options not to include. All right? So this will be referring to disbursement. Either you just present the normal receipts to your client, recover the expenses from them, or you have the options to put it in, but select the disbursement 006 classification code. Clear on this part? I think sales is pretty straightforward. By default, if you are not exempted, your revenue is above 150,000, you cannot run. Whether you like it or not, you have to comply. Okay? Okay, moving on to expenditure, right? This can be seen a bit intimidating, overwhelmed, but let me go through step by step with you. If you are the buyer, you incur the expenses. By default, what should you do? I request the e-invoice because I want to get a valid proof of my expenditure, my expenses. Then again, the question comes, if I can get, very good job. What if I cannot get? What are the type of circumstances where I unable to get e-invoice from my supplier? Then what should I do? How should I address it? Ask yourself, right? Let's go through with the local supplier first. Local, I further break it down, individual, non-individual. Non-individual will be referring to company, partnership, LLP, other form of business, all under this category. If individual, here, let's go through individual first. If I'm paying this person, I need to ask, is this person my staff or not? Is this person my employee or not? If yes, all their remuneration will be captured under your payroll. You'll be deducting their PCB already if they meet certain income threshold. All these things will be reported in Form E. You will share the EA form, everything already captured. Because you have to understand, as far as RB is concerned, as long one party is paying the tax is fine. I just want to ensure there's no tax leakages. One party not paying, another party also not paying. This is what I try to avoid, right? So when come back to employee, everything is already captured there. For company, I can claim for employee benefit expense, a deduction. For employee, you can get, you have to declare your tax lah, because you receive this employment income from me. All right. So for payroll, it's exempted. Employment income is exempted from e-invoice. Again, if this is an employee and they incur staff claims, company expenses, go through that 3 steps. I've been repeated a lot of times, go through that 3 steps. Okay, moving on. Non-employee, non-employee, it can be individual contractor, freelancer, it can be foreigner. If you hire someone to be your office cleaner and that person is not your staff, how should you do it? Remember, Lily mentioned, you have to ask whether is that person in business or not in business. If it's in business, they do this on a regular basis. By right, you should tell them, hey, please go and register a business entity. Please provide me with e-invoice. All right. If they don't, and they do it on an ad hoc basis, it's not regular, non-routine, it will fall under transaction with individual who are not conducting business already. And they're also not my employee. What should I do? Issue self-bill. One of the prescribed circumstances, remember? Transaction with individual who are not conducting business. All right? So we're done with individual. Let's move on with non-individual, corporate, company, LLP, partnership, sole proprietorship. These are the business entity that having proper business registration, legal presence in terms of business entity in Malaysia. Again, if they are exempted, their annual turnover is below 150,000. They are micro business owner. They're exempted. If they're exempted, they have no obligation to comply with invoice requirement. They can continue to give their normal invoice receipts as a proof of their income, as their sales. For you, no issue. You can also keep as your valid proof of expenses. Again, you have to take that initiative. You have to ask them, hey, really your annual revenue is below 150,000, right? Because if you divide on a daily basis, we are talking about 40 ringgit per day. This will be for those really small and micro business owner. If you have done your part, they have declared, they have confirmed with you that I really below 150,000, go with this route. Just get the normal invoice receipts as your proof of expenses. All right. So what if these are the non-individual, also under the self-bill? What should I do? Again, self-bill. Example, I'm importing goods from foreign country. Do you think foreigner will bother your e-invoice requirement in Malaysia? They won't. It's your duty, your obligation to comply, not me. I can just provide my normal invoice receipts, business as usual. You need to comply your Malaysia e-invoice requirement. You do self-bill, right? If I'm paying to agent, I have to issue self-bill. All right? So go back. You have to remember under what circumstances you have to issue self-bill. Of course, if this is a sales, you are the supplier, you always have the options to issue normal invoice for your internal accounting recording purposes. Of course, you can always extract the information, match it with the self-bill information in the My Invoice portal. Again, you wouldn't want the other counterparty to just simply bill you and you pay any additional tax unnecessarily, right? So when this will come handy where you have to do a recon, identify any differences, discrepancy, so that you can always go back and check with the person. Okay, foreign, no choice, they won't comply with your Malaysia e-invoice requirement, just do self-bill, okay? Another type, in your P&L, what are the other expenses that you commonly see in your operating expenses? Probably you have depreciation of fixed asset, right? If you have intangible asset, you have amortization of intangible asset, provision for doubtful debts. If you have Forex, you have unrealized Forex. These are all accounting entry. There's no impact as far as e-invoice is concerned, right? So you just have to ask yourself, is this business in nature? Will this impact my sales? Is this a genuine business expense? If yes, always ask yourself, e-invoice or self-bill? E-invoice or self-bill? If it's accounting entry, don't bother at all, because end of the day, it has no bearing, no impact on your numbers as far as e-invoice is concerned. All right. What are the circumstances where you are not required to issue e-invoice or self-bill? Disbursement, the options. Clear? Everyone clear on this part? I want to make sure everyone is okay. If yes, just type 1 so that I can move on to the next sections. Again, any issues, come back here. I've summarized all the things that listed down in e-invoice requirement in this one pager. When you talk about sales, refer here. Who are you transacting with? B2C, B2E, B2B, B2G. Okay? Under expenses, request e-invoice. If unable, should I do self-bill? Clear? All right. Just now is the summarized mind map. Now I put it in wordings so that you can better visualize, you can better understand. Left column, income. Right column, expenditure. Okay? So by default, if it's an income to me, sale of goods, product, or services, I have to issue e-invoice, including if you have other income, sale of scrap, gain on disposal of fixed asset, you have interest income, all these things, you have to issue e-invoice. And what are the circumstances where you have to request for self-bill? You're not supposed to issue e-invoice. Go back to the 9 prescribed circumstances where you are under the seller, the supplier column. That will be the transaction. You have to request for a copy of self-bill. You are not supposed to issue e-invoice. Again, why IRB do that? Because those are considered as risky, high-risk transaction. A lot of the buyer, the recipient of the income, they do not declare, they do not submit their income tax. That's why the duty now lies on the buyer, the payer. When I pay this money, when I pay this income to you, I will already report you to IRB. As simple as that. Okay, so this will be for the sales. Expenses, again, if I'm transacting with someone that is exempted, normal invoice will do, okay? Then e-invoice, if it's payroll, everything will be captured under payroll ID. Straightforward. Self-bill, go through the 9 prescribed circumstances. Anything that is not inside, please, don't just issue self-bill because it's not correct. It's not in the guideline. I know you want to have extra security. I totally understand, but it's fine for you if you don't issue, right? Normal invoice, all these things is still a valid proof of expenses for you. As long as it's for business purposes, you are still eligible, you are still allowed to claim. Okay, so these are some of the key considerations that I've analyzed by industry cluster. So if you are under retail, wholesale, F&B, trading, you have to pay attention. Second, this will be for the service-based industry. Third, if you have transaction sales through online, retail, or e-commerce shop, things that you need to take note. And what are the things in general you have to be aware of, you have to be mindful. Let's go through the first one. Retail, F&B, trading. Again, I mentioned already, when we talk about retail F&B, you always have a front-end system and your back-end. Then who will be taking the role of issuing e-invoice already, right? Then you need to assess whether your front-end system, your POS system is capable, is in compliance with e-invoice requirement. Are they able to independently issue e-invoice by embedding some QR or any other method, right? So something that you have to be aware. Next thing, your system must be able to pick out all of your 100 sales, for example, how many of them eventually have been converted into B2B, meaning from normal invoice already converted to e-invoice. Why? Because for the balance that have not converted to e-invoice, I can do consolidated e-invoice. I can aggregate everything rather than I have to issue one by one, transaction by transaction. That will save me a lot of time, right? So you have to assess whether your POS system, your front-end system have that functionality in segregating which are the transaction or invoices that already converted. If yes, then good. You just have to exclude those, then submit consolidated e-invoice for those that have not. Okay. Again, timeline is 7 in the following months. Okay. So for retail distribution, sometimes you might purchase or you might import goods from overseas. Timing of supply again is important because that will determine when should you issue self-bill? This morning, Lily has covered that. Okay, you have to base on the K1 form when you receive the goods. Then from there, you have 2 months to issue self-bill e-invoice. Some of your retail businesses, you have a lot of salesperson, you have a lot of salesmen. So you need to understand whether these salesmen, are they classified as your employee? If yes, their commission, everything will be captured under payroll and will have deducted for PCB already. How many of them actually are external agent, not fall under your payroll? If they are external agent, every year you provide them with CP58, then don't forget, any payout, you have to issue self-bill already. There's additional requirement on top of your yearly CP58, which is self-bill e-invoice. Okay, for service-based industry, I mentioned already, maybe you will collect a lot of advance payment, you will bill them maybe 50% or even 100% before you perform the work or you perform the services. Or for IT, maybe I'll be selling packages, subscription-based. I'll be billing in advance, collect money in advance. So question will be, how should I treat it under e-invoice? Okay, should I recognize? So in this case, it involves accounting as well as tax. Accounting and tax always have different treatment. Accounting will be as and when you perform the services, as and when services rendered, only you are allowed to recognize as a revenue. But for tax under service industry is different. I don't care, regardless whether you have performed the work or not, as long you already billed. I also don't care whether they have paid you or not. I don't care, as long you have billed, that amount will subject to tax in the year this transaction arise. Okay, so for the taxpayer, it's like, oh, in my P&L, I don't see this revenue, but I have to upfront pay for these taxes. And also, I don't receive this money from them yet. It's still outstanding. RB say under section 24 bracket 1, any receipts due for service-based transaction, all will be bring to tax. I don't care whether you receive it or not. So it's important to time. When should you collect? When should you bill? Because you have a timing difference in terms of accounting recognition as well as your tax recognition. Okay, so we also talk about refundable and non-refundable deposit. Always remember what are the type of deposit that are refundable in nature. If it's refundable in nature, means they are not revenue in nature, and I shouldn't issue any e-invoice. It has no e-invoice impact. Okay, only non-refundable deposit eventually turn into my revenue. Yes, you have to issue e-invoice. Disbursement, reimbursement, I've covered at length. And also you have to recon between your accounting records versus your tax. If you have transactions that carried out conducted through e-commerce platform, remember I talked about the self-bill. E-commerce platform will have to self-bill you for your merchant revenue, your merchant income. But for your merchant expenses such as platform fee, advertising fee, commission, they will e-invoice you. Okay, so you have 2 types of document. For your income, self-bill. For your expenses, they will issue you e-invoice. Again, internally, you have to make some tweak changes, whether you want to issue normal invoice, so that at all times, you can always go back and reconcile with what has been reported in my invoice portal. I wouldn't want Shopee or Lazada to simply do self-bill and overstate the revenue that I'm supposed to recognize, I'm supposed to pay for tax. Okay. Okay, so number 4, this will be applicable to most of business industry. I put it general. System compatibility. For those that have not started, have not embarked on this journey, first step, quickly go back, assess your system compatibility. Are they able to integrate with my invoice portal? Are they approved by RRB? This is something that you have to do on immediate basis. Okay, next thing, What are the mandatory information that you should be request from your customer and for your supplier that you need to do self-bill? I know most of the business owner, you have to implement or comply by 1st July. A lot of people, they will still bank on this 6-month relaxation period. But my advice will be, do this thing early, right? Because you never know what will happen along the way, along your implementation journey. Just do it right at the first time so that it will save you a lot of work, a lot of time and effort. Rather than I need to keep on changing the things, prevent here and there, I think that is not productive at all. Do it right at the first time. Identify what the information that you need from your customer, from your supplier, for the purpose of self-bill. Update employee handbook. We talk about employee benefit. We talk about staff claims already. What are the things that you should put inside? Do it immediately. System configuration. Do you need to create a separate account code for your revenue to capture for online sales, Shopee, Lazada? Do you need to have a separate debtors code? Do you need to have a separate disbursement code? Because since disbursement is not revenue in nature, you should monitor, keep it in your balance sheet. Should you have that account or not? So these are the things involve changes in your accounting system, in your crafting of your chart of account. You have to decide whether you want to adopt accrual or payment basis. Both are allowable by RRB, but again, our recommendations go for payment because this will not complicate the matters. And towards the end of the year, the accounting team can always identify which are the expenses to be accrued in, but payment only made in the subsequent year, so that you cater for both accounting requirement as well as e-invoice requirement. Do a proper reconciliation review. Don't wait. Don't assume everything reported on your behalf is correct, is complete, is factual. We always need to have that prudent mindset, go back and check, cross-check against our internal records so that there's no any discrepancy. Okay, so next, these are some of the accounts that I've listed in the P&L. I won't go through in detail, something that you all can digest after the training or anytime. Please feel free just to come back and revisit should you have the similar transaction in your P&L. Okay, these are type of income. So what should you do? Should you request e-invoice or should you just ask a copy of self-bill as your proof of income? And for your cost of sales, what are the type of cost of sales? You are buying from overseas, you are buying from individuals who are not conducting business. There are various scenarios. Always apply back to what you have learned throughout the day so that you know what to do. Should I issue e-invoice? Should I request self-bill? Should I keep normal invoice? Okay, so we towards the last segment of our training today. Of course, later on, we'll address all the questions, Q&A that you may have. And also Lily will go through with you what are the next steps. So before that, I want you to give me your last effort, energy in this part, because I think it's very important. And these are the essential informations that you should know. And you should also communicate to your team so that they know how to actually embark on this implementation journey more meaningful. And what's the outcome? Eventually, we want everyone to be able to comply 100% with the e-invoice requirement. Of course, we know nowadays we are still relaxed a bit here and there, take our own sweet time. But I can tell you, we are running out of time. So please start all these processes as soon as possible. Get your team involved. Talk to your respective service provider, be it IT, your accountants, your tax team, all these people, so that this can save you from stepping on a lot of unnecessary landmines, which will have business repercussion, such as financial fines, penalty. All right. So my last word on this training webinar, again, look at your P&L, screen through the type of income, type of expenses that you have. Always consider, ask yourself, is there any e-invoice impact? For my sales, do I just issue e-invoice? Or some of my sales, I can actually request for self-bill, or I do nothing. Same for expenses, right? Does it mean all my purchases I can get e-invoice? If not, what should I do? Am I complying? Am I doing it correctly or not? Take your P&L as an example, go through, assess for e-invoice impact. Okay? For expenditure, remember on the 9 type of special transaction under self-bill, and under what circumstances it's okay for you to just get normal invoice or receipts. And for your employment benefit expense, everything are captured under payroll, so it's exempted from e-invoice. And remember, Lily also mentioned this morning that with all these informations, your sales, your expenses, everything reported in My Invoice portal. So what RB will do next? So then I have all the mechanism in place already. Just a click of button, I would know already how much sales you're making, how much profit that you have making for each year of assessment. Then what I will do next? I will wait you to submit your tax return. So when you submit your tax return, my system will automatically detect already, maybe 5% variance, 10% variance, 20% variance. If suddenly the system pick up, oh, if more than 50% variance, then this group of people is under the high risk category already. Then next, what RB will do, I'll carry out enforcement action, tax audit, tax investigation. Because now we are still under voluntary self-declaration system as far as reporting tax return is concerned, right? And they need to spend a lot of manpower, effort to pick which are the high-risk taxpayer so that I can conduct tax audit. I can collect if they not comply with income tax rule. But with e-invoice coming in, everything is real time. Everything already transparent, captured under My Invoice portal, right? They will have all this information with them. If your actual submission deviate too much from what has been recorded in the portal, you have to prepare yourself because they will come after you next. So again, before you close your account, always compare. Just like I mentioned, if certain transactions that people will self-bill you, you can always issue normal e-invoice, but not submit for validation. That is possible for internal recording purpose. So that at the end of the year, you have your own set of number and you can compare with My Invoice portal and you can do a timely reconciliation, right? And bear in mind, any information captured in the My Invoice portal, there's a time limit, time span. It's not there permanently. Probably they will keep the information for 3 months, 6 months. So my advice to most of my clients, for the participants, every month go in, screenshot, save. What are the documents that being transmitted, being stored in My Invoice portal? So that anytime that you want, you can always go back to check and refer back. Because there's a risk that the information might be disappear in the portal already, in the dashboard. If you want further back the information, you might need to write in to request. So the process is very tedious, very troublesome. Every month, ask your accounting team, save, screenshot, what are the documents that have been stored in My Invoice portal. So that when come to year end, when you generate your own management account, you can compare with their record in My Invoice portal. Quickly reconcile before you even pass to your auditor for their annual audit process. Again, e-invoice, self-bill, these are tax supporting documents, okay? It have nothing to do with accounting treatment. You have to understand that. And for e-invoice, self-bill, all this is approved for our income, for our expenses, so that we will know whether these are the things that eventually we can claim or not. But when we talk about accounting, accounting is still go back to accounting standard. In Malaysia, we have AMPAS, we have MFRS accounting standard. So don't mix up. Accounting, follow accounting standard. Tax, follow tax standard. Last word, don't take things for granted. Doesn't mean once you have e-invoice, you have self-bill, automatically it's a free to jail, like free pass for you to claim for tax deduction. That's not the case. Go back to section 33, section 39. As long as you can prove these are business expenses that you have incurred for the production of your gross income, I would say you can claim for tax deduction. All right? Yeah. Back to you, Lily. Thank you so much for attention. If you have any question, again, feel free to post in Slido. We have about half an hour to go through all the Q&A, all the queries that you may have. Just feel free, because I hope that by the end of the sessions, after everyone walk out from this training or exit this Zoom meeting, what's your key takeaway, right? What should you do? Now you already understand the e-invoice concept, the e-invoice requirement, the implementation timeline. You need to ask, when should I apply? When should I comply? 1st July, 1st Jan 2026, all depend on my annual turnover. Okay, next thing, I need to quickly revisit, is my system capable of issuing e-invoice or not, right? Or I can do it manually in my invoice portal. If yes, how can I do it? All right, and what are the prescribed circumstances where you are required to do self-bill? All these informations will be able to help you immensely in your implementation journey. Okay, so this is a sincere, genuine call to act. Do it immediately so that you won't face any challenges or non-compliance issue in the future. Thank you so much for your attention.
The session just now. Okay, so when you see me holding the laptop, it will be Q&A time. Yeah, so all the question has been shown. Okay, let me go through them with you. Okay, so the question goes like this: transaction charge and interest expense under foreign bank. So with the foreign bank, you are paying interest to them and you are also paying bank charges. So have to do self-bill e-invoice on every transaction or can consolidate once a month? Okay, so the answer is this. During the 6-month relaxation period, you can do consolidated self-bill. Yeah, so after the relaxation period, 6 months, you will need to do individual self-bill. Yeah, because after the 6 months, yeah, you can no longer do consolidation. So consolidation for self-bill e-invoice after the 6 months is only permitted under 4 of the following scenarios. The first one is transaction with individuals. Second one is interest payment to public at large. Number 3 is claim compensation or benefit payments from the insurance business of the insurer to individuals who are not conducting business, government authority, state authority, and local authority. Number 4 is self-bill circumstances involving taxpayers, overseas branches, or offices. Okay, so that's for the first question. Second question from YH asks, can I issue e-invoice to a company without its TIN number? Okay, so if you are issuing e-invoice to a company, to a business, so the answer is you must get the TIN number. Yeah, TIN number is a mandatory field. If you don't get the TIN number, if you issue an e-invoice, the My Invoice portal will not validate it. It will return to you with an X, red color X. Yeah, so you must have the company's TIN number for you to issue an e-invoice. Okay, next question by YH. Is it unusual for mileage, parking, and toll to be issued to a name? It is unusual. Yeah. Are the receipts without a name acceptable? And for F&B as well. Okay, like what Tommy just now mentioned, in the staff claims policy, reimbursement, benefits, etc., apply the 3 levels. Yeah. So for parking and toll, if you cannot get the e-invoice, normal receipt is still acceptable as long as it's stated in the company policy. So company policy, make sure you have level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 1 issued to company's name, level 2 to the staff's name, and level 3 is normal receipts also can. Okay, next question. Income mostly comprised of grants from MOF, which is the Ministry of Finance, local government agency. So by default, right, when government give you a grant, you don't pay tax for it lah, yeah? Takkan like they give you 100 ringgit grant, then you pay back 24 ringgit as taxes, right? So generally they are tax exempted. But under e-invoice, the recipient, which is the company, will be required to issue e-invoice. So the question is, how does LHDN distinguish? If I receive the grant from government, I will need to issue e-invoice. Will it be confused or not? So the answer is this. When you receive the grant income, you still need to issue e-invoice. Yeah. So what you do is that you keep the proof lah, that this is under the, now you do the reconciliation with LHDN lah. If they come knocking on your door, then you just show them this is the income from government. Yes, you issue e-invoice, but it is tax exempted. Yeah. So the tax office, if they come to visit you, they may just ask for information and you just provide the information. Yeah. I think that's all the question. Yeah. Okay. Okay, quiz time. Quiz time. I cannot see you. I cannot see. Okay, so let's see how do you guys do in the quiz, whether you got them correctly. Okay, I cannot see the quiz. Let me see. Let me get the computer. Totally cannot see. Okay. Okay, so what you do is you complete quiz 2 and then we will go through both quiz 1 and quiz 2 together while I cover what is next. Okay. Okay, never mind. You take 1 minute to complete the quiz 2 first. Yeah, 1 or 2 minutes. Okay. 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 So are you guys done with the quiz? Okay. So if you are, so what we're going to do is Tommy will go through the quiz 1 and quiz 2 with you, and you can do a self-check lah, how many marks you get, okay? Or how much you absorb from today's training. Yeah. Okay. So while we are putting all the answers together, or all the results from all of you together. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think let's go through the 10 quizzes that you all just did. So for the first half morning, you'll be mainly covering the topic on the concept overview of e-invoice. Then the next 5 questions will be more on the self-bill proof of expenditure part. So let's go through the first one. What is the main objective of implementing e-invoicing in Malaysia? So I can see 100% of you got it right. Yes, the answer is C, to improve tax transparency and compliance. All right, moving on to questions 2. When is the mandatory implementation date for e-invoicing for taxpayers with annual turnover 500,000 to 25 million? The correct answer is B, 1st July 2025. I can see most of you, 92%, got it right. The correct answer is 1st July 2025. Question number 3. How often can a consolidated e-invoice be issued? Okay, so I think something that probably I didn't clarify too much, and probably you only heard from me that the timeline, the deadline will be 7 of the following month. But again, there is no restriction in terms of interval, frequency of how many times can you issue consolidated e-invoice, right? So the correct answer should be D, based on business needs subject to LHDN guideline. So it can be on a daily basis, weekly, every 2 weeks, 1 month, it's all up to you. Because this will be applicable to a lot of business, especially those in retail, high volume of transaction. Imagine if I only do it 1 time per month, the amount can be very huge. There can be a lot of transactions where I need to consolidate. So I might prefer to do it on a weekly basis, which is totally fine, totally acceptable by RRB. So accordingly, the answer should be, there's no timeline, there's no restriction. Timeline is 7, of course, but there's no restriction in terms of frequency, interval of how many times should you issue consolidated e-invoice. All right, clear? I hope I answered these questions. Number 4, which of the following is not one of the prescribed circumstances under self-bill e-invoice? Let me see the responses. Okay, so you have to read the question carefully. Which of the following is not? Okay, go back to the 9 prescribed circumstances. The correct answer will be A, exportations of goods. Because for exportation of goods, it's income to you. When you sell to overseas customer, you have to issue e-invoice. I play a little bit of trick in terms of the wording import, export. So the correct answer should be A, exploitations of goods. Okay. Questions 5. Which of the following is a suitable use case for self-billing, for self-billed e-invoice? Let's take a look at the answers. Yes, I can see most of you got it right. The correct answer is D. 70% of you got it right. Commission payment to a freelance distributor, payment for ADD, right? This ADD will be referring to external agent. Okay, good job. Let's move to question 6. Okay, quiz 2. Which of the following is true regarding the e-invoicing of import transaction? Okay, 96% of you choose answer B. The Malaysian importer may issue a self-bill e-invoice. Yes, that is the correct answer. Okay, question 2. For foreign e-commerce platform, the platform issue e-invoice on behalf of the seller merchant to the customer. Wow, I can see it's quite close. 56% answer false. 44% answer true. The correct answer is false. Why? If you look at the questions, the question is asking for foreign e-commerce platform. So, for example, who are those foreign e-commerce platform? We talk about Amazon, right? We talk about Taobao, Tmall, eBay. Those are foreign e-commerce platform operator. For them, they don't bother with your Malaysia invoice requirement. There's nothing got to do with them. So if let's say your foreign buyer need an invoice from you, you have to issue e-invoice to them because everything for your income, you have to issue e-invoice. Okay, so the answer should be false. It's not the foreign e-commerce platform obligations to help you to issue invoice to your end customer. Instead, it's you as the seller, you as the merchant. Question 3. The company to issue e-invoice for interest charged on loan or advances given to third party. So 72% answered true. So again, go back to the 5 exception list, remember, under interest payment. So the question is asking the company to issue e-invoice for interest charged on loan. Then you have to ask yourself, who are the payer of this interest? Who are the payer? The payer are referring to this third party, right? Because you're providing this third party loan. And this third party is paying you interest. Is this third party fall under the 5 category of the exception list? The answer is no. Right? Therefore, the payer of the interest is required to issue self-bill, not the recipient of the income to issue e-invoice. I know the word can be a bit tricky, change a bit here and there, but you have to go back and apply what you have just learned. Who are the payer? Who are the payee? Who receiving the income, right? The exception list is applicable to the recipient of the interest income. If you are one of the 5 category, you can issue e-invoice, but third party is not, right? Third party advances is not. Therefore, the payer of this interest, they are required to issue self-bill. Clear? So 28% of you got it right. The correct answer is false. Moving on to questions 4. If a staff claim involves reimbursement for goods or services from vendor not issuing e-invoice, what should the employer do? Yep, I can see 84% of you answer it correctly. The correct answer is C. You just collect the detailed receipts, update your staff claim policy, prepare a record for tax purposes. As long as all these expenses incurred are for business purpose, you shouldn't have issue in claiming for tax deduction. All right, moving on to the last questions. Which of the following is an example of disbursement? Very good. 67% of you got it right. A law firm that paying court filing fee on behalf of a client. So a big congratulations to all of you. I can see most of you got it correctly. But again, just now there are some tricky sentence structure that probably get you confused, right? Again, go back to the concept, the principle of e-invoice. Whether we talk about interest payment, whether are you fall under the exception list. Exception here referring to the recipient of the interest income, right? If we are not fall under the 5 exempted category, by default, when you pay interest, you have to issue self-bill. All right? So thank you very much for your participation. I will pass on to Lily to take on the next session. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Tommy. And Tommy set those assessment questions, and then yeah, just to see where you are and how much you have absorbed. Okay, let's take a look at what is the key after the key takeaway. What is next? Yeah. Okay. So like Tommy said, after you have attended our session and going through with us from beginning to the end, you would likely, maybe 80% or 90% be able to take on the implementation in the company on your own, with focusing on PPT, people, process, and technology. However, if in that process you are still struggling, you are still not sure what to do with the PPT, and especially when it comes to the mind mapping part, reviewing your profit and loss, and determine what is the e-invoice treatment for each of the P&L line, what we can do is Pinamix and Intune, we can assist. Yeah. So at the moment, we assist our clients in providing them with assessment. That means to take a look where they are, how ready they are. And we also provide advisory and consulting services for e-invoice implementation. So at the moment, we are really busy doing that. Yeah. So we can assist you, but as we are really occupied now, I think July or August will be the time when we have some slots lah. So now all the slots are fully taken up. So we encourage you to embark it on your own. And if you langgar tembok lah or start here and there lah, then you know how to reach out to me or how to reach out to Tommy. Yeah, to actually give you advisory and consulting and take you through to successful implementation. That's all for now. I think for next session, what we would like to request from you is tell us how we have done. Yeah. Take out your phone. Yeah, take out your phone. Turn on the camera function and scan the QR code and fill up the feedback form. Yeah. Please take some time to give us your feedback. And with that, I thank you very much. Thank you for staying through to the end. Thank you for following us closely, and see you again in another physical training or webinar. Thank you.